Mrs. Dalloway said she would buy the flowers herself. Lucy already had too much to do. Men from Rumpelmeyer's were coming, and the workers would take the doors off their hinges. Clarissa Dalloway thought it was a wonderful morning, fresh like a morning for children at the sea. What a joy! What a sudden jump into the day! It had always felt like that to her. Long ago, at Bourton, she would push open the French windows. The hinges would make a small sound, and she could almost hear that sound now. Then she would step out into the open air. In the early morning, the air at Bourton was fresher and calmer than the air here in London. It felt like a wave touching her, like a wave kissing her. It was cold and sharp, but also serious. She was 18 then. She stood at the open window and felt that something awful might happen soon. She looked at the flowers and the trees. She saw thin smoke moving up from the trees. She saw rooks rise and fall in the sky. She stood there for a long time, just looking. Then Peter Walsh spoke to her. "Musing among the vegetables," he said. Was that the exact line? And then he said, "I prefer men to cauliflowers." Was that it? He must have said it one morning at breakfast when she had gone out onto the terrace. Peter Walsh. Peter Walsh would come back from India one of these days. June or July, she forgot which. His letters were very dull. But she remembered what he said in life. She remembered his eyes, his pocket knife, his smile, his bad temper. It was strange. Millions of things disappear, and then some small lines stay, like that line about cabbages. She stood a little stiff on the curb, waiting for Dirtnall's van to pass. A man named Scrope Purvis watched her. He lived next door in Westminster, so he knew her in that small way people know their neighbors. He thought she was a charming woman. She had something like a bird about her, like a jay, blue-green, light, full of life. She was over 50 now, and she had become very white since her illness. She stood there, almost like a bird on a perch, very straight. She did not see him. She waited to cross. Clarissa had lived in Westminster for more than 20 years now. Because of that, she felt something special even in the noise of traffic, and even at night when she woke. She felt a hush, a serious still feeling, like a pause in the world. It was like waiting. She thought it might be her own heart too, because the doctors said her heart was not strong after influenza. Then Big Ben struck. There. It boomed out. First came a warning sound, musical. Then came the hour. It could not be taken back. The heavy circles of sound went out into the air and faded. Such fools we are, she thought, as she crossed Victoria Street. No one really knows why we love life so much, why we see things in our own way, why we make a world in our minds and build it around ourselves, and then break it, and then build it again every moment. Even the saddest people sitting on doorsteps do this, even people ruined by drink. Clarissa felt that you cannot fix this with laws, because they love life too. She loved it in people's eyes. She loved it in the way people walked, swung their arms, trudged on. She loved the bellow and the loud noise. She loved the carriages, the motor cars, the omnibuses, the vans. She loved the sandwich men shuffling and swinging. She loved the brass bands and the barrel organs. She loved the triumph sound, the jingling sound, and the strange high singing of an aeroplane above. This was what she loved. Life, London, this moment in June. It was the middle of June. The war was over, except in the hearts of some people. Mrs. Foxcroft, at the embassy last night, was very sad because a nice boy was killed, and now the old manor house must go to a cousin. Lady Bexborough opened a bazaar, they said, holding a telegram in her hand. John, her favorite, was killed. Still, the war was over. Thank heaven, over. It was June. The king and queen were at the palace, and everywhere, even though it was early, there was a feeling of movement and life. She could almost feel galloping ponies. She could almost hear cricket bats tapping. There were thoughts of Lord's, Ascot, Ranelagh, and all those places and events. The morning air was soft, gray-blue, like a net over everything. Later, as the day went on, that air would change and let the day show itself clearly. Then people would be on lawns and cricket pitches. Ponies would bounce, their front feet touching the ground and then springing up. Young men would whirl about, and girls would laugh in thin muslin dresses. Even now, after dancing all night, girls were taking their silly woolly dogs out for a run. Even now, at this hour, old rich women, quiet and careful, were shooting out in their motor cars on secret errands. Shopkeepers were already fussing in their windows. They showed paste and diamonds. They showed lovely old sea-green brooches in old settings from the 18th century, trying to tempt Americans. But one must save money, Clarissa thought. She must not buy things quickly and without care, not for Elizabeth. Clarissa loved all this with a faithful and almost silly passion. She felt she belonged to it. Her people had been courtiers long ago in the time of the Georges, and tonight she would do her part. Tonight she would give her party. She would make it bright. She would bring people together. Then, when she entered the park, it felt strange. There was silence. There was mist. There was a soft hum. Ducks swam slowly, happy in the water. Some birds with pouches waddled along. And who should come along there, close to the government buildings, with his back against them, as if it suited him perfectly? It was Hugh Whitbread, carrying a dispatch box with the royal arms on it. Hugh, her old friend Hugh, the admirable Hugh. "Good morning to you, Clarissa," Hugh said in a big, warm way, because they had known each other as children. "Where are you off to?" "I love walking in London," said Mrs. Dalloway. "Really, it's better than walking in the country." The Whitbreads had come up to London to see doctors. Other people came to see pictures, go to the opera, or take their daughters out. The Whitbreads came, again and again, to see doctors. Clarissa had visited Evelyn Whitbread many times in a nursing home. Was Evelyn ill again? Evelyn was not well, Hugh said. He showed it with a small pout and a proud swell of his body. He was very well dressed, always extremely well dressed. He was a handsome man. He looked soft and perfect, like everything on him was covered and in its place. He had a small job at court, and perhaps he had to look this way. He acted as if Evelyn had some inside pain, nothing serious, and as an old friend, Clarissa should understand without him saying more. Clarissa said yes, of course. What a bother. And she felt sisterly to Evelyn. But at the same time, she felt oddly aware of her own hat. Was it not the right hat for early morning? Hugh always made her feel that way. Hugh bustled on. He raised his hat in a big show. He told her she might be a girl of 18. He said of course he was coming to her party tonight. Evelyn insisted. Hugh might arrive a little late because he had to go to a party at the palace first, and he had to take one of Jim's boys. All this made Clarissa feel a little small beside him, a little like a schoolgirl. Still, she was fond of him. She had known him forever. She thought he was a good sort in his own way, but Richard was nearly driven mad by Hugh, and Peter Walsh, to this day, had never forgiven her for liking Hugh. Clarissa could remember many scenes at Bourton. Peter, furious. Hugh, calm. Hugh was not Peter's match in any way, but Hugh was not a complete fool either, not the empty dummy Peter said he was. Hugh was not just a barber's block. When Hugh's old mother wanted him to stop shooting or to take her to Bath, he did it without a word. He was unselfish in that way. Peter said Hugh had no heart and no brain, only good manners and breeding, like an English gentleman. But that was Peter at his worst. Peter could be unbearable, he could be impossible. Still, on a morning like this, Peter had been adorable to walk with. June had pulled out every leaf on the trees. Mothers in Pimlico fed their young. Messages were going from the Fleet to the Admiralty. Arlington Street and Piccadilly seemed to push and rub the air in the park. The leaves lifted in waves, hot and bright, full of a strong life. Clarissa loved that feeling. She had loved dancing and riding and all of that. She and Peter might be apart for hundreds of years, she thought. She never wrote letters, and his letters were dry like sticks. But suddenly she would think, if he were with me now, what would he say? Some days, some sights, brought him back to her. It happened calmly now, without the old bitter pain. Perhaps this calm was the reward for having cared about people. They came back like this, in the middle of St. James's Park on a fine morning. Yes, they did. But Peter, even on a beautiful day, never really saw the day. He never saw the trees and the grass and the little girl in pink. If she told him, he would put on his spectacles and look. He would look because she asked him to. What interested him was the state of the world. He cared about Wagner, Pope's poetry, people's characters, and the faults in her own soul. How he scolded her. How they argued. He said she would marry a prime minister and stand at the top of a staircase. He called her the perfect hostess. He said she had the making of the perfect hostess. She had cried about that alone in her bedroom. So even now she found herself arguing with Peter in her mind as she walked in the park. She still told herself she had been right, and she had, not to marry him. In marriage, she believed, people must have a little freedom. They must have some space inside. Two people live together day after day in the same house, so they need some independence. Richard gave her that, and she gave him that. Where was he this morning, for example? Some committee. She never asked which. But with Peter, everything had to be shared. Everything had to be talked through and opened up and pulled apart. It was too much. It was intolerable. And when it came to that scene in the small garden by the fountain, she had to break with him. If she did not, they would have been destroyed. Both of them ruined, she felt sure. Still, for years she carried grief in her, like an arrow stuck in her heart. She carried anguish. And then there was that moment of horror, when someone told her at a concert that Peter had married a woman he met on the boat going to India. She would never forget it. He called her cold. He called her heartless. He called her a prude. She could never understand how he cared so much. But those Indian women, she thought, must understand him. Silly, pretty, flimsy nincompoops. And she had wasted her pity. Peter told her he was happy, perfectly happy. But he had never done the things they once talked about. His whole life, he said, had been a failure. Even now, that made her angry. She reached the park gates. She stood for a moment and looked at the omnibuses in Piccadilly. Now she would not say about anyone, they are this, they are that. She felt very young and at the same time unspeakably old. She felt she cut through everything like a knife. Yet she also felt outside it, looking on. She had a steady sense, as she watched the taxicabs, of being far out at sea, alone. She always felt it was very, very dangerous to live even one day. Not that she thought she was clever, not that she thought she was special. She could not think how she had got through life with only a few small twigs of knowledge that Fräulein Daniels gave them. She knew almost nothing, she thought. No language, no history. She hardly read books now, except memoirs in bed. And yet everything in front of her was deeply interesting to her. The cabs passing, the people moving. She would not say of Peter, and she would not say of herself, I am this, I am that. Her only gift, she thought, was to know people by instinct. Put her in a room with someone, and she would feel it at once. Her back would go up like a cat's, or she would feel warm and pleased, like a cat that purrs. She remembered Devonshire House and Bath House. She remembered the house with the china cockatoo. She had seen them all lit up once. She remembered Sylvia, Fred, Sally Seton, many people, crowds of people, and dancing all night. She remembered wagons going to market. She remembered driving home across the park. She remembered throwing a shilling into the Serpentine once. Everyone remembers things like that, she thought. But what she loved was this, here, now, in front of her. The fat lady in the cab. That was real. Did it matter? She asked herself as she walked towards Bond Street. Did it matter that she must one day end completely? All this would go on without her. Did she hate that? Or was it a comfort to think death ends everything? Yet somehow she also believed she survived in another way. In the streets of London, in the flow and return of things, here and there, she survived. Peter survived. They lived in each other. She felt she was part of the trees at home, part of the house there, ugly and spread out in bits as it was, part of people she had never met. Her life was like a mist laid out between people. It spread far. People she knew best lifted her in their minds like trees lifting mist on their branches, and the mist goes on and on. But what was she dreaming as she looked into Hatchard's shop window? What was she trying to bring back? What picture of white dawn in the country? She read words in a book that lay open. Fear no more the heat of the sun, nor the furious winter's rages. This age of the world, with all its hard experience, had made a well of tears inside people. Tears and sorrows, but also courage and endurance. People stood upright, almost like they were made of stone. Think of Lady Bexborough, she thought, opening the bazaar. Clarissa admired her most of all. Many books lay open. There was Jorrocks Jaunts and Jollities. There was Soapy Sponge. There was Mrs. Asquith's memoirs. There was big game shooting in Nigeria. So many books were there, but none seemed exactly right to take to Evelyn Whitbread in her nursing home. Nothing would amuse her and make that dried-up little woman look friendly just for a moment, before the long talk about women's illnesses began again. Clarissa wanted that so much. She wanted people to look pleased when she came in. Then she turned and walked back towards Bond Street, annoyed with herself, because it was silly to want that. It was silly to have other reasons for doing things. She would rather be like Richard, who did things for themselves. Half the time, she thought, she did things not simply and not for themselves, but to make people think this or that. It was perfect idiocy, she knew, and nobody was fooled even for a second. Oh, if she could have had her life again, she thought, as she waited to cross, and the policeman held up his hand. If she could have lived again, she could even have looked different. First, she would have been dark like Lady Bexborough. She would have had skin like crumpled leather and beautiful eyes. She would have been slow and grand. She would have been rather large. She would have cared about politics like a man. She would have had a country house. She would have been dignified and sincere. Instead, she had a narrow pea-stick figure. She had a small face, like a bird's beak. Still, she held herself well. She had nice hands and feet. She dressed well, considering she spent little. But often now, this body she wore felt like nothing. This body, with all it could do, seemed like nothing at all. She had a strange feeling that she was invisible, unseen, unknown. There would be no more marriage, no more having children now, only this steady walk with the rest of them up Bond Street. This was Mrs. Dalloway, not even Clarissa anymore. This was Mrs. Richard Dalloway. Bond Street fascinated her. Bond Street early in the morning, in the season. Flags flew. Shops opened. There was not much glitter. There was not much splash. There was a roll of tweed in the shop where her father had bought suits for 50 years. There were a few pearls. There was salmon on an ice block. "That is all," she said, looking at the fishmongers. "That is all," she repeated. She paused at the window of a glove shop. Before the war, you could buy almost perfect gloves there. Her old Uncle William used to say that a lady is known by her shoes and her gloves. Uncle William had turned on his bed one morning in the middle of the war. He had said, "I have had enough." Gloves and shoes. Clarissa had a passion for gloves, but her daughter Elizabeth did not care at all about gloves or shoes. Not a straw, Clarissa thought, as she walked on. She went up Bond Street to a shop that kept flowers for her when she gave a party. Elizabeth cared most about her dog. The whole house that morning smelled of tar. Still, better poor Grizzle, Clarissa thought, than Miss Kilman. Better sickness and tar and all that than sitting shut up in a hot bedroom with a prayer book. Better anything, she felt like saying. But it might only be a phase, Richard said, a thing girls go through. It might be love. But why love with Miss Kilman? Miss Kilman had been badly treated, of course. One must allow for that. Richard said she was very able and had a real sense of history. Anyhow, Elizabeth and Miss Kilman were inseparable. Elizabeth went to communion. Clarissa did not care how Elizabeth dressed or how she treated people at lunch. Clarissa felt that strong religion made people hard. So did causes. It dulled feelings. Miss Kilman would do anything for the Russians. She would starve herself for the Austrians. But in private, she could be cruel. She wore a green Macintosh coat. Year after year, she wore that coat. She sweated. She was never in the room 5 minutes without making you feel she was above you and you were below her. She made you feel her poverty and your wealth. She made you feel she lived in a slum without a cushion or a bed or a rug or whatever it was. Her soul, Clarissa thought, was rusted with that grievance inside it, her dismissal from school during the war. Poor, bitter, unfortunate creature. Yet it was not only Miss Kilman that Clarissa hated. It was the idea of her, an idea that had gathered many things into itself. It had become one of the ghosts people fight at night. It was like a ghost that stands over you and drinks half your life. A tyrant. With another throw of the dice, Clarissa thought, if black had been on top and not white, she might have loved Miss Kilman. But not in this world. No. It hurt Clarissa to feel this hatred move inside her. It felt like a brutal animal in a dark forest inside the soul. She could hear twigs crack in her mind. She could feel heavy hooves in the deep leaves. She could never feel fully safe. At any moment, the brute could stir. Since her illness, this hatred had power to hurt her body. It made her feel scraped and sore in her spine. It gave her real pain. It made all her joy and beauty and friendship shake. It made her love of being well and being loved and making her home happy, rock and bend, as if a monster was digging at the roots. As if all her calm was only self-love. This hatred. Nonsense, nonsense, she cried to herself, and she pushed through the swing doors of Mulberry's, the florist's. She went forward, light and tall and very straight. Miss Pym greeted her at once. Miss Pym had a round, button face. Her hands were always bright red, as if they had been in cold water with flowers. There were flowers everywhere. There were delphiniums and sweet peas and bunches of lilac. There were carnations, masses of carnations. There were roses. There were irises. Clarissa breathed in the earthy, sweet smell like a garden. She stood talking to Miss Pym, who owed her help, and thought her kind. Clarissa had been kind years ago, yes. Miss Pym looked older this year. Clarissa turned her head from side to side among the irises and the roses and the lilac. She half closed her eyes and breathed in. After the loud street noise, the scent felt delicious. The cool air inside felt exquisite. Then she opened her eyes. The roses looked fresh, like clean linen from a laundry, laid out in wicker trays. The red carnations looked dark and neat, holding their heads up. The sweet peas spread out in bowls, touched with violet, snow-white, pale colors. It looked as if it were evening, and girls in muslin dresses had come out to pick sweet peas and roses after a grand summer day. She could almost see the sky, almost blue-black. She could almost see the delphiniums and the carnations and the arum lilies after the day was done. It was like that hour between 6 and 7 when every flower seems to glow. Roses, carnations, irises, lilac, white, violet, red, deep orange. Each flower seems to burn softly by itself in the misty beds. And she remembered how she loved the gray-white moths, flying in and out. She saw them in her mind, over the cherry pie, over the evening primroses. So she began to go with Miss Pym from jar to jar, choosing flowers. Nonsense, nonsense, she said to herself again, but more gently now. The beauty, the scent, the colors, and Miss Pym liking her and trusting her, felt like a wave. Clarissa let it flow over her. It rose over the hatred, over the monster. It lifted her up, and then, oh, a pistol shot sounded in the street outside. "Dear, those motor cars," said Miss Pym. She went to the window to look. Then she came back, smiling in a sorry way, with her hands full of sweet peas, as if the motor cars and their tires were all her fault. A loud bang made Mrs. Dalloway jump. Miss Pym went to the window and said sorry. The sound came from a motor car. It stopped at the side of the road exactly opposite Mulberry's shop. People in the street stopped at once and stared. They had only a moment to see a very important face inside the car, against soft, dove-gray seats. Then a man's hand pulled down the blind. After that, nobody could see anything, only a square of gray. Right away, rumors began to move through the area. They moved from the middle of Bond Street to Oxford Street and to shops on the other side too. The rumors moved quietly, like a cloud. Faces that had looked messy and busy a second before now became still and serious. Mystery touched them. They felt the presence of authority. It was like a strong, solemn feeling in the air. But nobody knew whose face it was. Was it the Prince of Wales? Was it the Queen? Was it the Prime Minister? Nobody knew. A man named Edgar J. Watkiss stood there with a roll of lead pipe on his arm. He said loudly, as a joke, "The Prime Minister's car." Septimus Warren Smith heard him. Septimus could not pass through the crowd. He was about 30 years old. He had a pale face and a sharp nose. He wore brown shoes and an old, shabby coat. His eyes were hazel, and they looked worried. When strangers saw that look, they felt worried too. He felt as if the world held a whip above him. He wondered when it would strike. Everything stopped. The noise of the engine sounded like a pulse beating in a body. The sun felt very hot. Old ladies on the tops of buses opened black umbrellas. Here and there, green and red umbrellas opened with a small pop. Mrs. Dalloway came to the shop window with sweet peas in her arms. She looked out, her little pink face tight with questions. Everyone looked at the motor car. Septimus looked too. Boys on bicycles jumped down. More and more traffic gathered. The car stood still with its blinds drawn. Septimus saw a strange pattern on the blind, like a tree. As he watched, it felt as if everything in the street was being pulled into one center. It made him afraid, as if some hidden horror was coming up and might burst into fire. The world seemed to shake and quiver. It seemed ready to burst into flames. "It is I who am blocking the way," he thought. He felt people were looking at him and pointing. He felt rooted to the pavement for a purpose. But for what? "Let us go on, Septimus," said his wife. Lucrezia was a small woman with large eyes and a yellowish pointed face. She was an Italian girl. Even she could not stop looking at the car and the tree pattern on the blind. Was the Queen inside? She wondered. Was the Queen out shopping? The driver was busy, opening and shutting something. Then he climbed up to his seat. "Come on," said Lucrezia again. Septimus jumped and started. They had been married 4 or 5 years. He said, "All right," in an angry voice, as if she had disturbed him. Lucrezia watched the crowd. People must notice, she thought. People must see. These English people with their children, their horses, and their clothes, she admired them in her own way. But they were people now, because Septimus had said, "I will kill myself." That was a terrible thing to say. Suppose someone had heard him. She looked at the crowd and wanted to cry, "Help! Help!" to the boys and the women. Only last autumn she and Septimus had stood together on the embankment under the same cloak. He was reading a newspaper instead of talking. She had snatched it from him and laughed at an old man who stared at them. But you hide failure, she thought. You do not show it. She must take Septimus away, into a park. "Now we will cross," she said. She had a right to his arm, though his arm felt like it had no feeling. She was simple and quick, only 24. She had no friends in England. She had left Italy for his sake. And what did he give her? He gave her, she thought bitterly, only a piece of bone. The motor car began to move again. Its blinds were still drawn. It went towards Piccadilly. People kept staring. A dark breath of respect seemed to touch faces on both sides of the street. Was it for the Queen, the Prince, or the Prime Minister? Nobody knew. Only 3 people had seen the face, and only for a few seconds. Now people even argued about whether it was a man or a woman. But everyone felt sure that someone great was inside. Greatness was passing down Bond Street, hidden behind the blind. It was very close to ordinary people. For one moment, it felt as if they were almost close enough to speak to the highest power of England. Clarissa Dalloway stepped out of mulberries with her flowers. "It is probably the Queen," she thought. The Queen. For a second, she looked very dignified, standing in sunlight beside the flower shop while the car passed slowly. The Queen going to a hospital, Clarissa thought, or opening a bazaar. The crowd was huge for that time of day. The street was blocked. Clarissa wondered why. Lords? Ascot? Hurlingham? She did not know. She looked at the British middle-class people sitting on top of buses. They had parcels and umbrellas, even furs on a day like this. They looked ridiculous to her. Even the Queen, she thought, was being held up like everyone else, unable to pass. Clarissa stood on one side of Brook Street. On the other side stood Sir John Buckhurst, an old judge. The car was between them. Sir John liked a well-dressed woman and had given judgments for years. Then the driver leaned forward slightly and said or showed something to the policeman. The policeman saluted, lifted his arm, moved the bus aside, and let the car go through. Slowly and silently it passed on. Clarissa guessed. Clarissa felt she knew. She had seen something white and round in the footman's hand, like a bright disk with a name on it. The Queen's, the Prince's, the Prime Minister's. That bright sign seemed to cut a path through everything. Clarissa saw the car grow smaller and disappear. In her mind, she saw it ending up among lights and glitter at Buckingham Palace, with important men like Hugh Whitbread there. And Clarissa, too, would give a party. She stiffened a little. She would stand at the top of her stairs. The car had gone, but it left a small ripple behind, like a wave. It moved through glove shops, hat shops, and tailors' shops on both sides of the street. For about 30 seconds, Every head turned the same way, towards the window. Women choosing gloves stopped. Should they be long to the elbow or above it? Should they be lemon or pale gray? They stopped in the middle of such thoughts because something had happened. It was a small thing in one moment, too small for an instrument to measure. Yet it felt strong when spread through many people. Strangers looked at each other and thought of the dead, of the flag, of the empire. In a pub in a back street, a man from the colonies insulted the House of Windsor. That led to angry words and broken beer glasses. The noise sounded strange to girls nearby who were buying white underwear with white ribbon for their weddings. The passing car had touched something deep. It stirred feelings that were hidden under the surface. The car glided across Piccadilly and turned into St. James's Street. Tall, strong men stood in the bow window of Brooks's. They were well dressed, with smooth hair and formal coats. They looked out and felt at once that greatness was passing. A pale light of respect seemed to fall on them, as it had on Clarissa. They stood straighter. They took their hands away from behind their backs. They looked ready to serve their ruler, even in danger, as their ancestors had. Inside the club, white busts and small tables with papers and soda water seemed to approve. It all seemed to point to old England, cornfields and manor houses. The quiet hum of the motor wheels came back from the walls like a whisper becoming loud, like one voice made bigger in a great church. A shawled woman named Moll Pratt stood on the pavement with her flowers. She wished the dear boy well. She was sure it was the Prince of Wales. She would have thrown a bunch of roses into the street, just for fun and loyalty. But she saw the policeman watching her. The soldiers at St. James's saluted. A policeman there approved, too. At Buckingham Palace, a small crowd had gathered at the gates. Poor people waited, not very excited, but sure something would happen. They looked at the palace and the flag flying. They looked at the statue of Victoria and the water and the flowers. They tried to pick out important people from the cars in the mall. They gave their feelings to the wrong cars again and again. They saved their tribute, waiting. Rumor built up in their bodies. Their nerves thrilled at the thought of royalty looking at them. They imagined the queen bowing, the prince saluting. They imagined the special life of kings, the helpers, the deep curtsies, the queen's doll's house. They thought of Princess Mary, and they thought of the prince, slimmer than old King Edward, they said. Sarah Bletchley said the prince lived at St. James's, but he might come in the morning to visit his mother. She held her baby and moved her foot up and down as if she were at home by her fire, but her eyes stayed on the mall. Emily Coates looked at the palace windows and thought of the housemaids and the many bedrooms. More people joined them, an old man with a small dog, men with no work. The crowd grew. A small man named Mr. Bowley stood there too. He lived in the Albany. He usually kept his feelings sealed up, but sometimes this kind of thing opened him. Poor women waiting to see the Queen, poor children, orphans, widows, the war, tut, tut, made tears come to his eyes. A warm breeze came down the mall. Something proud lifted inside him. He raised his hat as the car turned into the mall, and he held it up high as the car came nearer. The poor mothers of Pimlico pressed close to him, and he stood very straight. Then Mrs. Coates suddenly looked up at the sky. An aeroplane's sound pushed into everyone's ears. There it was, coming over the trees. White smoke came out behind it. The smoke curled and twisted. It was writing something, making letters in the sky. Everyone looked up. The aeroplane dropped, rose, curved, looped, raced, and behind it, the thick white smoke made shapes like letters. But what letters? People tried to read them. They appeared for a moment, then moved and melted and were rubbed away. Then the plane went on and began writing again. Glaxo, said Mrs. Coates in a tense, amazed voice. She stared up. Her baby stared up too, stiff in her arms. Cremo, murmured Mrs. Bletchley, like someone half asleep. Mr. Bowley stared up too, still holding his hat out in his hand. All down the mall, people stood and looked up. As they looked, the world became very quiet. Gulls crossed the sky, one after another. In that silence and pale calm, bells struck 11 times. The sound faded up among the gulls. The aeroplane moved freely, like a skater, like a dancer. Someone said, "That's an E." Someone said, "It's toffee." Nobody watched the car go in at the gates. The plane shut off the smoke and rushed away. The smoke faded and gathered around the white shapes of clouds. Then the aeroplane was gone behind the clouds. There was no sound. The clouds moved freely, as if they carried a secret mission that nobody would ever know. But then, suddenly, the aeroplane rushed out of the clouds again, like a train coming out of a tunnel. The sound drilled into everyone's ears in the mall, in Green Park, in Piccadilly, in Regent Street, in Regent's Park. Again the smoke curved behind it. Again it wrote letters. But what word was it writing? Lucretia Warren Smith was now sitting beside her husband on a seat in Regent's Park. She looked up. "Look, look, Septimus," she cried. Dr. Holmes had told her to make Septimus take interest in things outside himself. Dr. Holmes said there was nothing really wrong with him, only that he was a little out of sorts. Septimus looked up and thought, "They are signaling to me." Not in words he could read yet, but he felt it clearly. The beauty was plain. It was exquisite. Tears filled his eyes as he watched the smoke words melt in the sky. To him, they seemed to give endless kindness and laughter, giving him beauty for free, forever, just for looking. Tears ran down his cheeks. A nursemaid told Retzia it was toffee. It was an advertisement for toffee. Together, they tried to spell the word. The nursemaid said KR close to Septimus's ear. Her voice sounded deep and soft, like an organ. It had a rough sound, too, like a grasshopper. That roughness pleased him in a strange way. It sent waves of sound through him, up into his brain. He made a strange discovery, he thought. The human voice, in certain air and weather, can make trees come alive. He tried to be scientific about it. Retzia put her hand heavily on his knee. It held him down, like a weight. Otherwise, the excitement of the trees would have sent him mad. The elm trees seemed to rise and fall, full of leaves like flames. Colors changed from blue to green, like a hollow wave. But he would not go mad, he told himself. He would shut his eyes. He would see no more. Still, the trees seemed alive. Leaves were alive, and the leaves felt connected to his own body by millions of fibers. He felt them moving him up and down as they moved. Sparrows fluttered in sharp fountains. They were part of a pattern of white and blue, with black branches. Sounds made harmonies, as if planned. Even the spaces between sounds felt meaningful. A child cried. Far away, a horn sounded. Taken together, it all seemed to mean the birth of a new religion. "Septimus," said Retzia. He started. People must notice, he thought. "I am going to walk to the fountain and back," she said. She could not stand it any longer. Dr. Holmes might say nothing was wrong, but Retzia felt desperate. She almost wished Septimus were dead. She could not sit next to him while he stared and did not see her, while he made everything terrible. Sky, trees, children, games, sounds, all terrible. He would not kill himself, and she could tell no one. To her own mother, she could only say, "Septimus has been working too hard." That was all. To love makes one lonely, she thought. She could tell nobody now, not even Septimus. She looked back and saw him alone on the seat, in his shabby coat, hunched, staring, talking aloud. She put on her lace collar. She put on her new hat, and he never noticed. He seemed happy without her, but nothing could make her happy without him. Nothing. She thought he was selfish. Men are selfish, she thought. For he was not ill, the doctor said, yet she suffered. She looked at her hand. Her wedding ring slipped. She had grown so thin. It was she who suffered, but she had nobody to tell. Italy felt very far away. The white houses, the room where her sisters made hats, the crowded streets in the evening full of people laughing. People there felt more alive than people here. Here people sat huddled in bath chairs and stared at a few ugly flowers in pots. "For you should see the Milan gardens," she said aloud. But she was speaking into empty air. No one answered. Her words faded away. She stood by the fountain in Regent's Park and felt darkness in her, like night falling over a landscape. "I am alone. I am alone," she cried inside herself. Then suddenly she remembered. She was his wife. She had married him years ago in Milan. She was his wife, and she would never tell anyone that he was mad. For a moment she felt held up, like standing on a shelf. Then the feeling fell away, and she dropped back into darkness. She thought he was gone. Gone to kill himself, to throw himself under a cart. But no. There he was, still on the seat, legs crossed, staring, talking aloud. He spoke in strange sentences. Men must not cut down trees. There is a God. Change the world. No one kills from hatred. Make it known. He wrote such things on the backs of envelopes. He listened. A sparrow perched on a railing and chirped, "Septimus, Septimus," 4 or 5 times. Then it sang, in sounds that seemed like Greek words, that there is no crime and there is no death. Another sparrow joined in. It sounded like a song from beyond a river where the dead walk. Septimus felt white shapes gathering behind the railings opposite. He did not dare to look. Evans was there behind the railings. Evans, his dead friend. "What are you saying?" Retsia asked suddenly, sitting down by him. Interrupted again, he thought. She always interrupted. "They must get away from people," he said, jumping up. He led her to chairs under a tree. The park slope dipped like green cloth. High above was blue sky with pink smoke. Far away, houses stood in haze. The traffic hummed in a circle. On the right, animals at the zoo stretched their necks over the fence and made noises. They sat down. "Look!" Retsia begged him, pointing at a group of boys with cricket stumps. One boy shuffled and spun like a clown. "Look!" she begged again. Dr. Holmes had told her to make him notice real things, to go to a music hall, to play cricket. Cricket was the best thing, Dr. Holmes said. A good outdoor game. "Look," she repeated. But Septimus felt another voice, unseen, speaking to him. It told him he was important, that he was chosen, that he suffered for everyone. It spoke of eternal suffering and loneliness. He did not want that. He pushed it away with his hand. "Look," Retsia repeated, because he must not talk aloud to himself outside. "Oh, look," she begged. But what was there to look at, Septimus thought? A few sheep. That was all. A young woman named Maisie Johnson walked by. She was from Edinburgh and had been in London only 2 days. She asked the way to Regent's Park tube station. "Not this way. Over there," Retsia said quickly, waving her away, afraid she would notice Septimus. Maisie thought the couple seemed strange. Everything in London seemed strange. She had come to work at her uncle's place in Leadenhall Street. She was 19 and had wanted to come to London for a long time. Now she was here, walking in Regent's Park on a fine summer morning, and this couple gave her a shock. The girl looked foreign. The man looked very odd. Even when she was old, she thought, she would remember this moment, and how it would jangle in her mind. Maisie joined the people walking along the broad walk. Old men and women sat in bath chairs. Squirrels sat up and cleaned themselves. Sparrows fluttered down for crumbs. Dogs were busy by the railings. The warm air moved over everything, and the people looked calm in a strange, fixed way. Maisie felt like crying out, "Oh, horror!" She wanted to cry. Why hadn't she stayed at home? She thought, twisting the knob of an iron railing. Mrs. Dempster, who saved crusts for the squirrels and often ate lunch in the park, watched Maisie. That girl, Mrs. Dempster thought, doesn't know anything yet. Mrs. Dempster felt it was better to be a little stout, a little easy, not expecting too much. Her son Percy drank. Still, better to have a son, she thought. She had had a hard life. She smiled at Maisie and thought, "You'll get married. You're pretty enough. Then you'll know. The cooks, the housework, and so on. Every man has his ways." Mrs. Dempster wished she could whisper a word to Maisie and kiss her with pity on her old, worn face. For life had been hard. She had given her roses, her figure, even her feet. She felt the lumps under her skirt. "Roses," she thought with a bitter little joke. "All trash, my dear." Life was not only roses. It was eating, drinking, and making babies, good days and bad days. And she would not swap her life with any woman's in Kentish town. But still she wanted pity. Pity for the loss of roses. That was what she asked, in her own mind, as she stood near the flower beds. Then she looked up again at the aeroplane. She had always wanted to see foreign places. It soared and fell. It made her feel sick with excitement. She thought there was a fine young man flying it. Away and away it went, fast and fading. It flew over Greenwich, over the ship's masts, over the grey churches, over St. Paul's. Then fields spread out and dark woods. Birds hopped and tapped snails on stones, once, twice, 3 times. To Mr. Bentley, rolling a strip of turf at Greenwich, the aeroplane looked like a symbol of the human soul. It showed man's desire to get outside the body, beyond the house, by thought. He thought of Einstein, mathematics, theories of science, and the aeroplane shot away. A shabby man with a leather bag stood on the steps of St. Paul's Cathedral and hesitated. Inside, he thought, there would be welcome and peace. There would be tombs and banners. The cathedral offered company, like belonging to a society. Great men belonged. Martyrs had died for it. Why not go in? Why not put the bag of pamphlets before an altar and a cross, a sign of something beyond questions and arguments? While he hesitated, the aeroplane flew over Ludgate Circus. It was strange and still. Above the traffic, there seemed to be no sound. The plane looked unguided, moving by its own will. It curved up and up, straight up as if climbing in joy. White smoke poured out behind it again, looping, writing letters in the sky, a T, an O, an F.
"What are they looking at?" said Clarissa Dalloway to the staff member who opened the door. The hall was cool and still, like a deep stone room. Clarissa raised her hand to her eyes. The door closed behind her. She heard Lucy's skirt move with a soft sound. For a moment she felt like someone returning from the noise of the world to a place long known and deeply familiar. It felt safe, almost ceremonial, like old habits and old prayers. From the kitchen came the cook's whistling. Somewhere a typewriter clicked. Small household sounds gathered around her. This was her life. She bent over the hall table and felt the quiet strength of the house. She felt calm, almost inwardly washed clean. She took up the pad with the telephone message on it. She thought that moments like this were small buds on the tree of life, flowers opening in shadow. It was as though a lovely rose had unfolded for her alone. She did not believe in God, not truly. Yet she still felt that life granted these secret moments and that one ought to repay them in ordinary conduct. One must be kind to the people in the house. One must be kind to dogs and canaries. Above all, one must be kind to Richard, her husband. He seemed the foundation of it all, of the happy sounds, the green lights, even the cook whistling. Mrs. Walker whistled all day long. Clarissa thought that one must draw from this hidden store of beautiful moments and give something back. Lucy stood beside her, trying to explain. "Mr. Dalloway, ma'am." Clarissa read the message. "Lady Bruton wishes to know if Mr. Dalloway will lunch with her today." "Mr. Dalloway, ma'am, asked me to tell you he would be lunching out." "Dear," said Clarissa. Lucy looked almost as disappointed as Clarissa because she meant to share it. Clarissa felt a quiet understanding between them. Lucy caught the hint and stepped back. She took Mrs. Dalloway's parasol and handled it with careful importance before placing it in the umbrella stand. "Fear no more," said Clarissa. "Fear no more the heat of the sun." Yet the message unsettled her. Lady Bruton had asked Richard to lunch and had not asked Clarissa. The calm of a moment before seemed suddenly disturbed. It was as if some plant under water had felt an oar pass and trembled. Clarissa trembled too. Millicent Bruton's lunches were said to be delightful. Clarissa had not been invited. It was not simple jealousy. Nothing jealous could divide her from Richard, but she feared time itself. In her mind, Lady Bruton's face seemed like a hard stone clock, measuring life as it narrowed year by year. Clarissa felt her own share being pared away. What remained no longer stretched as youth had stretched. It no longer took in colours, tastes and tones as freely as before. Often, when she entered a room, she felt she filled it. Often she paused at the edge of her drawing room and felt a fine suspense, like a diver waiting to plunge while the sea below darkens and brightens by turns. The waves seemed ready to break, then opened softly instead and rolled onward, covering and concealing things, turning over weeds strung with little pearls. Clarissa set the pad down and began slowly to climb the stairs, letting her hand slide along the banisters. She felt as though she had just left a party. Faces and voices had flashed up, and now she had closed the door and come away. Now she was alone, a single figure, not against night, but against the bright June morning. The morning was plain and practical, yet for some people it was still soft and lovely as rose petals. Clarissa knew that and felt it too. She paused by the staircase window. It stood open. The blinds stirred, dogs barked, the day rushed in, grinding, blowing, growing, flowering outside, pressing against the house. And Clarissa, standing there, suddenly felt small and old. She felt as though her body had failed her, as though she were flattened, diminished, weakened. Why? Because Lady Bruton, whose lunches were said to be so amusing, had not included her. Like someone withdrawing from company, or like a child climbing a tower, she went on upstairs. She paused again at a window, then came to the bathroom. The floor was covered in green linoleum. A tap dripped. She felt an emptiness at the centre of life, like an empty attic room. Women, she thought, must change out of their fine clothes. At midday, they must lay aside appearances. She took the pins from a pincushion and laid her yellow feathered hat on the bed. The sheets were clean and tight, spread like a wide white band. She thought that her bed would seem narrower and narrower as she grew older. A candle stood half burned down. She had been reading deeply in Baron Marbot's memoirs, reading late into the night about the retreat from Moscow. Richard insisted, after her illness, that she must sleep without interruption. The house sat so long, he said, and she needed rest. But in truth, she preferred reading about the retreat from Moscow, and Richard knew it. So the room felt like an attic. The bed felt narrow. She slept badly, lying there and reading, and she felt something strange. Even though she had had a child, she still sensed within herself a kind of untouched reserve, a cool, clean inward layer that clung like a sheet. She had been lovely when she was young, but there had come moments when she had somehow failed Richard. On the river under the woods at Claverden, for example, something in her had closed. She had failed him then, and again at Constantinople, and again afterward. She could see what she lacked. It was not beauty. It was not intelligence. It was something central, something warm, something that broke through hard surfaces and sent a living current between people. She sensed it only dimly. She did not like to talk about it. She had some rule within her, learned she knew not where, or sent by nature itself, she sometimes thought. Nature is wise, she told herself. Yet she could not always resist a certain charm. Sometimes she felt deeply drawn to a woman, not a girl, but a woman. A woman might confess some mistake or foolish act, and Clarissa would feel profoundly moved. Was it pity? Was it beauty? Was it only because Clarissa was older now? Or was it some small thing, a faint scent, the sound of a violin next door? Sounds could do strange things at certain moments. At such times she felt, for an instant, some vivid and illuminating emotion that seemed to open the world. It came like a sudden light, like a blush. She tried to check it, yet it spread, and she let it spread. She felt as though she had rushed to the edge of the world and trembled there. Everything seemed nearer, denser with meaning, fuller of pressure and joy. It was as if the thin skin of life broke and something poured through, washing the cracks and sore places within her, bringing immense relief. In that instant, she saw a kind of light, like a match burning inside a crocus, an inward significance almost but not quite turning into words. Then it passed. The closeness withdrew, the hardness softened. It was over. And afterward, the room returned. The narrow bed, barren marbot, the half-burned candle. She laid down her hat and thought of it all. At night, lying awake, she heard the boards creak. The bright house would suddenly seem dark. If she lifted her head, she could hear Richard coming upstairs in his socks, trying not to make a sound. She could hear the click of the handle as he let the door close gently. Often he dropped his hot water bottle and muttered under his breath. How she laughed at that. But the question of love came back, she thought, as she put away her coat. These deep attachments to women. She thought of Sally Seton. Had not her feeling for Sally, long ago, been love after all? Her first image of Sally was perfectly clear. Sally sat on the floor with her arms around her knees, smoking a cigarette. Where had it been? The Mannings? The Kinloch Joneses? Some party. Clarissa could not be sure, but she remembered turning to the man beside her and saying, "Who is that?" He told her and added that Sally's parents did not get on, that they quarrelled. Clarissa had been shocked. How could parents quarrel? All that evening she could not take her eyes off Sally. Sally had the kind of beauty Clarissa admired most. She was dark, with large eyes, and she had something Clarissa envied because she herself did not possess it. Freedom. Sally seemed able to say anything, do anything. Clarissa thought that kind of freedom was rare among the women she knew. Sally used to say there was French blood in her family. She said that an ancestor had been with Marie Antoinette, had been killed, and had left behind a ruby ring. Clarissa never knew whether it was true. That summer, Sally came to stay at Bourton. She arrived in wild fashion one night after dinner, without warning, with no money in her pocket. She upset poor Aunt Helena so much that Aunt Helena never forgave her. There had been some quarrel at home. Sally truly had almost nothing. She had pawned a brooch to make the journey and had come down in a storm of anger. They sat up all night talking. For the first time, Sally made Clarissa feel how sheltered life at Bourton had been. Clarissa knew nothing about intimate life, nothing about social problems. She had once seen an old man fall dead in a field. She had seen cows just after calves were born. That was all. Aunt Helena never liked discussion. When Sally gave her a book by William Morris, it had to be wrapped in brown paper. Aunt Helena did not wish it seen. But Clarissa and Sally sat in Clarissa's bedroom at the top of the house and talked for hours about life, about reforming the world. They meant to found a society to abolish private property. They even wrote a letter, though they never sent it. The ideas were Sally's at first, but Clarissa soon grew just as excited. She read Plato in bed before breakfast. She read Morris. She read Shelley by the hour. Sally's force was extraordinary. She had a true gift, a powerful personality. She even changed the flowers. At Bourton, they had always stood in stiff little vases along the table. Sally went out and gathered hollyhocks and dahlias and many flowers people did not usually put together. She cut the heads short and floated them in bowls of water. The effect was extraordinary, especially at sunset before dinner. Aunt Helena thought it shocking to treat flowers that way. One day, Sally forgot her sponge and ran lightly along the passage with very little on, and old Ellen Atkins, who worked in the house, muttered, "Suppose anyone had seen?" Sally startled people. Papa said she was untidy. Looking back, Clarissa thought the strange thing was the purity of her feeling for Sally. It was unlike what she felt for a man. There was no calculation in it, nothing to gain. It had a special quality that existed only between women, between young women just entering adulthood. Clarissa felt protective. She felt that they belonged together in some secret alliance, and that one day something would separate them. They spoke of marriage as a disaster. The thought stirred in Clarissa a kind of chivalry, more on her side than on Sally's. In those days, Clarissa herself was reckless too. She did foolish things for display. She rode her bicycle around the edge of the terrace. She smoked cigars. She was absurd, she knew that, but Sally's charm was overwhelming to her. Clarissa could remember standing in her bedroom, holding the hot water can, and saying aloud, "She is under this roof. She is under this roof." Now the words meant nothing by themselves. She could not feel the old emotion in the same way, yet she could remember turning cold with excitement. She could remember doing her hair in a kind of joy. The old feeling began to stir again now, as she took out her hairpins, laid them on the dressing table, and began to do her hair. Outside, rooks flew up and down in the pink evening light. Clarissa dressed. Crossing the hall, she felt, if it were now to die, 'twere now to be most happy. It was Othello's line. She felt it as strongly as Shakespeare intended it, all because she was going down to dinner in a white frock to meet Sally Seaton. Sally wore pink gauze, or so Clarissa remembered. She seemed made of light. She glowed like a bird, like a bright thing alighting on a branch for a moment. But when one is in love, Clarissa thought, nothing is stranger than how little other people care. Aunt Helena drifted away after dinner. Papa read the paper. Peter Walsh may have been there. Old Miss Cummings may have been there. Joseph Breitkopf was certainly there. He came every summer for weeks. He pretended to read German with Clarissa, but really he played the piano and sang Brahms, though he had no voice for it. All that was only background to Sally. Sally stood by the fireplace talking to Papa. Her voice was beautiful. It made everything sound soft and gentle. Papa was drawn to her, although he tried not to be. He never forgot lending her a book and finding it soaked on the terrace. Then Sally suddenly said, "What a shame to sit indoors." So they all went out onto the terrace and walked up and down. Peter and Joseph talked about Wagner. Clarissa and Sally fell a little behind. Then came the most wonderful moment of Clarissa's life. They were passing a stone urn filled with flowers. Sally stopped, picked a flower, and kissed Clarissa on the lips. It was as though the world had turned upside down. The others disappeared. Clarissa felt alone with Sally. She felt she had been given a gift, some precious thing wrapped up and entrusted to her, not to be opened like a diamond or something priceless. And yet the light of it burned through the wrapping. The feeling shone. It felt like revelation, almost like religion. As they walked up and down, the radiance remained. Then old Joseph and Peter came towards them. "Stargazing?" said Peter. Clarissa felt as though she had run her face into a stone wall in the dark. It was shocking. It was dreadful. Not because of herself. What she felt was that Sally was already being pressed upon, misunderstood, hurt by other people's attitudes. She felt Peter's hostility, his jealousy, his desire to break into their companionship. She saw it all at once, like a landscape lit by lightning. And Sally, Clarissa thought, was brave. She did not falter. She laughed and asked old Joseph to tell her the names of the stars. He liked that, and did so with great seriousness. Clarissa heard the star names too. "Oh, this horror!" Clarissa said to herself, as though she had known from the first that something would come to spoil the happiness. And yet later, Clarissa thought, how much she owed Peter. When she thought of him, she often thought of their quarrels, perhaps because she wanted his good opinion so much. She owed him words. He had given her the word sentimental. He had given her the word refined. These words rose up in her mind every day as if he stood guard over her judgments. A book was sentimental. An attitude was sentimental. She wondered whether she was being sentimental now, thinking of the past. What would Peter think when he came back? Would he say she had grown older? Or would she merely see it in his eyes? It was true. Since her illness, she had become almost white. She laid her brooch on the table. Suddenly, she felt a sharp spasm. It was as though icy claws had had time to grip her while she was dreaming. She was not old yet, she told herself. She had only just entered her 52nd year. There were still months untouched. June, July, August. They still lay ahead, almost whole. As though to catch a falling drop, Clarissa plunged into the present. She crossed to the dressing table and looked at the glass and bottles as though they were new. She gathered herself into one point and looked in the mirror. There was the delicate pink face of the woman who would give a party that night. Clarissa Dalloway. Herself. How many millions of times had she seen that face? Always the same tiny alteration occurred. She pursed her lips when she looked, and it gave her face a point. That was herself, she thought. Pointed, like an arrow, clear and fixed. When life called on her to act, all her scattered parts drew together into one shape, one centre. Only she knew how different the inward parts really were. But for the world she made them one, like a single diamond, one woman sitting in her drawing room and becoming a meeting place, a bright place perhaps, in some dull lives, a refuge for lonely people. She had helped young people who were grateful to her. She tried always to remain the same. She never showed the other sides, faults, jealousies, vanity, suspicion. Even this small thing now, Lady Bruton not inviting her to lunch, made her feel petty. That is base, she thought, combing her hair. Now, where was her dress? Her evening dresses hung in the cupboard. Clarissa put her hand into the soft fabric, took out the green dress and carried it to the window. It was torn. Someone had stepped on the skirt. She had felt it tear at the embassy party, somewhere among the folds. Under lamps at night, the green had shone. In daylight, it looked less vivid. She would mend it herself. Her staff had enough to do. She would wear it that night. She would take her silk, her scissors, and her thimble, and go down to the drawing room. She must also write and make sure everything was in order. Pausing on the landing, she thought how strange it was that the woman of the house knew the exact mood of her home. Small sounds rose up the stairs in spirals, the swish of a mop, taps, knocks, the heavier sound when the front door opened, a voice repeating a message below, the clink of silver on a tray. Clean silver for the party. Everything was for the party. Lucy came into the drawing room carrying a tray. She set giant candlesticks on the mantelpiece, a silver box in the middle, and turned the crystal dolphin to face the clock. They would come, Lucy thought. People would stand and talk in the fine voices Lucy could imitate so well, ladies and gentlemen, and of them all, Lucy thought, Mrs. Dalloway was the loveliest, the keeper of silver, linen, china. The sun, the silver, the doors off their hinges, Rumpelmeyer's men, all of it gave Lucy the feeling that something important was being accomplished. Lucy liked to imagine telling her old friends at the baker's shop, where she had first worked in domestic service. She could say, "Look, just look." She could pretend she was Lady Angela serving Princess Mary, and then Mrs. Dalloway would come in. "Oh, Lucy," said Clarissa, "the silver does look nice." Then Clarissa asked, "How did you enjoy the play last night?" Lucy explained that they had to leave before the end. They had to be back by 10, so they never learned what happened. Clarissa said it seemed hard luck. She said it was a pity, because her own staff could stay later if she allowed it. Then Clarissa took an old cushion from the sofa. It looked bald and worn. She put it into Lucy's arms, gave her a little push, and cried, "Take it away! Give it to Mrs. Walker with my compliments. Take it away!" Lucy stopped at the door of the drawing room with the cushion in her arms. Blushing a little, speaking shyly, she asked whether she might help mend the dress. But Clarissa said no, Lucy had enough to do already. She had plenty of work of her own. "But thank you, Lucy, oh thank you," said Clarissa, and she went on saying, thank you, not only to Lucy, but inwardly to the household altogether. They helped her to be like this. They helped her become what she wished to be, gentle and generous-hearted. The staff liked her. She sat down on the sofa with the green dress over her knees. She took her scissors and her silk. She looked for the tear, then for her needle. It needed threading. This dress was a favourite. It had been made by Sally Parker, one of the last dresses Sally had ever made. Sally had retired and now lived at Ealing. Clarissa thought that if she ever found a moment she would go to see her there. Yet she knew she would never find the time. Sally Parker was a character, Clarissa thought, a real artist. She noticed unusual little things, yet her dresses were never eccentric. One could wear them anywhere, at Hatfield, even at Buckingham Palace. Clarissa had worn them at Hatfield and at Buckingham Palace.
As Clarissa sewed, quiet came down on her. Calm came. The needle drew the silk through and paused gently. It gathered the green folds and fixed them lightly to the belt. It felt like waves on a summer day. They collect, they tip over, they fall. Collect and fall. The whole world seemed to say, more and more heavily, that is all. Even the heart in the body lying in the sun on the beach says, that is all. Fear no more, says the heart. Fear no more, says the heart. It gives its heavy burden to the sea, which sighs for all sorrows. The sea renews and begins again. It collects and lets fall. The body listens only. The bee passing, the wave breaking, the dog barking far away, barking and barking. Heavens, the front door bell! Exclaimed Clarissa, stopping her needle. She listened. In the hall, an elderly man said, "Mrs. Dalloway will see me. Oh yes, she will see me." He repeated it. He put Lucy aside in a kindly way and ran upstairs quickly. "Yes, yes, yes," he muttered. "She will see me. After 5 years in India, Clarissa will see me." "Who can? What can?" asked Mrs. Dalloway, thinking it was outrageous to be disturbed at 11 on the morning of her party day. She heard steps on the stairs. She heard a hand at the door. She tried to hide her dress, like a young girl guarding her privacy. The brass knob turned. The door opened. And in came. She could not remember his name for 1 second. She was so surprised, so glad, so shy, so taken aback. Peter Walsh had come. He had come in the morning, without warning. She had not read his letter. "And how are you?" said Peter Walsh. He was trembling. He took both her hands and kissed both her hands. He sat down and thought, "She has grown older. I will not tell her," he thought. He felt sudden embarrassment, even though he had kissed her hands. He put his hand in his pocket. He took out a large pocket knife. He half opened the blade. Exactly the same, thought Clarissa. The same strange look, the same check suit. His face was a little out of straight. It was thinner and drier, perhaps, but he looked well, and he looked the same. "How heavenly it is to see you again," she said. He had his knife out. That is so like him, she thought. He said he had reached London last night. He said he must go into the country at once. He asked about everyone. Richard? Elizabeth? "And what's all this?" he said, pointing with his knife at her green dress. "He is very well dressed," Clarissa thought. "Yet he always criticizes me." Peter looked at her and thought, "Here she is mending her dress, as usual. Here she sits, as if she has sat like this the whole time I have been in India, mending her dress, going to parties, running to the house and back." He grew more and more irritated. There is nothing so bad for some women as marriage, he thought. And politics. And having a conservative husband like Richard. So it is, he thought. And he shut his knife with a snap. "Richard's very well," said Clarissa. "Richard's at a committee." She opened her scissors. She asked if he minded her finishing the dress. They had a party that night. "Which I shan't ask you to," she said. "My dear Peter," she said. Peter thought it was delicious to hear her say that. My dear Peter. Everything felt delicious. The silver, the chairs, the room. "Why won't you ask me to your party?" he asked. Now, of course, Clarissa thought, he is enchanting. Perfectly enchanting. Now I remember how hard it was to decide. Why did I decide not to marry him that summer? She wondered. "But it's so extraordinary that you should have come this morning," she cried. She put her hands one on top of the other on her dress. "Do you remember," she said, "how the blinds used to flap at Bourton?" "They did," he said. He remembered having breakfast alone with her father, feeling awkward. Her father had died, and Peter had not written to Clarissa. He had never got on well with old Perry, Clarissa's father, Justin Perry, who was weak and complaining. "I often wish I'd got on better with your father," he said. "But he never liked anyone who—" "Our friends," said Clarissa. At once she wished she had not said it. It reminded Peter that he had wanted to marry her. "Of course I did," thought Peter. It almost broke my heart. He felt his grief rise again. It rose like a bright moon seen from a terrace, beautiful and terrible. "I was more unhappy than I have ever been since," he thought. He edged a little closer. He put his hand out. He raised it. Then he let it fall. The moon of that old grief hung there above them. She too seemed to sit with him again on the terrace, in moonlight. "Herbert has it now," she said, meaning Bourton. "I never go there now." Then silence came between them, the way it does on a terrace in moonlight. One person feels ashamed because boredom begins. The other sits quiet and sad and does not want to speak. A foot moves. A throat clears. A small piece of iron on a table leg is noticed. A leaf is stirred. But nothing is said. So Peter sat now and thought, why go back to the past like this? Why make me think of it? Why make me suffer again, after how she hurt me? Why? "Do you remember the lake?" she said suddenly. The word lake came out in a hard voice. Emotion caught her heart. Her throat muscles tightened. Her lips tightened as she said it. In her mind, she was a child by the lake, throwing bread to ducks between her parents. And at the same time, she was a grown woman coming to her parents, carrying her whole life in her arms. The life grew larger and larger as she walked. It became a complete life. She put it down by them and said, "This is what I have made of it. This." And what had she made of it, she thought, sitting here, sewing, with Peter. She looked at Peter. Her look went through time and emotion and reached him. It settled on him with tears, then lifted away like a bird touching a branch and flying up again. She wiped her eyes simply. "Yes," said Peter. "Yes, yes, yes," he said, as if something hurtful rose up inside him when she spoke. "Stop. Stop," he wanted to cry. He was not old, he told himself. His life was not over. He was only just past 50. Shall I tell her everything, he thought, or not? He wanted to confess it all clearly. But she is too cold, he thought. Sewing, with her scissors. Daisy would look ordinary beside Clarissa. Clarissa would think I am a failure, he thought. In their sense, in the Dalloway's sense, I am. He felt it strongly. Compared with all this, the fine table, the paper knife, the dolphin, the candlesticks, the chair covers, the English prints, he was a failure. I hate the smug feeling of it, he thought. This is Richard's doing, not Clarissa's, except that she married him. Lucy came into the room carrying silver. More silver. Lucy looked charming and light as she bent to put it down, Peter thought. And this has been going on all the time, he thought. Week after week, Clarissa's life. And then his own life seemed to light up from him. Journeys, rides, quarrels, adventures, bridge parties, love affairs, work, work, work. He took out his knife openly now, the old, horn-handled knife. Clarissa felt sure he had had it for 30 years. He clenched his fist around it. What an odd habit, Clarissa thought. Always playing with a knife. It always made her feel foolish, like an empty chatterbox, the way he used to make her feel. But I too, she thought. She took up her needle. She had been taken by surprise. This visit had upset her. She felt as if she were a queen whose guards had fallen asleep. Anyone could walk in and see her weak and open. So she called her guards back. She called the things she did, the things she liked. She called Richard, Elizabeth, and herself. Peter hardly knew herself now. She gathered them around her to protect her. "Well, and what's happened to you?" she asked. It was like the moment before a battle. Horses paw the ground. They toss their heads. Light shines on their bodies. Their necks curve. So Clarissa and Peter, sitting side by side on the blue sofa, challenged each other. Peter felt his own powers rise. He gathered things from many places. Praise, memories of Oxford, his marriage which she knew nothing about, how he had loved, how he had done his work. Millions of things, he cried. He felt as if he was being rushed through the air by forces he could not see. It was frightening and exciting. He raised his hands to his forehead. Clarissa sat very upright. She pulled in her breath. "I am in love," he said. He did not say it only to her. It was as if he said it to someone far away in darkness, someone you cannot touch, but you can lay a garland down for her. "In love," he repeated, now speaking more plainly to Clarissa Dalloway. "In love with a girl in India." "In love," said Clarissa. In her mind she flashed, he at his age, caught by that monster, he has no flesh on his neck, his hands are red, and he is 6 months older than I am. But in her heart she felt something else too. All the same, he is in love, she thought. He has that. He is in love. Not with her, of course, with a younger woman. And who is she? Clarissa asked. Now the statue must come down, she thought. It must be set between them. A married woman, unfortunately, he said. The wife of a major in the Indian Army. He smiled with a strange, sweet irony as he placed this fact before Clarissa. All the same, he is in love, thought Clarissa. She has, he continued, trying to sound reasonable, 2 small children, a boy and a girl, and I have come over to see my lawyers about the divorce. There they are, he thought. Do what you like with them, Clarissa. There they are. Second by second, it seemed to Peter that Daisy and her 2 children became more and more lovely as Clarissa looked. It was as if he had lit a dull gray thing, and a lovely tree rose up in the brisk air between them. In some ways, Clarissa understood him as no one else did. Their intimacy had always been deep. Clarissa thought, he is fooled. He is fooled again. She shaped this woman with a few quick thoughts, like 3 strokes of a knife. What a waste, she thought. What a folly. All his life Peter had been fooled like this, she thought. First he got sent down from Oxford. Then he married the girl on the boat to India. Now it was the wife of a major in the Indian Army. Thank heaven I refused to marry him, she thought. Still, he was in love. Her old friend, her dear Peter, was in love. But what are you going to do? She asked. Oh, the lawyers will do it, he said. Messrs. Hooper and Greatley of Lincoln's Inn. And he began to pare his nails with his pocket knife. For heaven's sake, leave your knife alone, she cried to herself in sudden, strong irritation. It was his silly way of being different on purpose, his weakness, his complete lack of any sense of what other people felt. That had always annoyed her. And now, at his age, how silly. I know all that, Peter thought. I know what I'm up against. He ran his finger along the blade of his knife. Clarissa, the Dalloways, all of them. But I'll show her, he thought. And then, to his own surprise, he suddenly began to cry. Forces he could not control seemed to throw him into it. He burst into tears. He wept without shame, sitting there on the sofa. Tears ran down his cheeks. Clarissa leaned forward at once. She took his hand. She pulled him towards her. She kissed him. She actually felt his face against hers before she could stop herself. Inside her, pride and sharp feelings rose up like flashing silver and waving plumes. Then they sank. She held his hand. She patted his knee. As she sat back, she felt strangely easy with him, and light in her heart. And then, all at once, a thought hit her. If I had married him, this gay feeling would have been mine all day. Then another thought came, heavy and cold. For her, it was over. The sheet was stretched tight, and the bed was narrow. She had gone up into the tower alone. She had left the others outside, picking blackberries in the sun. The door had shut. Up there in the dusty tower, with bits of fallen plaster and old birds' nests, the view had looked far away. The sounds had come thin and cold. She remembered that feeling once on Leith Hill. "Richard, Richard!" she cried inside herself, like someone waking in the night and reaching out a hand in the dark. And then the message returned to her mind. Lunch with Lady Bruton. He has left me. I am alone forever, she thought. She folded her hands on her knee. Peter Walsh stood up. He walked to the window. He stood with his back to her and waved his bandana handkerchief from side to side. He looked controlled and dry and also lonely. His thin shoulder blades lifted his coat a little. He blew his nose hard. "Take me with you," Clarissa thought suddenly, as if he were about to sail away on a great voyage. And then, the next moment, it felt as if a whole play had ended. The 5 acts had been exciting and sad. She felt she had lived a whole life inside them, had run away, had lived with Peter, and now it was finished. Now it was time to move. Like a woman gathering her cloak and gloves and theater glasses to go out into the street, she rose from the sofa and went to him. It was very strange, Peter thought. Even now she had power. As she came across the room with small sounds of jewelry and cloth, she still had the power to make the moon he hated rise again at Bourton, on the terrace, in the summer sky. "Tell me," he said, seizing her by the shoulders. "Are you happy, Clarissa? Does Richard—" The door opened. "Here is my Elizabeth," said Clarissa. She spoke with strong feeling, perhaps too much, as if acting. "Howdy do," said Elizabeth, coming forward. Then Big Ben struck the half-hour. The sound hit the room with great force, as if a strong young man were swinging heavy weights again and again without care for anyone. "Hello, Elizabeth," Peter cried. He stuffed his handkerchief into his pocket. He went quickly to her. He said, "Goodbye, Clarissa," without looking at Clarissa. Then he left the room fast. He ran downstairs and opened the front door. "Peter, Peter," Clarissa cried, following him to the landing. "My party tonight? Remember my party tonight?" she cried. She had to raise her voice against the roar of the outside air. Traffic was loud. Many clocks were striking. Her voice, calling, "Remember my party tonight," sounded weak and thin and very far away as Peter Walsh shut the door. "Remember my party. Remember my party," said Peter Walsh as he walked down the street. He said it to himself again and again, like a beat. He said it in time with the sound of Big Ben striking the half-hour. The heavy circles of sound went out and melted in the air. "Oh, these parties," he thought. "Clarissa's parties. Why does she give these parties?" he thought. Still, he did not blame her. He did not blame the man coming towards him either. A kind of picture of a man in a tailcoat with a carnation in his buttonhole. Only one person in the world could be as he was at that moment, he thought. Only one person could be so lucky, because he was in love. And there he was, Peter Walsh himself, seeing his own face in the plate-glass window of a motor-car maker in Victoria Street. All India lay behind him. Plains and mountains, cholera in villages, a district twice as big as Ireland, decisions he had made alone. He, Peter Walsh, had done all that. And now, he felt, for the first time in his life, he was really in love. Clarissa had grown hard, he thought. And also, he suspected, a little sentimental. He looked at the great motor cars in the window and thought about them. How many miles? How many gallons? He liked machines. He had a turn for mechanics. In his district he had invented a plow. He had ordered wheelbarrows from England, but the coolies would not use them. Clarissa knew nothing about any of that. Then he remembered how she had spoken. "Here is my Elizabeth." That had annoyed him. Why not say, "Here's Elizabeth," simply? Why make a show of it? It felt false to him, and Elizabeth did not like it either, he believed. The last shakes of Big Ben's booming voice still moved the air around him. It was still early. It was only 11:30. He understood young people, he told himself. He liked them. Yet there was always something cold in Clarissa, he thought. Even as a girl, she had a kind of fear inside her. In middle age, that fear becomes being proper and careful. Then it is all over, he thought. It is all over. He looked into the hard glass and felt gloomy. He wondered if he had annoyed her by coming at that hour. And suddenly shame came over him. He had been a fool. He had cried. He had shown feelings. He had told her everything as usual. Then, as a cloud crosses the sun, a kind of silence fell on London. And it fell on his mind, too. Effort stopped. Time went on, like a flag flapping on a mast. There we stop. There we stand, he thought. Habit holds us up like a stiff frame holding a body. Where there is nothing, Peter Walsh said to himself. He felt hollow. He felt empty inside. Clarissa refused me, he thought. He stood there and kept thinking. Clarissa refused me. Then St. Margaret spoke, its bell. It sounded like a hostess speaking at the exact moment of the hour, like a hostess who comes into her drawing room and finds the guests already there. I am not late, she says. No, it is precisely 11:30. But even if she is right, her voice does not want to push itself forward. It is held back. Some sadness for the past holds it back, and some care for the present. It is 11:30, she says. And the sound slid into the heart and hid itself in ring after ring of sound. It felt alive, like something that wants to tell a secret, to spread itself out, and then to rest, trembling with delight. Like Clarissa herself, Peter thought. Like Clarissa coming down the stairs exactly on the hour, dressed in white. It is Clarissa herself, he thought, and a deep emotion rose in him. He saw her clearly, yet it was puzzling. It was as if this bell had once come into a room years ago, where they were together in some close moment, and the bell had gone from one to the other and had left, like a bee with honey, full of that moment. But what room? What moment? Why had he been so happy when the clock struck? He could not find it. Then, as the sound of St. Margaret's grew weak and faded, he thought, she has been ill. The bell sounded tired, as if it carried suffering. It was her heart, he remembered. And the last stroke, suddenly louder, sounded like a warning for death. Death that comes in the middle of life. He saw it in his mind. Clarissa falling where she stood, in her drawing room. No, no, he cried to himself. She is not dead. I am not old. And he marched up Whitehall as if the future was rolling down to him, strong and never-ending. He was not old, he told himself. He was not fixed and dried up. As for caring what they said of him, the Dalloways, the Whitbreads, and their group, he did not care at all. Not a straw, not a straw. Still, it was true that one day he might have to see if Richard could help him get some job. He walked fast, staring. He glared at the statue of the Duke of Cambridge. Yes, he had been sent down from Oxford. True, he had been a socialist. In some sense, he had failed. True. Still, he thought, the future of the world is in the hands of young men like the young men you see. Young men like he was 30 years ago. Young men with love of big ideas. Young men who get books sent all the way from London to a peak in the Himalayas. Young men reading science, reading philosophy. The future lies in their hands, he thought. Then he heard a sound behind him, like leaves in a wood. It came with a rustling and a steady thudding. As it came closer, it began to drum his thoughts and pull him into its beat. Boys in uniform marched up Whitehall. They carried guns. Their eyes looked straight ahead. Their arms were stiff. On their faces was a look like words cut around a statue, words praising duty, thanks, faithfulness, love of England. It is very fine training, Peter Walsh thought, and he began to keep step with them. But they did not look strong. Most of them were thin, boys of 16. Tomorrow they might stand behind bowls of rice or cakes of soap on shop counters. But now they wore, with no daily pleasures mixed in, a serious look, like a wreath. They had fetched a wreath from Finsbury pavement to the empty tomb. They had taken their vow. The traffic respected it. Vans stopped. I can't keep up with them, Peter Walsh thought, and it was true. They marched past him, past everyone, steady and even, as if one will moved all legs and arms in the same way. It was as if life, with all its different shapes, had been pressed flat under stone. Monuments, wreaths, discipline. A stiff body that still stares. One had to respect it, he thought. One might laugh, but one had to respect it. There they go, he thought, stopping at the edge of the pavement. And the statues all around, Nelson, Gordon, Havelock, great soldiers in stone, stood looking ahead too. It was as if they had made the same choice long ago. They had said no to temptations. They had made the great giving up. They had achieved at last a stone stare. Peter Walsh felt that he too had made it, in his own way, the great giving up. But he did not want that stone stare for himself. Not at all. Still, he could respect it in others. He could respect it in boys. They don't know the troubles of the body yet, he thought, watching them go. They don't know what I've been through. He crossed the road and stood under Gordon's statue. As a boy, he had worshipped Gordon. Gordon stood lonely, with one leg raised and his arms crossed. Poor Gordon, Peter thought. And because nobody yet knew he was in London, except Clarissa, he felt strange. After the voyage, the earth still seemed like an island to him. Standing alone, alive, unknown, at 11:30 in Trafalgar Square, the strangeness came over him. What is it? Where am I? He thought. And why, after all, does one do it? The divorce seemed like moonshine, like something not real. The plan to end a marriage, the lawyers, all of it felt far away. His mind went flat, like a marsh. And then 3 big feelings rolled over him. Understanding, a wide kindness for people, and then, as if coming from the others, a bright delight that he could not stop. It was as if another hand inside his brain pulled strings, moved shutters. He had nothing to do with it, yet he stood at the opening of endless streets inside himself. And if he chose, he could walk down any of them. He had not felt so young for years. He had escaped. He was free. This can happen when habit breaks and the mind bends like a flame that is not guarded. I haven't felt so young for years, he thought, escaping, even if only for an hour, from being exactly what he always was. He felt like a child who runs outdoors and sees his old nurse waving from the wrong window. Then he saw a young woman walking across Trafalgar Square towards the Haymarket. She was extraordinarily attractive, he thought. He was easily moved. As she passed Gordon's statue, it seemed to him she dropped veil after veil until she became the very woman he had always imagined. Young, but grand, merry, but careful, dark and charming. He straightened himself. He touched his pocket knife in his pocket, secretly, and he started after her. He followed her, following this woman and the excitement she gave him. Even with her back turned, she seemed to shine a light on him. It seemed to connect them. It seemed to pick him out from the noise of the traffic, as if the traffic had whispered his true name into his ear. Not Peter, but his private name, the name he used inside his own thoughts. You, she said. Only you, without words. She said it with her white gloves and her shoulders. The thin, long cloak the wind moved as she walked past Dent's shop in Cockspur Street blew out like kind arms. It felt like arms that would open and take in someone tired. She's not married, he thought. She's young, very young. He remembered seeing a red carnation on her, or he imagined it, and it burned in his eyes and made her lips red. She stopped at a curb to wait. There was dignity in her. She was not worldly like Clarissa. She was not rich like Clarissa. Was she respectable? He wondered. He invented more, because he liked to invent. He made her witty in his mind, but quiet. A cool wit, a quick wit, not loud. She moved, she crossed, he followed. He did not want to embarrass her. Still, if she stopped, he would say, "Come and have an ice." He would say it simply, and she would answer simply, "Oh yes." But people got between them. They blocked him. They hid her from him. He went on. She changed in his mind as he went. He imagined color in her cheeks and mockery in her eyes. He imagined himself as a bold man, an adventurer. He had arrived last night from India. He felt reckless and daring. A romantic pirate, he thought, careless of all the rules, careless of the proper life he saw in windows, yellow dressing gowns, pipes, fishing rods, careless of respectability, evening parties, neat old men with white slips under their waistcoats. "I am a pirate," he thought. On and on she went, across Piccadilly, and up Regent Street, always ahead of him, her cloak, her gloves, her shoulders mixed with what he saw in shop windows, fringes, laces, feather boas. Together, they made a spirit of finery and play that seemed to flow out of the shops and onto the pavement. It was like a lamplight at night, shaking over hedges in darkness. Laughing and bright, she crossed Oxford Street and Great Portland Street. Then she turned into one of the small streets. Now. The great moment was coming, he thought. She slowed down. She opened her bag. She gave one look in his direction, but not at him. It was a look that said goodbye. It seemed to sum up everything and dismiss it, proud and final. She fitted her key, opened a door, and went inside. Gone. Clarissa's voice, saying, remember my party," sang in his ears. The house was one of those flat red houses. Flower baskets hung outside. They looked a little improper, as if the house was not quite correct. It was over. Well, I've had my fun, he thought, looking up at the baskets swinging with pale geraniums. And his fun was smashed to bits at once, because he knew it was half made up. It was invented. This chase of the girl. Made up, as one makes up the better part of life, he thought. You make yourself up. You make her up. You create an amusement and something more. But strange it was, and true, you can never share this with anyone. It breaks into pieces at once. It becomes only yours. He turned and walked up the street. He wanted somewhere to sit until it was time to go to Lincoln's Inn, to see Messrs. Hooper and Greatley. Where should he go? It did not matter. He walked on. His boots on the pavement seemed to say, no matter, no matter. And it was early, still very early. It was a splendid morning, too. Life seemed to strike through the streets like the beat of a perfect heart. There was no fumbling, no waiting. Things moved, sweeping and turning, accurate and on time, quiet. A motor car stopped exactly at a door at the exact moment. A young woman stepped out. She had silk stockings. She had feathers. She looked light and almost like a picture. But now she was not so attractive to him because he had had his fling. Through the open door he saw a fine house, good butlers, tawny chow dogs, a hall laid with black and white diamond tiles, white blinds blowing. He approved of it. London was a great achievement in its own way, he thought. The season, the city life, the order of it. He came from a respectable Anglo-Indian family. For at least 3 generations they had helped run a whole continent. It was strange, he thought, that he felt proud of that, even though he disliked India and empire and the army. Still, there were moments when this city life, even this kind of rich life, felt dear to him, like something he owned in his heart. He felt pride in England, pride in butlers, chow dogs, girls who felt safe. Ridiculous enough, but there it is, he thought. Doctors, businessmen, capable women, all going about their work, on time, alert, strong, seemed to him very admirable. Good fellows, people you could trust with your life, companions in living who would help you through. With one thing and another, the show was tolerable, he thought. He would sit in the shade and smoke. There was Regent's Park. Yes. As a child, he had walked in Regent's Park. Odd, he thought, how childhood keeps coming back. Perhaps it was because he had seen Clarissa. Women live more in the past than men do, he thought. They stick to places and to their fathers. A woman is proud of her father. Bourton was a nice place, very nice, but he could never get on with the old man, Clarissa's father. There had been a scene one night, an argument. About what? He could not remember. Politics, most likely. He remembered Regent's Park, the long, straight walk, the little house where you bought airballs on the left, an absurd statue with words on it somewhere. He looked for an empty seat. He did not want people to bother him because he felt a little sleepy. He did not want people asking him the time. At last, he chose a seat where an elderly gray nurse sat. A baby slept in its pram. That was the best place he could find. He sat at the far end of the seat, near the nurse. She's a queer-looking girl, he thought, remembering Elizabeth. Elizabeth had come into the room and stood by her mother. She had grown big. She was grown up. Not exactly pretty, more handsome. And she could not be more than 18. Probably she did not get on with Clarissa, he thought. There's my Elizabeth. That kind of line. Why not, here's Elizabeth, simply. Clarissa was trying, like most mothers, to make things look better than they were. She trusted her charm too much. She did too much. She overdid it. He drew cigar smoke down his throat. It felt rich and calm. He breathed it out in rings. The rings pushed into the air bravely for a moment, blue and round. I shall try to get a word alone with Elizabeth tonight, he thought. Then the smoke rings began to wobble, to change into thin shapes, like hourglasses, and then fade away. Odd shapes, he thought. Suddenly, he shut his eyes. He lifted his hand with effort and threw away the heavy end of his cigar. A great brush seemed to sweep across his mind. It swept moving branches, children's voices, the shuffle of feet, people passing, and the hum of traffic. The traffic rose and fell. Down, down, he sank into sleep, as if into plumes and feathers. He sank, and sleep covered him over. The gray nurse went back to her knitting while Peter Walsh, on the hot seat beside her, began to snore. In her gray dress, her hands moved without stopping, but very quietly. She looked like a protector of sleepers, like a strange, shadowy figure that appears at twilight among trees and sky. A man walking alone along a lane sometimes feels like a traveler in a lonely place. He walks through ferns and plants. Then he looks up and suddenly sees a tall figure at the end of the path. He may be an atheist, but even he can be surprised by sudden high feelings. Nothing exists outside us except a state of mind, he thinks. We want comfort. We want relief. We want something beyond these small, weak, ugly, frightened men and women. But if he can imagine her, then in some way she exists, he thinks. As he walks, looking at sky and branches, he quickly turns them into a woman in his mind. He is amazed how serious they look. When the breeze moves them, the leaves seem to give gifts, kindness, understanding, forgiveness. Then suddenly they toss themselves up high and become wild again, as if laughing loudly. These are the visions that come to a lonely traveler. They offer him great bowls full of fruit. They whisper like singing voices on green waves. They hit him like bunches of roses. They rise up like pale faces that a fisherman tries to reach through water. These visions keep floating up. They walk beside him. They come in front of his face. They can overpower him. They can take away his sense of the real earth and his wish to go back. Instead, they give him a wide piece. He thinks, as he walks down the forest path, maybe all this fever of living is simple. Maybe millions of things can become one thing. And this great figure, made of sky and branches, seems to rise from a troubled sea. The traveler is old now, past 50, and the figure seems to lift her hands and pour down compassion, understanding, forgiveness. So he thinks, let me never go back to lamplight, never go back to the sitting room, never finish my book, never knock out my pipe, never ring for Mrs. Turner to clear away. Rather let me walk straight on to this great figure. Let her toss her head and lift me on her long ribbons and let me blow away into nothing with the rest. These are the visions. Soon the traveler is beyond the wood, and there at the door of a house with shaded eyes is an elderly woman. Maybe she comes out to look for his return. Her hands are raised, her white apron blows in the wind. She looks, in his mind, like a mother searching across a desert for a lost son, like a mother searching for a rider who has been destroyed, like the mother of sons killed in the battles of the world. So, as the traveler walks down the village street, women stand knitting and men dig in gardens. The evening feels full of warning. The figures look still. It is as if a great fate, known to them, is about to sweep them away, and they wait without fear. Then the traveler is indoors again, among ordinary things. A cupboard, a table, a windowsill with geraniums. The landlady bends to remove a cloth, and suddenly her outline looks soft with light, like a lovely symbol that one might want to embrace if it were not for the memory of cold human touch. She takes the marmalade and shuts it in the cupboard. There is nothing more tonight, sir? But the traveler wonders. To whom does he reply? So the old nurse sat in Regent's Park and went on knitting over the sleeping baby. So Peter Walsh lay on the hot seat and snored. Then he woke up very suddenly. He said to himself, "The death of the soul." "Lord, Lord," he said out loud, stretching and opening his eyes. The death of the soul. The words stuck to a dream he had. They stuck to some scene, some room, some past time. Little by little it became clearer. He could see the room. He could feel the past again. It was at Bourton, that summer in the early 1990s, when he was so deeply in love with Clarissa. There were many people there. They were laughing and talking. They were sitting around a table after tea. The room was full of yellow light. It was full of cigarette smoke, too. They were talking about a man who had married his housemaid. He was one of the local rich landowners. Peter had forgotten his name. The man had married his housemaid, and she had come to Bourton to pay a visit. It had been a terrible visit. She was dressed in a silly way, too much, too bright. Like a cockatoo, Clarissa had said. Clarissa copied the woman's voice and her way of talking. The woman never stopped talking. On and on she went. Clarissa went on copying her. Then someone said something bold. It was Sally Seton. Sally said, "Did it really change your feelings if you knew that before they married, the housemaid had had a baby?" In those days, to say that in a mixed group was very bold. Peter could see Clarissa in his mind. Clarissa turned bright pink. She seemed to shrink into herself. Then she said, "Oh, I shall never be able to speak to her again." At once everyone around the tea table felt strange. It was as if the whole group wobbled. It was uncomfortable. The air felt wrong. Peter did not blame Clarissa for minding the fact. In those days, a girl like Clarissa, brought up as she was, knew nothing about those things. But it was her manner that annoyed him. It was timid. It was hard. It had something proud in it. It was not imaginative. It was prudish. The death of the soul. Peter had said that inside himself at once. He used to put labels on moments like that. He labeled this moment, the death of her soul. Everyone had wobbled. Everyone seemed to bow as she spoke, and then stand up, changed. Peter could see Sally Seton, too. Sally leaned forward like a child who has done something naughty. She was a little red in the face. She wanted to talk, but she was afraid, because Clarissa could frighten people. Sally was Clarissa's best friend then. Sally was always there. Sally was the opposite of Clarissa. She was attractive. She was handsome and dark. People said she was daring. Peter used to give her cigars. She smoked them in her bedroom. Sally had either been engaged to someone or she had quarreled with her family. Old Perry disliked them both equally. That dislike was a bond between them. Then Clarissa, still looking as if she was offended with them all, stood up. She made an excuse. She went away alone. As she opened the door, in came the big, shaggy dog, the dog that ran after sheep. Clarissa threw herself on him. She hugged him and made a great fuss. She went into joy over him. Peter felt it was aimed at him. He knew it. It was as if she was saying, "I know you thought I was silly about that woman, but look how kind I am. Look how loving I am. Look how I love my Rob." They had this strange power of talking without words. Clarissa knew at once when he judged her. Then she would do something very clear to defend herself, like this big fuss with the dog. But it never fooled him. He always saw through her. Of course, he did not say anything. He just sat and looked gloomy. Many of their quarrels began like that. Clarissa shut the door. At once, Peter felt very low. Everything seemed useless. Being in love felt useless. Quarreling felt useless. Making it up again felt useless. He wandered off alone, among the outhouses and stables. He looked at the horses. Bourton was not a rich place. The Perrys were never very well off. But there were always grooms and stable boys around because Clarissa loved riding. There was also an old coachman. Peter tried to remember his name but could not. And there was an old nurse, too. They called her Old Moody, Old Goody, or something like that. People were taken to visit her in a small room. The room had many photographs. It had many bird cages, too. It was an awful evening. Peter grew more and more gloomy, not only about the tea table scene, but about everything. And he could not see Clarissa properly. He could not explain. He could not have a real talk with her. There were always people around. Clarissa would go on as if nothing had happened. That was the terrible thing about her, he thought. This coldness, this stiff, wood-like way, something deep in her. He had felt it again this morning when he spoke to her. She was closed. She was hard to reach. And yet, heaven knows, he loved her. She had a strange power over his nerves. It was as if she could turn his nerves into violin strings and play on them. He went in to dinner rather late. He did it from a silly idea that he should make people notice him. He sat down next to old Miss Perry, Aunt Helena, Mr. Perry's sister. She was meant to sit in the main place, like the head of the table. There she sat in her white cashmere shawl, with her head near the window. She was a strong old lady, and she could be frightening, but she was kind to Peter because he had once found her a rare flower. She loved plants. She was a great botanist. She marched out in thick boots. She carried a black collecting box on her back. Peter sat down beside her and could not speak. Everything inside him seemed to run too fast. He just sat there eating. Then, halfway through dinner, he made himself look across at Clarissa for the first time. Clarissa was talking to a young man on her right. At that moment, Peter had a sudden clear thought. She will marry that man, he said to himself. He did not even know the man's name. Of course it was that afternoon, that very afternoon, that Dalloway had come over. Clarissa had called him Wickham. That was how it began. Someone had brought him to Borton, and Clarissa got his name wrong. She introduced him to people as Wickham. At last the man said, "My name is Dalloway." That was Peter's first clear view of Richard. He was a fair young man. He was rather awkward. He sat on a deck chair and blurted out, "My name is Dalloway." Sally loved it. From then on, she called him, "My name is Dalloway." She joked about it again and again. In those days, Peter was full of sudden, strong thoughts. He was a prey to them. This thought now, that Clarissa would marry Dalloway, hit him like a bright light. It was overwhelming. He watched Clarissa and Dalloway. Clarissa had a kind of easy way with him. It was almost like a mother, gentle and soft. They were talking about politics. All through dinner, Peter tried to hear what they were saying. After dinner, Peter could remember standing by Miss Perry's chair in the drawing room. Clarissa came up with her perfect manners. She was like a real hostess. She wanted to introduce Peter to someone. She spoke as if she had never met him before. That made him furious. And yet, even then, he admired her. He admired her courage. He admired her social skill. He admired her power to keep things moving. The perfect hostess, he said to her. Clarissa winced all over. He meant her to feel it. After he saw her with Dalloway, he wanted to hurt her. He would have done anything to hurt her. So Clarissa left him. Then Peter felt they were all in a secret group against him. They were laughing and talking behind his back. He stood by Miss Perry's chair as if he was cut out of wood. He talked about wildflowers, but he was not really there. Never, never had he suffered so terribly. He must have even forgotten to pretend to listen. At last he woke up a little and saw Miss Perry looking troubled and even a bit angry, her big eyes fixed on him. He almost cried out that he could not listen because he was in hell. People began to leave the room. He heard them talking about fetching cloaks. He heard them talking about it being cold on the water. They were going boating on the lake by moonlight. It was one of Sally's wild ideas. Peter could hear Sally describing the moon. Then they all went out. Peter was left alone. "Don't you want to go with them?" said Aunt Helena, old Miss Perry. She had guessed something. Peter turned around, and there was Clarissa again. Clarissa had come back to fetch him. Peter was overcome by it. He felt her goodness. He felt her generosity. "Come along," she said. "They're waiting." Peter had never felt so happy in his whole life. Without a word, they made it up. They went down to the lake. He had about 20 minutes of perfect happiness. He remembered her voice, her laugh, her dress. It was something light and floating, white and crimson. He remembered her spirit. He remembered her boldness. She made them get out of the boat and explore the island. She startled a hen. She laughed. She sang. And all the time he knew Dalloway was falling in love with her. And she was falling in love with Dalloway. But for those minutes it did not seem to matter. Nothing mattered. Clarissa and Peter sat on the ground and talked. They moved in and out of each other's minds without effort. They understood each other without words. Then, in 1 second, it was over again. As they got into the boat, Peter said to himself, "She will marry that man." In a dull way, without anger. It seemed obvious now. Dalloway would marry Clarissa. Dalloway rowed them in. He said very little, but when they watched him leave, jumping on his bicycle to ride 20 miles through the woods, wobbling away, waving his hand and disappearing, Peter felt something in it. Dalloway did feel it, strongly. The night, the romance, Clarissa. Peter thought he deserved to have her. As for Peter himself, he could see it now. He had been absurd. His demands on Clarissa were absurd. He asked for impossible things. He made terrible scenes. Clarissa might still have accepted him, perhaps, if he had been less absurd. Sally thought so. Sally wrote him letters all that summer. She wrote about how they talked of him. She wrote how she praised him. She wrote how Clarissa burst into tears. It was an extraordinary summer. Letters came, scenes happened, telegrams arrived. Messages came early in the morning and waited until the servants were up. There were terrible breakfasts alone with old Mr. Perry. Aunt Helena was strong and frightening, but kind. Sally would sweep Peter off for talks in the vegetable garden. Clarissa would be in bed with headaches. Then the final scene came. Peter believed it mattered more than anything in his life. Perhaps that was too much, but it felt true to him even now. It happened at 3 o'clock in the afternoon of a very hot day. A small thing led to it. At lunch, Sally said something about Dalloway and called him, joking, "My name is Dalloway." Clarissa suddenly stiffened. She changed color, like she often did. Then she snapped out sharply, "We've had enough of that feeble joke." That was all. But to Peter, it sounded like Clarissa was saying, "I am only playing with you, Peter. I have an understanding with Richard Dalloway." That is how Peter took it. He had not slept for nights. He said to himself, "It must end one way or the other." He wrote a note to Clarissa. He sent it by Sally. He asked Clarissa to meet him by the fountain at 3. At the end, he scribbled, "Something very important has happened." The fountain was in the middle of a small place with bushes. It was far from the house. Shrubs and trees were all around it. Clarissa came, even before the time. They stood with the fountain between them. The spout was broken. It dribbled water all the time. Peter remembered details clearly. How things fix themselves in the mind. For example, he remembered the bright green moss. Clarissa did not move. "Tell me the truth! Tell me the truth!" Peter kept saying. He felt as if his forehead would burst. Clarissa seemed small and hard at the same time. She seemed like stone. She did not move. "Tell me the truth," he said again. Then, suddenly, Old Man Brightkopf popped his head in. He was carrying the Times. He stared at them. He gaped. Then he went away. Peter and Clarissa still did not move. "Tell me the truth," Peter repeated. He felt as if he was grinding against something hard. Clarissa would not give way. She was like iron. She was like flint. She was stiff, all up her back. At last, she said, "It's no use. It's no use. This is the end." Peter felt as if she had hit him in the face. He had been speaking for hours, it seemed. Tears were running down his cheeks. Clarissa turned away. Clarissa left him. She went away. "Clarissa!" he cried. "Clarissa!" But she never came back. It was over. He went away that night. He never saw her again. "It was awful!" he cried inside himself. "Awful, awful!" Still, the sun was hot. Still, one got over things. Still, life kept adding one day to another day. He yawned and began to notice the park again. Regent's Park had changed very little since he was a boy, except for the squirrels. Still, he thought, there were compensations. Just then, little Elise Mitchell, who had been picking up pebbles for a pebble collection she and her brother were making on the nursery mantelpiece, plumped her handful of stones down on the nurse's knee. Then she rushed off at full speed and bumped into a lady's legs. Peter Walsh laughed out loud, but at the same time, Lucretia Warren Smith was walking down the broad path, saying to herself, "It's wicked. Why should I suffer? No, I can't stand it any longer," she was saying. She had left Septimus on the seat. He was not Septimus anymore. He said hard, cruel, wicked things. He talked to himself. He talked to a dead man, and she could not bear it. Then the child ran straight into Retzia, fell flat, and began to cry. That was comforting, in a way. Retzia lifted the child up, dusted her dress, and kissed her. But Retzia thought, "I have done nothing wrong. I loved Septimus. I was happy. I had a beautiful home. My sisters are still there, in Milan, making hats. Why should I suffer? The child ran back to her nurse. Razzia saw the nurse scold the child, then comfort her, then pick her up. The nurse put down her knitting. The kind-looking man gave the child his watch to blow open, to make her stop crying. And Razzia thought again, why should I be exposed like this? Why was I not left in Milan? Why am I tortured? Why? Tears made her vision move a little. The broad path, the nurse, the man in gray, the pram, all rose and fell in her eyes. This is my life, she thought, to be shaken by this cruel torturer. But why? She felt like a little bird under a thin leaf, blinking at the sun when the leaf moves, jumping at the crack of a dry twig. She was exposed. She was surrounded by huge trees and vast clouds. The world did not care. She was exposed, tortured, and still she asked, why should I suffer? Why? She frowned. She stamped her foot. She must go back to Septimus, because soon they had to go to Sir William Bradshaw. She must go back and tell him. She must go back to him sitting there on the green chair under the tree, talking to himself, or talking to that dead man Evans. Razzia had seen Evans only once, for a moment, in a shop. He had seemed a quiet, nice man, a close friend of Septimus, and he had been killed in the war. But that happens to everyone, Razzia thought. Everyone has friends killed in the war. Everyone gives up something when they marry. She had given up her home. She had come to live here, in this awful city. But Septimus let himself think about horrible things. She could do that too, if she tried. He had grown stranger and stranger. He said people were talking behind the bedroom walls. Mrs. Filmer thought it odd. He saw things too. He once saw an old woman's head in the middle of a fern, yet he could be happy when he chose. They went to Hampton Court on top of a bus, and they were perfectly happy. He said the little red and yellow flowers on the grass were like floating lamps. They talked and laughed and made up stories. Then suddenly he said, "Now we will kill ourselves." They were standing by the river. He looked at the water with a look Razzia had seen before, when a train went by, or an omnibus, a look as if something pulled him, and she felt he was going away from her, so she caught his arm. But on the way home he was quiet again, reasonable again. He would argue with her about killing themselves. He would explain how wicked people were. He said he could see them making up lies as they walked past in the street. He knew their thoughts, he said. He knew everything. He knew the meaning of the world. Then, when they got home, he could hardly walk. He lay on the sofa and made her hold his hand to stop him falling down, into the flames. He cried. He saw faces laughing at him from the walls. He heard horrible names. He saw hands pointing at him around the screen. Yet they were alone. Then he began to talk aloud. He answered people who were not there. He argued, laughed, cried, got excited, and made Razzia write things down. Perfect nonsense, Razzia thought, about death, about Miss Isabel Pole. She could not stand it any longer. She walked back. She was close to him now. She could see him staring at the sky, muttering, clasping his hands. Yet Dr. Holmes said there was nothing the matter with him. So what had happened? Why had Septimus changed? Why, when she sat by him, did he start and frown, move away, and point at her hand? Why did he take her hand and stare at it in fear? Was it because she had taken off her wedding ring? "My hand has grown so thin," she said. "I put it in my purse," she told him. Septimus dropped her hand. Our marriage is over, he thought, with pain and also with relief. The rope is cut. I am free. He, Septimus, felt called out ahead of other men to hear the truth, to learn the meaning. After all civilization, Greeks, Romans, Shakespeare, Darwin, and now himself, the meaning was about to be given, whole and complete, to whom? He asked aloud. To the Prime Minister, the voices above his head replied. The great secret must be told to the cabinet. First, trees are alive. Next, there is no crime. Next, love, universal love. No crime, love, he repeated, gasping, trembling, pulling the words out with pain because they were so deep and so hard to say. But once said, he believed the world would be changed forever. He fumbled for his card and pencil to write it down. Then a Skye Terrier sniffed his trousers, and Septimus jumped in terror. It was turning into a man, he thought. It was horrible to watch a dog become a man. But the dog trotted away at once. Heaven was merciful, he thought. It spared him and forgave him. But then he tried to be scientific. Why could he see through bodies? Why could he see the future? Why would dogs become men? It must be the heat, he reasoned, working on a brain made sensitive by ages of evolution. Scientifically speaking, the flesh was melting off the world. His own body was stripped down until only nerves were left. His body was spread like a thin veil on a rock. He leaned back, exhausted but still held up. He rested. He waited. Soon he would interpret again, with effort and pain, to mankind. He felt very high, on the back of the world. The earth thrilled beneath him. Red flowers seemed to grow through his flesh. Their stiff leaves rustled by his head. Music began clanging against the rocks up here. It is a motor horn down in the street, he muttered. But up here it crashed from rock to rock. It split and met again in shocks of sound. The sound rose like smooth columns. That music should be visible was a discovery, he thought. Then it was joined by a shepherd boy's piping, twined around it like a thread. That's an old man playing a penny whistle by the public house, he muttered. The piping bubbled out, then grew more beautiful as the boy climbed higher in his mind, while the traffic passed below. This boy's sad song is played among the traffic, Septimus thought. Now the boy withdrew into snow. Roses hung about him, thick red roses like the roses on my bedroom wall, Septimus reminded himself. Then the music stopped. He has got his penny, Septimus reasoned, and gone on to the next public house. But Septimus stayed high on his rock, like a drowned sailor on a rock. I leaned over the edge of the boat and fell down, he thought. I went under the sea. I have been dead, and yet I am alive. Let me rest still, he begged, talking to himself again. It was awful, awful. And then, as happens before waking, sounds began to join together. Birds, wheels, voices, cries. They made a strange harmony. It grew louder and louder, and the sleeper feels himself being pulled back to life. So Septimus felt himself pulled back. The sun grew hotter. Cries sounded louder. Something huge felt close, as if something tremendous was about to happen. He only had to open his eyes. But fear held them down like a weight. He pushed against it. He looked. He saw Regent's Park. Long strips of sunlight lay at his feet. Trees waved and lifted their branches. We welcome you, the world seemed to say. We accept. We create. Beauty, the world seemed to say. And as if to prove it, wherever he looked, at houses, at railings, at the antelopes leaning over the zoo fence, beauty sprang up at once. A leaf shaking in the air was joy. Swallows flew high, diving and turning, round and round, yet always controlled, as if elastic strings held them. Flies rose and fell. The sun spotted one leaf, then another, and flashed soft gold in good humor. Now and again, some sound, perhaps a motor horn, tinkled on grass stalks like a bell. All this was ordinary and calm and reasonable and made of everyday things. Yet to Septimus, it was truth now. Beauty was truth. Beauty was everywhere. "It is time," said Retzia. The word time broke open like a shell and poured riches over him. Words fell from his lips without his choosing them. They were hard and white and lasting. They flew to their places in a song to time. He began to sing. Evans answered from behind the tree. "The dead were in Thessaly, among orchids," Evans sang. "The dead waited there until the war was over, and now the dead, now Evans himself." "For God's sake, don't come!" Septimus cried. He could not look at the dead. But the branches parted. A man in gray was walking towards them. "It is Evans," Septimus thought. No mud on him, no wounds, no change. "I must tell the whole world," Septimus cried, raising his hand as the dead man in gray came nearer. He raised his hand like a huge figure who has mourned for ages alone in the desert and now sees light at the edge, light that spreads and strikes him. Septimus half rose, and behind him, he imagined, legions of men lay down. He would turn and tell them in only a few moments of relief, joy, and revelation. "But I am so unhappy, Septimus," Retzia said, trying to make him sit down. The millions lamented, he thought. For ages they had sorrowed. He would tell them in a few moments more. "The time, Septimus," Retzia repeated. "What is the time?" He was talking. He was starting. The man must notice him. The man was looking at them. "I will tell you the time," said Septimus, very slowly, very drowsily, smiling in a strange way. He sat there smiling at the man in gray, and the clock struck, 11:45, and Peter Walsh passed them and thought, "That is being young, having an awful scene in the middle of the morning." The poor girl looked desperate. What was it about, he wondered. What had the young man in the shabby overcoat said to make her look like that? What awful trouble had they got into, both looking so desperate on a fine summer morning? The amusing thing about coming back to England after 5 years was that for the first few days, things stood out as if one had never seen them before. Lovers quarreling under a tree, the family life of the parks. Never had London looked so charming, he thought as he strolled across the grass. Soft distances, rich green, civilization. After India, it looked enchanting. This sharp feeling for impressions had been his ruin, no doubt. Still, even at his age, he had moods like a boy or a girl. Good days and bad days for no reason. Happiness from a pretty face, misery at the sight of a dull, ugly woman. After India, of course, one fell in love with every woman one met. There was freshness in them. Even the poorest women seemed better dressed than 5 years ago. Fashions had never been so flattering. The long black cloaks, the slim shapes, the elegance. And then the delicious habit of paint. Every woman, even the most respectable, had color like roses under glass. Lips looked cut clean. Eyes had dark curls like ink. There was design, art, everywhere. Something had changed, he thought. What did young people think about now? Those 5 years, from 1918 to 1923, had been important, he suspected. People looked different. Newspapers looked different. For example, there was now a man writing openly in a respectable weekly about toilets. You could not have done that 10 years ago, and girls took out rouge or powder and made up their faces in public. On the ship coming home, there had been many young men and girls. He remembered 2. Betty and Bertie. They flirted openly. The old mother sat watching, knitting, calm as anything. The girl would powder her nose right in front of everyone. They were not even engaged. They were simply having fun, with no hurt feelings. Hard as nails, Betty was. But a good sort. She would be a good wife at 30. She would marry when she wished, marry a rich man, and live near Manchester. Who had done that? he asked himself, turning into the broad walk. Who had married a rich man and lived near Manchester? Then he remembered a long letter he had received lately about blue hydrangeas. Blue hydrangeas had made the writer think of him and the old days. It was Sally Seton, of course. Sally Seton. The last person one would have expected to marry a rich man and live near Manchester, the wild, daring, romantic Sally. Of Clarissa's old crowd, the Whitbreads, the Kinderleys, the Cunninghams, the Kinloch Joneses, Sally was probably the best. She tried to grab life by the right end. She saw through Hugh Whitbread, the admirable Hugh, when Clarissa and the others admired him too much. He could hear Sally's voice. The Whitbreads? Who were they? Coal merchants? Respectable tradespeople. She hated Hugh for some reason. He thinks of nothing but his own clothes, she said. He ought to have been a duke. He'll marry a royal princess. And Hugh did have the most natural respect for the British upper class that Peter had ever seen. Even Clarissa admitted that. And yet Hugh was kind in his way. He gave up shooting to please his old mother. He remembered his aunt's birthdays. Sally saw through all that. Peter remembered an argument one Sunday morning at Bourton about women's rights. Sally lost her temper. She flared up and told Hugh that he represented everything she hated in British middle-class life. She said he was responsible for those poor girls in Piccadilly. Poor Hugh looked shocked. She did it on purpose, she said later. He's read nothing, thought nothing, felt nothing, she would say in that strong voice that carried farther than she knew. The stable boys had more life than Hugh. He was a perfect public school type. Only England could have produced him. She was spiteful. She had a grudge. Something had happened in the smoking room. Peter forgot what. Had Hugh insulted her? Kissed her? That seemed impossible. Nobody believed it. Hugh kissing Sally in the smoking room. If it had been some rich, titled girl, maybe? But not Sally, poor and wild with parents gambling at Monte Carlo. For Hugh, Peter thought, was the greatest snob he had ever met. The most obedient. Not exactly crawling. He was too proper for that. A first-rate valet was the best comparison. Someone who carried cases, sent telegrams, was useful to hostesses. And Hugh had found his place. He married Honorable Evelyn. He got a small job at court. He looked after the king's cellars, polished royal buckles, wore knee breeches and lace. How hard life is, Peter thought. A small job at court. Peter remembered lunching once at Hugh's house. Hugh's houses always had something no one else had. Linen cupboards, perhaps. You had to go and admire them. Linen cupboards, pillowcases, old oak furniture, pictures Hugh had got cheaply. But sometimes Mrs. Hugh spoiled the show. She was a small mouse-like woman who admired big men. She seemed almost nothing. Then suddenly she would say something sharp and surprising. She had some trace of grand style. The coal, the money, the thick atmosphere did not suit her fully. So there they lived, with linen cupboards and lace pillowcases, making 5,000 or 10,000 a year perhaps, while Peter, who was 2 years older than Hugh, had to beg for a job. At 53, he had to ask for help to get placed in some office, as a secretary, or an usher, or teaching Latin to boys, at the call of some big official. Something bringing in 500 a year. Because if he married Daisy, even with his pension, they could not live on less. Whitbread could help. Or Dalloway. Peter did not mind asking Dalloway. Richard was a good sort. A bit thick, a bit limited, but a good sort. Richard did everything in the same sensible way, with no imagination, no sparkle, but with the strange niceness of his type. He should have been a country gentleman. Politics wasted him. He was best outside, with horses and dogs. Peter remembered one time when Clarissa's shaggy dog got caught in a trap and its paw was badly torn. Clarissa almost fainted, but Dalloway did everything. He bandaged it, made splints, told Clarissa not to be silly, and talked to the dog like it was a person. That was what she liked him for, perhaps. That was what she needed. "Now, my dear, don't be a fool. Hold this. Fetch that," he would say, calm and practical. But how could Clarissa listen to Richard on poetry? How could she let him speak solemnly about Shakespeare? Richard once said no decent man should read Shakespeare's sonnets because it was like listening at keyholes. Incredible, Peter thought. The only thing to do was throw sweets at him. But Clarissa drank it in. She thought him honest and independent. She even seemed to think him original. That had been a bond between Sally and Peter. Peter remembered the walled garden where he and Sally used to walk. Rose bushes, giant cauliflowers. Sally would tear off a rose and then stop to admire cabbage leaves in the moonlight. It was strange how clearly it came back, things he had not thought of for years. Sally begged him, half laughing, to carry Clarissa away, to save her from Hugh and Dalloway and all the other perfect gentlemen who would, she said, stifle her soul. Sally wrote long poems then. But Clarissa had her own strength. She was not going to marry Hugh. She knew what she wanted. Her feelings were on the surface. Underneath, she was shrewd. She judged character better than Sally. And she was purely feminine, with a woman's gift of making a world wherever she was. She would come into a room, she would stand in a doorway, with people around her. Yet it was Clarissa one remembered. Not because she was striking, or beautiful, or clever. She did not say clever things. But still, there she was. There she was. "No, no, no," Peter said to himself. "I am not in love with her now." After seeing her that morning, among scissors and silk, readying for her party, he could not stop thinking of her. She came back again and again in his mind. But that was not love, he told himself. It was thinking, judging, trying again after 30 years to explain her. The obvious thing was to call her worldly. She cared too much for rank and society and getting on. That was true in a way. She had admitted it to him. She hated sloppy people, old fogies, failures, like himself perhaps. People had no right to slouch with hands in pockets. One must do something, be something. Those great ladies in her drawing room, duchesses and old countesses, meant something real to her. Lady Bexborough, she once said, held herself upright. Clarissa did too. She never lounged. She was straight as a dart, a bit stiff. Clarissa said those people had courage, and the older she got, the more she respected that courage. Much of this was Dalloway's influence, of course. The public spirit, the empire spirit, the governing class spirit had grown on her. And that is a tragedy of marriage. Even with more brains than Richard, she had to see things through his eyes. She was always quoting Richard, as if one could not guess Richard's thoughts by reading the Morning Post. These parties, for example, were for Richard, or for her idea of Richard. To do him justice, Richard might have been happier farming in Norfolk. Clarissa made her drawing room a meeting place. She had a gift for it. Peter had seen her take some awkward young man and twist him, wake him up, get him going. Of course, many dull people gathered around her. But odd, unexpected people came too. An artist, a writer, strange fish in that polite water. And behind it all was that whole system. Visiting, leaving cards, being kind, carrying flowers, taking little presents. So-and-so was going to France, must have an air cushion. It drained her strength, all that endless movement. But she did it truly, from instinct. Strangely, Clarissa was also a great skeptic. Peter had a theory about her. Perhaps she said to herself, "We are a doomed race on a sinking ship. So let us do our part. Let us ease the sufferings of the others. Let us decorate the prison with flowers and cushions. Let us be as decent as we can." And her idea was that the gods, those cruel powers, hate it when people behave well anyway. The gods want to hurt and spoil lives, but they are annoyed if you still behave like a lady. That mood came after Sylvia's death. That terrible thing. Her sister had been killed by a falling tree right before Clarissa's eyes. Clarissa said Sylvia was the most gifted of them. It was enough to make anyone bitter. Later, Clarissa thought there were no gods, no blame, no one at fault. So she made her own religion. Do good simply because it is good. And Clarissa enjoyed life. It was her nature to enjoy, though Peter knew she had hidden reserves. Even he felt he only had a rough sketch of her. But she had no bitterness. She did not have that awful moral pride some good women have. She enjoyed nearly everything. Walking with her in Hyde Park, she could be delighted by tulips, then by a baby in a pram, then by some small story she invented on the spot. She had a very fine sense of comedy, but she needed people around her to bring it out, and that meant she wasted her time. Lunches, dinners, parties, talking nonsense, saying things she did not mean, dulling her own mind. She would sit at the head of the table, being very polite to some awful bore who might be useful to Richard. And then Elizabeth would come in, and everything must turn to Elizabeth. Elizabeth had been at school last time he saw her. She was pale and wide-eyed, silent and solid, not like her mother. She took all the fuss as normal, then said, "May I go now?" like a child. Clarissa explained it with pride and amusement. Elizabeth was going off to play hockey. Now Elizabeth was probably out, grown up, and perhaps she laughed at her mother's friends and thought Peter an old man. Well, so be it. The compensation of growing old, Peter thought, coming out of Regent's Park and holding his hat in his hand, was this. The feelings stay strong, but at last you gain a power that gives a special taste to life. The power to take experience and turn it slowly in the light. It was a hard thing to admit, but at 53 he scarcely needed people anymore. Life itself, every moment, every drop, here and now in the sun, was enough. Too much, even. A whole lifetime was too short to pull out all the taste and meaning now that he had the power to do it. And this meaning felt less personal than before. It was impossible, he thought, that he could ever suffer again as Clarissa had made him suffer. For hours, even days, he did not think of Daisy at all. Was he even in love with Daisy? He wondered, remembering the misery and wild passion of the old days with Clarissa. This was different. This was easier. The truth was, of course, that now Daisy was in love with him. That might be why, when the ship sailed, he felt relief. He wanted to be alone. He was annoyed to find Daisy's little gifts in his cabin, cigars, notes, a rug for the voyage. If men were honest, he thought, they would admit it. After 50, you don't want people so much. You don't want to keep telling women they are pretty. That is what most men of 50 would say. But then, why had he burst into tears this morning? What was that about? What could Clarissa have thought? She probably thought him a fool, not for the first time. It was jealousy, he thought. Jealousy survives everything else. Daisy had written that Clarissa had been meeting Major Ord. Daisy wrote it on purpose, he knew, to make him jealous. He imagined Daisy wrinkling her forehead, thinking what to write to hurt him. And it worked. He was furious. All this going to England, seeing lawyers, was not really to marry Daisy. It was to stop Daisy marrying anyone else. That was the truth, he thought. and it tortured him. That was what hit him when he saw Clarissa calm and cold, thinking only about her dress and her party. He saw what she might have spared him, what she had reduced him to. An old fool who whimpers. Women, he thought, shutting his knife, don't know what passion is. They don't know what it means to men. Clarissa was cold as ice. She would sit beside him, let him hold her hand, give him one kiss. Here he was at the crossing. A sound broke into his thoughts. A thin, trembling sound, a voice bubbling up without clear meaning, without a start or end. It ran weakly and sharply into sounds like Iumfa so fu sui tu imu. It was a voice with no clear age or sex. It sounded like an ancient spring coming out of the earth. It came from a tall, shaking shape opposite Regent's Park Tube Station, like a funnel, like a rusty pump, like a tree with no leaves. The wind ran up and down it, and it rocked and creaked and moaned, singing fa so fu sui tu u through all ages, when the pavement was grass, when it was swamp, through mammoths and silent sunrises. The battered woman, she wore a skirt, stood there singing of love. Love that lasted 1,000,000 years, she sang. Love that wins. Long ago her lover had walked with her in May, but then he had gone. Death's huge sickle had cut down those hills of life. And at the end, when she laid her very old head on the earth, now cold as ice, she begged the gods to lay by her side a bunch of purple heather, up there on her high grave, where the last rays of the last sun would touch it. Then the show of the universe would be finished. Still the earth was green and full of flowers. Still the song bubbled up opposite Regent's Park Tube Station, even though it came from a rough mouth, like a hole in the ground, muddy and tangled with roots and grasses. Still the old bubbling song, soaked through endless ages, streamed away in little wet lines over the pavement and along Marylebone Road and down towards Euston, fertilizing it, leaving a damp stain. She still remembered something. Long, long ago in May, she had walked with her lover. She remembered that old May Day. Now she was an old woman with a rusty pump and a battered body. She stood in the street. One hand was out for coins. The other hand held her side. She felt that she would still be there in 10,000,000 years. She would still remember that May walk, even if the sea flowed here one day. She remembered the man she walked with. It did not matter who he was. He was a man. Yes, a man who had loved her. But time had passed, and time had changed the memory. The old May Day was not clear now. The bright flowers of that day were not bright in her mind. In her mind they were pale, gray, and cold, like silver with frost. And now, when she begged him, as she begged him in her mind, she said clearly, "Look in my eyes with your sweet eyes, look hard." But she did not see his real face now. She did not see brown eyes. She did not see black whiskers. She did not see a sunburnt face. She saw only a large shape, a shadow shape. Still, with a little bird-like freshness, the freshness of very old people, she still sang and talked. She said, "Give me your hand. Let me press it gently." She kept talking to the shadow. She said, "And if someone should see, what does it matter?" Peter Walsh could not help it. As he stepped into his taxi, he gave the poor old woman a coin. The old woman asked again, "And if someone should see, what matter they?" Her fist stayed tight at her side. She smiled. She put the shilling in her pocket, and then in her mind, all the curious eyes looking at her were wiped away. All the years and all the passing people seemed to vanish. The pavement was full of busy middle-class people, but in her mind they fell away like leaves. Leaves are stepped on, leaves get wet, leaves become dark mold, and spring goes on, always, forever. Poor old woman. said Retzia Warren Smith. She was waiting to cross the street. Oh, poor old wretch. Retzia looked at her and thought, suppose it was a wet night. Suppose her father, or someone from her past, someone who knew her in better days, walked by and saw her standing there in the gutter. Where did she sleep at night? Where did she go when it was cold? But the old woman sang on. Cheerfully, almost gaily, the strong thread of sound went up into the air, like smoke from a cottage chimney. It wound up into the air, up through clean beech trees, and then it came out like a little tuft of blue smoke among the highest leaves. And still she sang, "And if someone should see, what matter they?" Retzia had been unhappy for weeks and weeks now. Because she was so unhappy, she gave meanings to small things that happened. Sometimes she almost felt she must stop people in the street if they looked like good, kind people, just to say, "I am unhappy." So when she heard this old woman singing, "If someone should see, what matter they?" Retzia suddenly felt sure that everything would be all right. They were going to Sir William Bradshaw. His name sounded nice to her. He would cure Septimus at once. Then Retzia saw a brewer's cart. The gray horses pulled it, and they had bits of straw standing up in their tails. There were newspaper signs, too, with big words. Retzia thought, it is a silly dream, being unhappy. So they crossed the street, Mr. and Mrs. Septimus Warren Smith. And was there really anything to make people look at them? Was there anything to make a passer-by think, here is a young man with the greatest message in the world inside him, and he is also the happiest man in the world, and the most miserable? Maybe they walked more slowly than others. Maybe the man's walk had something unsure in it, something trailing and hesitating. But what was more natural than that? He was a clerk. He had not been in the West End on a weekday at this hour for years. So he kept looking up at the sky. He kept looking at this and that. He looked as if Portland Place was a room he had entered when the family was away. It was like a big, quiet room. It was like the chandeliers were covered. It was like the caretaker was there, letting in long strips of dusty light, showing strange, empty armchairs, lifting a corner of the long blinds, telling visitors, what a wonderful place this is. Wonderful, and yet strange. To look at, he might have been a clerk, but he was a better sort of clerk. He wore brown boots. His hands looked educated. His profile looked educated too, sharp, big-nosed, intelligent, sensitive. But his lips were not firm, they were a little loose. His eyes were just eyes, as eyes often are. They were hazel and large, so he seemed a border case, not one thing, not the other. He might end with a house at Purley and a motor car, or he might go on renting rooms in back streets all his life. He was one of those half-educated, self-educated men. He learned from books, he borrowed them from public libraries, he read at night after work, he even wrote to well-known writers and asked advice. And he had other experiences too, the lonely experiences people have alone. People have them in bedrooms, in offices, walking in fields, walking in London streets. He had them. He had left home when he was only a boy because of his mother. She lied, he thought. She scolded him for small things. He came down to tea many times with unwashed hands. He could see no future for a poet in Stroud. So he told his little sister his thoughts. He made her his close friend. Then he went to London. He left a silly note behind him, like the notes great men write, notes the world reads later when their struggles become famous. London had swallowed up millions of young men named Smith. London did not care about strange first names like Septimus, names parents choose to make a child different. He lived in lodgings off the Euston Road. There were more experiences there, again and again. Those experiences can change a face fast. In 2 years, a face can change from a pink, innocent oval into a face that is lean, tight, and hostile. But what could even a very observant friend say about it? Only what a gardener says when he opens the conservatory door in the morning and sees a new flower on his plant. It has flowered. It had flowered from vanity, from ambition, from idealism, from passion, from loneliness, from courage, from laziness, from the usual seeds. All those seeds got mixed together in a room off the Euston Road. They made him shy. They made him stammer. They made him anxious to improve himself. And they made him fall in love with Miss Isabel Pole. She gave talks in the Waterloo Road about Shakespeare. Is he not like Keats? She asked someone, perhaps herself. She thought of giving him a taste of Antony and Cleopatra and the rest. She lent him books. She wrote little scraps of letters to him, and she lit a fire in him, a fire that burns only once in a lifetime. It was a strange fire. It had almost no heat. It flickered like red gold, very thin, very light, very unreal, over Miss Pole, over Antony and Cleopatra, over the Waterloo Road. He thought she was beautiful. He believed she was perfectly wise. He dreamed of her. He wrote poems to her. She did not care much about the feeling in them. She corrected them in red ink. One summer evening, he saw her walking in a green dress in a square. It has flowered, the gardener might have said, if he had opened the door at night and come in. If he had come in, he might have found Septimus writing. He might have found him tearing up what he wrote. He might have found him finishing a masterpiece at 3 o'clock in the morning. He might have found him running out to walk the streets. He might have found him visiting churches. He might have found him fasting one day, drinking another day. He might have found him devouring books. Shakespeare, Darwin, the history of civilization, Bernard Shaw. Something was happening, Mr. Brewer knew. Mr. Brewer was the managing clerk at Sibley's and Arrowsmith's, auctioneers, valuers, land and estate agents. Something was up, he thought. Mr. Brewer was a fatherly man with his young men. He thought very highly of Septimus's abilities. He even said Septimus might, in 10 or 15 years, sit in the leather armchair in the inner room under the skylight, with deed boxes all around him, if he kept his health. And that is the danger, Mr. Brewer thought. Septimus looked weak. Mr. Brewer advised football. He invited him to supper. He began to think of recommending a rise in salary. Then something happened. It threw out many of Mr. Brewer's careful plans. It took away his best young men. The fingers of the European war were prying and insidious. The war smashed a plaster cast of Ceres. It plowed a hole in the geranium beds. It ruined the cook's nerves at Mr. Brewer's house at Muswell Hill. Septimus was one of the first to volunteer. He went to France to save an England that, in his mind, was made almost entirely of Shakespeare's plays, and Miss Isabel Pole in her green dress walking in a square. In the trenches, the change Mr. Brewer wanted when he advised football came at once. Septimus became manly. He was promoted. He drew attention. He even drew affection from his officer, a man named Evans. It was like two dogs playing on a hearthrug. One was lively, worrying a paper screw, snarling, snapping, giving a pinch now and then at the old dog's ear. The other lay sleepy, blinking at the fire, raising a paw, turning and growling in a good way. They had to be together. They shared things. They fought. They quarreled. They made up. They were close. Razzia had only seen Evans once. She called him a quiet man. She said he was sturdy, red-haired, not showing much feeling in the company of women. Then Evans was killed just before the armistice in Italy. And Septimus did not cry. He did not show feeling. He did not even seem to understand that a friendship had ended. Instead, he congratulated himself. He told himself he felt very little, and he felt it in a reasonable way. The war had taught him, he thought. It was sublime. He had gone through the whole show. Friendship, European war, death. He had won promotion. He was still under 30. He was sure he would survive. And he did. The last shells missed him. He watched them explode. He felt indifferent. When peace came, he was in Milan. He lived in the house of an innkeeper. There was a courtyard. There were flowers in tubs. There were small tables outside in the open air. The innkeeper's daughters made hats. And there, one evening, when panic was on him, he became engaged to Lucretia, the younger daughter. He asked her to marry him because he could not feel. Now the war was over. A truce was signed. The dead were buried. And yet, especially in the evening, sudden thunderclaps of fear came to him. He could not feel. When he opened the door of the room where the Italian girls sat making hats, he could see them. He could hear them. They rubbed wires among colored beads and saucers. They turned stiff buckram shapes this way and that. The table was covered with feathers, spangles, silks, ribbons. Scissors tapped on the table. All that busy work protected him. The tapping scissors and laughing girls gave him safety. It was like a refuge, but he could not sit there all night. Sometimes he woke early in the morning. He felt the bed was falling. He felt he was falling. Oh, he wanted the scissors, the lamplight, the buckram shapes again. So he asked Lucretia to marry him. Lucretia was gay and light. She was frivolous. She had little artist's fingers. She would hold them up and say, "It is all in them." Silk, feathers, and all those things were alive to her. "It is the hat that matters most," she would say when they walked out together. She looked at every hat that passed. She judged the cloak, the dress, the way a woman held herself. If a woman dressed badly or dressed too much, she showed impatience, not cruelly, but quickly, with her hands. She moved like a painter, pushing away an obvious, well-meant, ugly mistake. Then, in a generous way, but always with a sharp eye, she praised a shopgirl who wore her small bit of cloth with courage. Or she praised, with full and professional joy, a French lady stepping down from a carriage in fine robes with pearls and chinchilla. "Beautiful," she would murmur, and nudge Septimus so he could see. But to Septimus, beauty was behind glass. Even taste was behind glass. Ridzia liked ices, chocolates, sweet things, but for him, food had no taste. He put down his cup on the little marble table. He looked at people outside. They looked happy. They stood in the middle of the street. They shouted and laughed. They argued over nothing. But he could not taste. He could not feel. In the tea shop, among tables and chattering waiters, the terrible fear came back. He could not feel. Still, he could reason. He could read, for example, Dante, quite easily. "Septimus, do put down your book," Ridzia said, gently shutting the inferno. He could add up his bill. His brain was perfect. So, he thought, it must be the world's fault that he could not feel. "The English are so silent," Ridzia said. She liked it. She respected Englishmen. She wanted to see London. She wanted to see English horses and tailor-made suits. She remembered hearing how wonderful the shops were, from an aunt who had married and lived in Soho. As they left New Haven, Septimus looked at England through the train window. It might be possible, he thought, that the world itself had no meaning. At the office, they gave him a job with much responsibility. They were proud of him. He had won crosses. "You have done your duty. It is up to us," began Mr. Brewer, but he could not finish, so pleased he was. They found good lodgings off Tottenham Court Road. Here Septimus opened Shakespeare again. But the boy's old joy in words, Antony and Cleopatra, had shriveled. Now he thought Shakespeare hated humanity. People putting on clothes, people having children, the dirt of mouths and bellies. This, he thought, was the hidden message in beautiful words. One generation, he thought, passes a secret signal to the next. The signal is loathing, hatred, despair. Dante was the same. Aeschylus, in translation, was the same. Retzia sat at the table trimming hats. She trimmed hats for Mrs. Filmer's friends. She trimmed hats by the hour. She looked pale. She looked like a lily under water, drowned, he thought. The English are so serious, she would say, putting her arms round Septimus, her cheek against his. Septimus thought love between man and woman was disgusting to Shakespeare. He thought sex was filthy. Retzia wanted children. They had been married 5 years. They went to the Tower. They went to the Victoria and Albert Museum. They stood in a crowd to see the king open Parliament. And there were the shops. Hat shops, dress shops, shops with leather bags in the window. Retzia stood and stared. She wanted a boy. She wanted a son. She wanted a son like Septimus. But nobody could be like Septimus, she said. He was so gentle, so serious, so clever. Could she not read Shakespeare too? She asked. Was Shakespeare difficult? Septimus thought. You cannot bring children into a world like this. You cannot keep suffering going. You cannot increase the breed of lustful animals. People have no lasting feelings, he thought. They have only whims and vanities, moving now this way, now that. He watched Retzia snip and shape hats, the way you watch a bird hop and flit in grass, not daring to move a finger. Because, he thought, the truth is that human beings have no kindness, no faith, no charity, except what helps the pleasure of the moment. They hunt in packs. Their packs cross deserts and vanish screaming into wilderness. They leave the fallen. They cover themselves with false faces. There was Brewer at the office, with his waxed mustache, coral tie-pin, white slip, and happy feelings, but inside him cold and clammy. His geraniums were ruined in the war. His cook's nerves were destroyed. There was Amelia What's-Her-Name, handing round cups of tea at 5, on time, a sneering little harpy. There were the Toms and Birdies in stiff shirts, oozing vice. They never saw Septimus drawing pictures of them naked in his notebook, making them look foolish. In the street, vans roared past. Cruel words shouted from big signs. Men were trapped in mines. Women burned alive. Once he saw a line of damaged lunatics being walked out, being shown for fun. People laughed aloud. The lunatics shuffled and nodded and grinned. Each one, half sorry and yet proud, showed his hopeless sorrow to the world. And would he go mad? At tea, Retzia told him Mrs. Filmer's daughter was expecting a baby. Retzia could not grow old with no children. She was lonely. She was unhappy. She cried for the first time since they were married. Far away, Septimus heard her crying. He heard it clearly. He noticed it exactly. He compared it to a piston thumping. But he felt nothing. His wife was crying, and he felt nothing. Only each time she sobbed in that deep, quiet, hopeless way, he felt he went down one more step into a pit. At last, he made a big dramatic gesture. He knew it was not true feeling. He did it like a machine. He dropped his head on his hands. Now he had surrendered, he thought. Now other people must help him. People must be sent for. He gave in. Nothing could wake him up inside. Retzia put him to bed. She sent for a doctor, Mrs. Filmer's Dr. Holmes. Dr. Holmes examined him. There was nothing wrong at all, Dr. Holmes said. Oh, what a relief, thought Retzia. What a kind man. What a good man. When he felt like that, Dr. Holmes said, he himself went to the music hall. He took a day off with his wife and played golf. Why not try 2 tablets of bromide in a glass of water at bedtime? And these old Bloomsbury houses, Dr. Holmes said, tapping the wall, are often full of fine wood panels, but landlords foolishly cover them with paper. Only the other day, he said, visiting a patient, Sir Somebody Something in Bedford Square. So there was no excuse, Septimus thought. Nothing was wrong, except one sin. He did not feel. Human nature, he thought, had condemned him to death because he did not feel. Worst of all, he had not cared when Evans was killed. Other crimes rose in his mind in the early morning hours. They shook fingers at him. They jeered at him over the rail of the bed. His body lay there, knowing its own shame. He thought of how he had married his wife without loving her. He had lied to her. He had seduced her. He had hurt Miss Isabel Pole. He felt marked with vice. He imagined women shuddering when they saw him. Human nature's verdict on such a wretch was death. Dr. Holmes came again. He was big, fresh-colored, handsome. He flicked his boots. He looked in the mirror. He brushed it all aside. Headaches, sleeplessness, fears, dreams, nerve symptoms, nothing more, he said. If Dr. Holmes found himself even half a pound under 11 stone 6, he asked his wife for another plate of porridge at breakfast. Retzia would learn to cook porridge. Health, Dr. Holmes said, is largely in our own control. Throw yourself into outside interests, take up a hobby. He opened Shakespeare, Antony and Cleopatra, then pushed it aside. Some hobby, he said. He owed his own excellent health to switching off from patients onto old furniture. And what a pretty comb Mrs. Warren Smith was wearing. When the foolish man came again, Septimus refused to see him. Did he indeed? Said Dr. Holmes, smiling. He gave Retzia a friendly push and got past her into her husband's bedroom. So you're in a funk, Dr. Holmes said in a pleasant way, sitting by the bed. Septimus had talked about killing himself to his wife, a young girl, a foreigner. Didn't that give her a strange idea of English husbands? Didn't a man owe a duty to his wife? Wouldn't it be better to do something instead of lying in bed? Dr. Holmes had 40 years of experience, he said, and Septimus could take his word. There was nothing the matter. Next time, Dr. Holmes hoped to find Septimus out of bed and not making his charming little wife anxious. Human nature was on him, Septimus thought, like a repulsive brute with blood-red nostrils. Holmes was on him. Dr. Holmes came every day. Septimus wrote on the back of a postcard, "Once you stumble, human nature is on you. Holmes is on you." Their only chance was to escape, without letting Holmes know. To Italy. Anywhere, away from Dr. Holmes. But Retzia could not understand. Dr. Holmes was such a kind man. He was so interested in Septimus. He only wanted to help, he said. He had 4 little children. He had asked her to tea. So Septimus felt deserted. The whole world seemed to shout, kill yourself for our sakes." But why should he kill himself for their sakes? Food was pleasant. The sun was hot. And killing yourself, how do you do it? With a table knife, ugly, with blood? By sucking a gas pipe? He was too weak. He could scarcely lift his hand. And besides, now that he was alone, condemned, deserted, like people about to die, there was a strange luxury in it. There was an isolation that felt high and solemn. There was a freedom the attached never know. Holmes had won, of course. The brute with the red nostrils had won. But even Holmes could not touch this last thing in Septimus, this last relic drifting at the edge of the world, this outcast who looked back at the living regions, lying like a drowned sailor on the shore of the world. Then, at that moment, while Retzia was out shopping, the great thing happened. A voice spoke from behind the screen. Evans was speaking. The dead were with him. "Evans! Evans!" Septimus cried. Agnes, the servant girl, cried out downstairs to Mrs. Filmer in the kitchen. Mr. Smith was talking aloud to himself. "Evans! Evans!" he had said when she brought in the tray. Agnes jumped. She ran downstairs quickly. Then Retzia came in, carrying flowers. She walked across the room. She put the roses in a vase. The sun struck the vase. The light went laughing and leaping round the room. She had bought the roses from a poor man in the street, Retsia said. But they were almost dead already, she said as she arranged them. So there was a man outside, Septimus thought. Evans, perhaps. And the roses, which Retsia said were half dead, had been picked, he thought, in the fields of Greece. Communication is health, he muttered. Communication is happiness. Communication. What are you saying, Septimus? Retsia asked, wild with fear because he was talking to himself. She sent Agnes to fetch Dr. Holmes. Her husband was mad, she said. He hardly knew her. You brute! You brute! Cried Septimus, seeing human nature, that is Dr. Holmes, enter the room. Now what's all this about? Said Dr. Holmes in the kindest voice in the world. Talking nonsense to frighten your wife? He would give him something to make him sleep. And if they were rich people, Dr. Holmes said, looking around the room in an ironic way, then yes, go to Harley Street. If they had no trust in him, he said, not quite so kind now, then yes, go there. It was exactly 12 o'clock, 12 by Big Ben. The sound went over the north of London. It mixed with other clocks. It mixed with clouds and thin smoke. It died up there among the seagulls. 12 o'clock struck as Clarissa Dalloway laid her green dress on her bed and the Warren Smiths walked down Harley Street. 12 was the hour of their appointment. Probably, Retsia thought, that was Sir William Bradshaw's house, with a grey motor car in front. The heavy circles of sound dissolved in the air. Yes, it was Sir William Bradshaw's motor car. It was low, strong, grey. Plain initials were on the panel, joined together. Old noble signs felt out of place, because this man was a helper of science, like a priest, and everything matched the car's grey, calm look. Grey furs and silver grey rugs lay heaped in the car to keep Lady Bradshaw warm as she waited. Often Sir William traveled 60 miles or more into the country to visit rich people who were ill, rich people who could pay the large fee Sir William properly charged. Lady Bradshaw waited with rugs over her knees. She waited an hour or more. She leaned back. Sometimes she thought of the patient. Sometimes, not wrongly, she thought of the wall of gold, rising minute by minute while she waited, the gold wall growing between her and all worries and small troubles. She had had struggles, and she had borne them bravely, she thought. Now she felt set on a calm ocean where only warm winds blew. She was respected, admired, envied. She had little left to wish for, though she regretted being stout. There were large dinner parties every Thursday night for Sir William's profession. Sometimes she opened a bazaar. Royalty greeted her. Too little time, alas, with her husband, whose work grew and grew. They had a boy doing well at Eton. She would have liked a daughter too, but she had interests: child welfare, care for epileptics after treatment, and photography. So, if there was a church building or a church falling apart, she bribed the sexton, got the key, and took photographs. People could hardly tell her photos from a professional's while she waited. Sir William himself was not young now. He had worked very hard. He had won his place by sheer ability. His father had been a shopkeeper. Sir William loved his profession. He looked fine at ceremonies. He spoke well. But by the time he was knighted, these things had given him a heavy look, a tired look. Patience came without end. The responsibilities and privileges of his work were heavy. His tiredness and his gray hair gave him a special distinction. And he had a reputation, very important with nerve cases, lightning skill, almost no mistakes in diagnosis, and also sympathy, tact, and understanding of the human soul. He knew at once, when they entered the room, that this was serious. The Warren Smiths, they were called. The moment he saw the man, he was sure. It was a case of extreme gravity. It was complete breakdown, complete physical and nervous breakdown. Every symptom was advanced. In 2 or 3 minutes, he found this out, writing quiet answers to quiet questions on a pink card. How long had Dr. Holmes attended him? 6 weeks. Had Holmes prescribed a little bromide and said nothing was wrong? Ah, yes, thought Sir William. Those general practitioners. He spent half his time undoing their mistakes. Some mistakes could not be fixed. You served with great distinction in the war? Sir William asked. Septimus repeated the word war as a question. He was giving words strange, symbol meanings. That was serious, Sir William noted on the card. The war? The patient asked. The European war? That little schoolboy fight with gunpowder? Had he served with distinction? He forgot. In the war itself, he said, he had failed. Yes, he served with the greatest distinction, Retzia said. He was promoted. And they have the very highest opinion of you at your office? Sir William murmured, looking at Mr. Brewer's letter, very generous and warm. So you have nothing to worry you? No money worry? Nothing? Septimus thought he had committed a terrible crime. Human nature had condemned him to death. I have, he began, committed a crime. He has done nothing wrong, Retzia said quickly. If Mr. Smith would wait, Sir William said, he would speak to Mrs. Smith in the next room. Her husband was very seriously ill, Sir William said. Did he threaten to kill himself? Oh, yes, he did, Retzia cried. But he did not mean it, she said. Of course not. It was a question of rest, Sir William said. Rest, rest, rest. A long rest in bed. There was a delightful home in the country where her husband would be well cared for. Away from her? Retzia asked. Unfortunately, yes, Sir William said. The people we love most are often not good for us when we are ill. But he was not mad, was he? Sir William said he never spoke of madness. He called it not having a sense of proportion. But her husband did not like doctors. He would refuse to go. Shortly and kindly, Sir William explained the state of the case. The man had threatened to kill himself. There was no other choice. It was a question of law. He would lie in bed in a beautiful country house. The nurses were excellent. Sir William would visit once a week. If Mrs. Warren Smith had no more questions, they would go back to her husband. Sir William never hurried patients. Retzia had no more questions, not for Sir William. So they returned to Septimus. To him, he felt, he was the highest of mankind, and also a criminal. A victim on a high place, a fugitive, a drowned sailor, a poet of an immortal song, a lord going from life to death. Septimus sat in an armchair under the skylight. He stared at a photograph of Lady Bradshaw in court dress. He muttered messages about beauty. We have had our little talk, said Sir William. He says you are very, very ill, Retzia cried. We have been arranging that you should go into a home, said Sir William. One of Holmes's homes? Septimus sneered. Septimus made a bad impression on Sir William. Sir William's father had been a tradesman, and Sir William had a natural respect for good breeding and good clothes. Shabby clothes nettled him, and deeper still, Sir William had never had time for reading. He had a hidden grudge against cultivated people who came into his room and hinted that doctors are not educated men, even though their work is a constant strain on the mind. One of my homes, Mr. Warren Smith, Sir William said, where we will teach you to rest. And there was one thing more. Sir William was sure that when Septimus was well, he was the last man to frighten his wife. But he had talked of killing himself. We all have our moments of depression, Sir William said. Once you fall, Septimus repeated in his mind, human nature is on you. Holmes and Bradshaw are on you. They cross deserts. They fly screaming into wilderness. They use torture. Human nature does not stop. Impulses came upon him sometimes? Sir William asked, pencil ready on the pink card. That was his own business, Septimus said. Nobody lives for himself alone, Sir William said, glancing at his wife's photograph in court dress. And you have a brilliant career before you, Sir William said. Mr. Brewer's letter lay on the table. An exceptionally brilliant career. But if Septimus confessed, if he told everything, if he communicated, would his torturers let him go then? He stammered. But what was his crime? He could not remember. Yes, Sir William said, encouraging him. But it was getting late. Love, trees, there is no crime. What was his message? He could not remember it. Septimus stammered again. Try to think as little about yourself as possible, Sir William said kindly. Really, he was not fit to be about. Was there anything else they wished to ask? Sir William would make all the arrangements, he murmured to Retsia. He would let her know between 5 and 6 that evening, he said. Trust everything to me, he said, and he dismissed them. Never had Retsia felt such pain in her life. She had asked for help, and now she felt deserted. Sir William had failed them. Sir William Bradshaw was not a nice man. The upkeep of that motor car alone must cost him a lot, Septimus said when they were back in the street. Retsia clung to his arm. They had been deserted. But what more did she want? Sir William gave his patients 3/4 of an hour. And in this strict science, which deals with what we know so little about, the nerves and the human brain, if a doctor loses his sense of proportion, then as a doctor he fails. Health we must have, Sir William believed, and health is proportion. So when a man comes in and says he is Christ, a common idea, and says he has a message, as many do, and threatens to kill himself, as many do, you call on proportion. You order rest in bed, rest in solitude, silence and rest. Rest with no friends, no books, no messages. 6 months of rest until a man who went in weighing 7 stone 6 comes out weighing 12. Proportion, divine proportion, Sir William's goddess, came to him through his life. Walking hospitals, catching salmon, having one son in Harley Street by Lady Bradshaw. Lady Bradshaw caught salmon too, and took photographs that people could hardly tell from a professional's. Sir William loved proportion. He did well in his life. He became rich and important. He also helped England grow in his way. He put many sick people away, out of sight. He shut away people he called lunatics. He stopped women from having babies in some cases. He punished people for despair. He made it hard for people he thought unfit to speak freely or to pass on their ideas until they learned his proportion. Men must take Sir William's proportion. Women must take Lady Bradshaw's, as if it were the same rule for them. Lady Bradshaw did quiet work at home. She embroidered and knitted. She stayed at home 4 nights out of 7 with her son. Many people respected Sir William. His colleagues respected him. People under him feared him, and the families of his patients felt deep gratitude. They were thankful when Sir William insisted that people who said strange things, people who thought they were Christ, or people who said the world would end, should lie in bed and drink milk as he ordered. Sir William had 30 years of experience. He trusted his own instinct. He said, "This is madness. This is sense." And his main sense was his sense of proportion. But proportion has a sister. This sister does not smile. She is more frightening. She is like a goddess too. She works even now, in many places, in the heat and sands of India, in the mud and swamps of Africa, in the dark streets of London. She works wherever the weather or evil tempts people to leave what she calls the true belief, which is her belief. She knocks down shrines. She breaks idols. She puts up her own hard face in their place. Her name is conversion. Conversion feeds on weak wills. She loves to press down and force people. She loves to see her own face stamped on the faces of the crowd. At Hyde Park Corner, she stands on a box and preaches. Sometimes she covers herself in white. Sometimes she walks through factories and parliaments looking like brotherly love. She offers help, but she wants power. She hits those who disagree. She pushes away those who are not pleased. She blesses those who look up at her and take their own light from her eyes in a quiet, obedient way. Redzia Warren Smith felt something. She felt that this goddess lived in Sir William's heart too. It was hidden, as it often is, under a fine name. It may be called love, or duty, or self-sacrifice. Sir William could work very hard. He could raise money, spread reforms, begin new groups and new places. But conversion, the proud goddess, likes blood more than bricks. She feeds most on the human will. Take Lady Bradshaw, for example. 15 years ago, she had gone under. It was not one clear thing. There was no big scene. There was no sudden break. It was a slow sinking. Her will slowly sank into his will, like wood soaking with water. Her smile was sweet. Her giving in was quick. Dinner in Harley Street was smooth and polite. There were 8 or 9 courses. There were 10 or 15 guests, people of the professional class. Everything looked calm. But as the evening went on, there was a small dullness, a small unease. There might be a nervous twitch. There might be a fumble, a stumble, a little confusion. It was painful to believe what it meant. The poor lady lied. Long ago she had caught salmon freely. Now she was quick to serve her husband's hunger for power. She felt his eye light up, oily with desire to rule. So she cramped herself. She squeezed herself. She cut herself down. She pruned herself. She drew back. She only peeped through life. Guests did not know exactly what made the evening unpleasant. They did not know why they felt pressure on the top of the head. They might blame the heavy talk or the tiredness of a great doctor, whose life, Lady Bradshaw said, is not his own, but his patient's. But unpleasant it was. So when the clock struck 10, guests went out into Harley Street and breathed the air with joy. They felt relief. But Sir William's patients did not get this relief. In that gray room, with pictures on the wall and costly furniture, under a skylight of ground glass, the patients learned how far they had sinned. They sat huddled in armchairs. They watched Sir William do a strange arm exercise. He shot his arms out. Then he brought them sharply back to his hip. He did this to show, if the patient was stubborn, that Sir William was master of his own actions, and the patient was not. There, some weak people broke down. They cried. They gave in. Others, moved by some wild feeling, called Sir William a damnable humbug. Some went even further. They questioned life itself. Why live? They asked. Sir William answered that life was good. Lady Bradshaw's picture in ostrich feathers hung over the mantelpiece. Sir William's income was about $12,000 a year. Yes, life had given him plenty. But we have no such gift, the patient said. Life has given us nothing like that. Sir William agreed. They lacked a sense of proportion. And perhaps, they said, there is no God. He shrugged. So, they said, living or not living is our own affair. But there, Sir William said, they were wrong. He had a friend in Surrey. In Surrey, they taught a hard skill, a sense of proportion. There were also other things Sir William praised: family love, honor, courage, and a fine career. Sir William was a firm champion of all these. If the patients did not accept these things, then Sir William would call on the police and on the good of society. Society, he said quietly, would take care, down in Surrey, that these unsocial impulses, which he said came from bad blood, would be held under control. Then the goddess came out of hiding. She climbed her throne. Her hunger was to crush all opposition. Her hunger was to stamp her own image into the private holy places of other people. Naked, weak, worn out, friendless, the patients received Sir William's will pressed into them. He swooped, he devoured, he shut people up, and this mix of hard decision and polite humanity made families love Sir William. Families felt he was so good because he kept their sick ones under lock and rule. But Retsia Warren Smith cried as she walked down Harley Street that she did not like that man. The clocks of Harley Street kept cutting the day. They cut it into small pieces. They seemed to say, submit, obey, accept authority. They all sang together about the great value of proportion, and the June day grew smaller as they bid it away. Then a big shop clock in Oxford Street, hanging over a shop, told everyone, in a friendly way, that it was 1:30. It was as if Messrs. Rigby and Lowndes were happy to give the time for free. If you looked up, it seemed each letter of their name stood for an hour. Without thinking, you felt grateful to Rigby and Lowndes for giving time approved by Greenwich. And later, this gratitude might turn into buying socks or shoes from them. So Hugh Whitbread thought, as he stood there by the shop window. He often stood and thought. He did not think deeply. He stayed on the surface. He had known dead languages and living ones. He had known life in Constantinople, Paris, Rome. He had ridden and shot and played tennis once. Some people said he now guarded Buckingham Palace, dressed in silk stockings and knee breeches, guarding what nobody knew. But he did his work very well. He had floated on the cream of English society for 55 years. He had known prime ministers. People said his feelings were deep. And even if it was true that he had not joined the great movements of his time and had not held high office, he had done one or two small reforms. He helped improve public shelters. He helped protect owls in Norfolk. Servant girls had reason to be grateful to him. And when his name was at the end of letters to the Times, asking for money, asking the public to protect things, preserve things, clear up litter, stop smoke, and stamp out bad behavior in parks, people respected the letter. Hugh looked fine too. He paused as the sound of the half-hour died away and looked in a grand way at socks and shoes. He was neat and solid. He seemed to look at the world from a high place. He dressed to match. He knew his duties, the duties that come with size, wealth, and health. He did small, polite acts, even when they were not needed. He did old-fashioned courtesies. They gave his manner a quality, something people could copy, something people could remember. For example, he would never lunch with Lady Bruton, whom he had known for 20 years, without bringing her a bunch of carnations in his open hand. He would also ask Miss Brush, Lady Bruton's secretary, about her brother in South Africa. Miss Brush hated this. She felt it was rude in a hidden way. She would say, "Thank you, he's doing very well in South Africa," even though for 6 years he had been doing badly in Portsmouth. Lady Bruton preferred Richard Dalloway. Richard arrived the next moment. They met on the doorstep. Lady Bruton preferred Richard, of course. She felt he was made of finer stuff. Still, she would not let people insult her poor dear Hugh. She remembered his kindness. She could not remember the exact time, but she knew he had been kind. Very kind. And she thought, the difference between one man and another is not so great. She had never liked cutting people up, as Clarissa Dalloway did, cutting them up and sticking them together again. Not when you were 62, at least. She took Hugh's carnations with her hard, sharp smile. Nobody else was coming, she said. She had got Hugh and Richard there by a trick, to help her with a problem. But let us eat first, she said. So lunch began. The doors swung. White-capped maids in aprons moved in silence, going back and forth. They were like helpers in a mystery. In Mayfair, from 1:30 to 2, hostesses practice this grand trick. With a wave of the hand, traffic seems to stop and an illusion rises. First, there is an illusion about the food, as if nobody pays for it. Then there is an illusion about the table, as if it spreads itself with glass and silver by its own will. There are little mats, little dishes of red fruit. Brown cream covers fish. Cut chickens swim in casseroles. The fire burns, bright and strange, like a fire that does not belong to any home. With wine and coffee, more visions rise, as if they too are not paid for. People's eyes grow calm and thoughtful. Life looks musical and mysterious. People look kindly at the red carnations by Lady Bruton's plate. Lady Bruton's movements were always sharp and angular. She had laid the carnations beside her plate. Hugh Whitbread felt at peace with the whole world. He also felt sure of his place in it. He rested his fork and said, "Wouldn't they look charming against your lace?" Miss Brush hated his easy way. She thought him underbred, but she made Lady Bruton laugh. Lady Bruton lifted the carnations, holding them stiffly. She looked like the general in the portrait behind her, holding a scroll. She became still, as if in a trance. Richard Dalloway looked at her and wondered, was she the general's great-granddaughter or great-great-granddaughter? He remembered the names, Sir Roderick, Sir Miles, Sir Talbot. It was strange how the likeness stayed in that family, in the women. Lady Bruton should have been a general of dragoons herself, Richard thought. He would have served under her with pleasure. He respected her. He liked these romantic ideas, old women of pedigree, strong and upright. He would have liked to bring some young hotheads to lunch with her, to teach them. Could a woman like her come from soft, tea-drinking people? No, he thought. He knew her country place. He knew her people. There was a vine still bearing grapes, and people said either Lovelace or Herrick had sat under it. Lady Bruton never read poetry, but that was the story. Lady Bruton had a question that worried her. It was about making an appeal to the public and what words to use. She decided to wait. Better wait until they had coffee. So she put the carnations down. "How's Clarissa?" she asked suddenly. Clarissa always said Lady Bruton did not like her. Lady Bruton had a name for caring more about politics than people. People said she talked like a man. People even said she had been part of a famous plot in the 1880s, now talked about in memoirs. In her drawing room there was an alcove and a table in it, and on the table a photo of General Sir Talbot Moore, dead now. People said that one evening in the 80s, he had written a telegram there, in Lady Bruton's presence, perhaps with her advice, ordering British troops to advance on an historic day. Lady Bruton kept the pen and told the story. So when Lady Bruton said, in her offhand way, "How's Clarissa?" husbands found it hard to convince their wives that she cared. Even devoted husbands were secretly doubtful. Lady Bruton did not seem to care for women who, people said, got in their husband's way, stopped them taking jobs abroad, and had to be taken to the sea to recover from illness. Still, women understood Lady Bruton's question. They knew it was a sign of goodwill. It was a sign from a quiet friend. Lady Bruton said only a few such things in a lifetime, but they meant something. They meant a kind of hidden comradeship between women under the men's lunch parties. Lady Bruton and Mrs. Dalloway did not meet much. When they did meet, they looked cold, even hostile. But this bond was there. "I met Clarissa in the park this morning," said Hugh Whitbread. He bent into the casserole. He wanted credit. He felt proud that he met everyone as soon as he came to London. Miss Brush watched him and thought he was greedy. one of the greediest men she had known. Miss Brush watched men in a hard, straight way. She could give deep loyalty, especially to women. She herself was rough and angular, with no charm. "Do you know who is in town?" Lady Bruton said suddenly. "Our old friend, Peter Walsh?" They all smiled. Peter Walsh. All three of them, Lady Bruton, Hugh, and Richard, remembered the same story. How Peter had loved passionately, how he had been refused, how he had gone to India, how he had failed, how he had made a mess of things. Richard Dalloway liked the dear old fellow too. Miss Brush saw that. She saw depth in Richard's brown eyes. She saw him pause and think. She wondered what he was thinking about Peter Walsh. She guessed it. Peter Walsh had loved Clarissa. Peter would go to Clarissa after lunch. He would tell her in plain words that he loved her. Yes, he would say it. Miss Brush once, long ago, might almost have fallen in love with these silences. Richard was so steady, such a gentleman. Now, Lady Bruton only had to nod, or turn her head a little sharply, and Miss Brush understood. Even if Miss Brush was deep in her own thoughts, she still took the signal. Lady Bruton nodded, and Perkins was told to hurry the coffee. "Yes, Peter Walsh has come back," said Lady Bruton. It pleased them in a vague way. He had come back, beaten and not successful, to their safe shore. But they also felt they could not really help him. They thought there was a flaw in his character. Hugh said he might mention Peter's name to someone important. He pictured himself writing letters to government offices, writing, "My old friend Peter Walsh," and so on. But it would not lead to anything lasting because of Peter's character. "In trouble with some woman," said Lady Bruton. They all guessed that was the real reason. "However," Lady Bruton said, wanting to end the talk, "we shall hear the whole story from Peter himself." The coffee was slow. "The address?" Hugh murmured. At once, the house machine moved. The gray tide of service around Lady Bruton moved and answered. It was a net that caught everything. Perkins, gray-haired, who had served Lady Bruton for 30 years, wrote down the address at once. He handed it to Hugh. Hugh took out his pocketbook, raised his eyebrows, and slipped the address among very important papers. He said he would get Evelyn to ask Peter to lunch. They were waiting to bring coffee until Hugh finished. Lady Bruton thought Hugh was slow. She noticed he was getting fat. Richard always stayed in good condition. Lady Bruton felt impatient. Her whole mind pushed aside this trifling talk about Peter Walsh. Her whole being turned to her real subject, the hard rod of her soul, the thing without which she would not be herself. It was her plan. Send young people, boys and girls, born of respectable parents to Canada. Set them up there with a fair chance to do well. She knew she exaggerated. She may even have lost her own sense of proportion. Other people did not see emigration as she did. They did not see it as the clear cure. To Lady Bruton, once youth was past, a strong woman must throw her force into something. It might be emigration, it might be something else. But the chosen thing becomes part of her. It becomes hidden sometimes because people might laugh. Then it is shown proudly. Emigration had become, in short, much of Lady Bruton. But she had to write. She had to write a letter to the Times. She said that writing one letter cost her more than organizing an expedition to South Africa, which she had done in the war. After a morning battle of starting, tearing up, starting again, she felt the weakness of being a woman, as she felt it at no other time. Then she turned with thanks to Hugh Whitbread, who had, nobody could doubt it, the skill of writing letters to the Times. Hugh was built very differently from her. He had a command of words. He could put things in the way editors like. His drives were not only greed. Lady Bruton often held back judgment on men. Men, she thought, stood in a strange accord with the laws of the universe. in a way women did not. Men knew how to put things. Men knew what was said. So if Richard advised her, and Hugh wrote for her, she felt she would be right, somehow. So she let Hugh eat his soufflé. She asked after poor Evelyn. She waited until they were smoking. Then she said, "Millie, would you fetch the papers?" Miss Brush went out and came back. She put papers on the table. Hugh took out his fountain pen, his silver fountain pen. It had served him for 20 years, he said, as he unscrewed the cap. It still worked perfectly. He had shown it to the makers. They said there was no reason it should ever wear out. This pleased Hugh. It also pleased Richard in a strange way. It felt like the pen matched the good feelings Hugh wrote. Hugh began writing careful capital letters, with circles around them, in the margin. Lady Bruton watched. Hugh turned her tangled thoughts into clear sense and grammar. She felt the Times editor must respect it. Hugh was slow. Hugh kept at it. Richard said you must take risks. Hugh suggested small changes to spare people's feelings. When Richard laughed, Hugh said sharply that feelings had to be considered. Hugh read out parts of the letter. "Therefore, we are of opinion that the times are ripe." He wrote about the extra youth of our ever-increasing population. He wrote about what we owe to the dead. Richard thought it was stuffing and bunkum, but he felt it did no harm. Hugh went on. He made noble words in neat order. He brushed cigar ash from his waistcoat. He summed up their progress now and then. At last, Hugh read the full draft. Lady Bruton felt sure it was a masterpiece. She wondered if her own meaning could sound like that. Hugh said he could not promise the editor would print it, but Hugh would be meeting someone at luncheon. Lady Bruton, who rarely did something graceful, stuffed all Hugh's carnations into the front of her dress. She threw out her hands and called him, "My Prime Minister." She did not know what she would do without them both. They stood up. Richard Dalloway strolled off to look at the General's portrait again. He often did this. He meant one day to write a history of Lady Bruton's family. Lady Bruton was proud of her family. But she said the family could wait. They could wait. Her family, she meant, had been soldiers, rulers, admirals, men of action, men who did their duty. Richard's first duty, she thought, was to his country, but she said the portrait was a fine face. All the family papers were ready for Richard down at Aldmixton whenever the time came. She meant the time of a Labour government. "Ah, the news from India!" she cried. Then they stood in the hall. They took yellow gloves from a bowl on a malachite table. Hugh offered Miss Brush some thrown-away ticket or some polite word. It was not needed. Miss Brush hated it. She hated it from the bottom of her heart. She blushed brick red. Richard turned to Lady Bruton, hat in hand, and said, "We shall see you at our party tonight?" Lady Bruton took back her grand manner at once. Letter writing had shaken her, but now she stood tall again. She might come, she might not. Clarissa had wonderful energy. Parties scared Lady Bruton. Still, she was getting old. She stood at her doorway, handsome and very upright. Her chow dog stretched behind her. Miss Brush faded into the background, holding papers. Lady Bruton went slowly up to her room. She lay on her sofa with one arm stretched out. She sighed, she snored. She was not asleep, only heavy and drowsy, heavy and drowsy. She was like a field of clover in sunshine on this hot June day, with bees moving around and yellow butterflies. Her mind went back to fields in Devonshire. She remembered jumping brooks on Patty, her pony, with Mortimer and Tom, her brothers. There were dogs. There were rats. There were her father and mother on the lawn under trees with tea things laid out. There were flower beds, dahlias, hollyhocks, pampas grass, and they, The children were always up to mischief. They crept back through shrubs to avoid being seen, wet and dirty from some trouble. She remembered what old Nurse said about her frocks. Ah, she remembered too. It was Wednesday in Brook Street. Those good fellows, Richard Dalloway and Hugh Whitbread, had gone out into the hot streets. The growl of London came up to her as she lay there. Power was hers, position was hers, income was hers. She had lived at the front of her time. She had had good friends. She had known the ablest men. The sound of London flowed up to her. Her hand, on the back of the sofa, curled as if around a baton. She seemed, even as she dozed, to command battalions marching to Canada. And she thought of those good fellows walking across London, their territory, their carpet of Mayfair. They went further and further from her. A thin thread still tied them to her, because they had lunched with her. The thread stretched and stretched. It grew thinner as they walked across London. It was as if friends are tied to your body after lunch by a thin thread. In her doze, the thread grew hazy, with the sound of bells, striking hours or calling people to church. A single spider thread in rain gets blurred by drops. It sags under the weight. So this thread sagged in her mind, and Lady Bruton slept. At the same moment, Richard Dalloway and Hugh Whitbread hesitated at the corner of Conduit Street. Lady Bruton, lying on her sofa, let the thread snap. She snored. At the corner, winds pushed against them. They looked into a shop window. They did not want to buy. They did not want to talk. They wanted to part. But the winds and the body's tides made them pause. Morning met afternoon. Two forces met and swirled. A newspaper sign rose into the air like a kite, then paused, then dropped and fluttered. A lady's veil hung. Yellow awnings trembled. The speed of the morning traffic slowed. Single carts rattled down half-empty streets. Richard half thought of Norfolk. There, a soft, warm wind blew petals back. It confused water. It moved the flowering grasses. Haymakers slept under hedges. They moved green blades aside to see the sky. Cow parsley heads trembled. The sky was blue, steady, blazing with summer. Richard knew he was looking at a silver, two-handled Jacobean mug. Hugh looked at a Spanish necklace with a proud air, like a man who knows fine things. Hugh thought of asking the price, in case Evelyn might like it. Still, Richard felt heavy. He could not think. He could not move. Life had thrown up wreckage, he thought. Shop windows were full of colored paste, and people stood stiff, with the stiffness of old age, looking in. Evelyn might like the necklace. Yes, maybe. Hugh went into the shop. "Right you are," said Richard, following. Richard did not want to shop with Hugh, but the body has tides. Morning meets afternoon. Lady Bruton's great-grandfather, and his memoir, and his wars in North America, sank away in Richard's mind. Lady Bruton sank away too. Richard did not care what happened to emigration. He did not care if the Times printed the letter or not. The necklace hung between Hugh's fine fingers. Let Hugh give it to a girl, Richard thought. Any girl in the street. Life felt worthless to Richard at that moment. Buying necklaces for Evelyn. If he had had a son, he would have said, work, work. But he had his Elizabeth. He adored his Elizabeth. "I should like to see Mr. Daubeny," said Hugh in his short, worldly voice. It seemed this man Daubeny knew the size of Mrs. Whitbread's neck, or even her views on Spanish jewelry, and what jewelry she already owned. Hugh could not remember these things himself. All this seemed very strange to Richard. Richard never gave Clarissa presents. Once, 2 or 3 years ago, he gave her a bracelet. It had not pleased her. She never wore it. It hurt him to remember that. Richard wanted to come into the room with something in his hand, a gift, a thing to offer. He pulled the tray of old jewels toward him. He picked up a brooch, then a ring. "How much is that?" he asked. But he did not trust his taste. He wanted to open the drawing room door and come in holding out something. Only what? Hugh was standing again. He was very pompous. Hugh said he would not be put off by a mere boy in the shop. Hugh had dealt there for 35 years. But Mr. Dubonnet was out. Hugh would not buy anything until Mr. Dubonnet was in. The young man in the shop flushed and bowed a correct little bow. Everything was correct. And yet, Richard could not explain what was wrong. Why people accepted that kind of pride, he could not understand. Hugh was becoming unbearable. Richard could not stand more than an hour of Hugh. Richard flicked his bowler hat in farewell and turned the corner of Conduit Street. He felt eager, yes, very eager, to follow that spider thread that tied him to Clarissa. He would go straight to her in Westminster. But he still wanted to come in holding something. Flowers? Yes, flowers. He did not trust his taste in gold, but he could choose flowers. He bought a vast bunch of red and white roses wrapped in tissue paper. He held them close to his body. He thought of Peter Walsh at lunch and what he had felt then. He thought it was the greatest mistake in the world that people never say what they feel. The time comes when it cannot be said. You are too shy. You are too late. He pocketed his small change and set off toward Westminster. He would say it clearly. He would hold out the flowers and say, "I love you." Why not? He thought of the war. He thought of thousands of poor fellows with life ahead of them, thrown into heaps, already half forgotten. It was a miracle, he thought. Here he was, walking across London, to tell Clarissa he loved her. People never say it, he thought. Partly they are lazy, partly they are shy. Clarissa was hard to think of steadily. He saw her in flashes, like at lunch. Then he saw their whole life. He stopped at a crossing and repeated to himself that it was a miracle he had married Clarissa. A miracle. He hesitated to cross, and he felt anger too. Little children, 5 or 6 years old, crossed Piccadilly alone. The police should stop the traffic at once. He had no soft thoughts about London police. He was collecting evidence of their wrong acts. He thought too of costermongers, not allowed to stand their carts in streets. He thought of prostitutes. Good Lord, he thought, the fault is not in them and not in young men. The fault is in our awful social system and so on. People could see him thinking this, gray and stiff and neat, as he walked across the park to tell his wife he loved her. He would say it in plain words when he came into the room, because it is a pity never to say what one feels. He crossed the Green Park. In the shade of trees, whole families lay on the grass, poor families. Children kicked their legs. Babies drank milk. Paper bags lay around. They could be picked up if people minded by fat men in livery. Richard thought every park and every square in summer should be open to children. The grass flushed and faded in the light. It lit up the poor mothers of Westminster and their crawling babies as if a yellow lamp moved under the ground. But then he saw a poor woman lying there, a vagrant woman stretched on her elbow. She looked as if she had thrown herself on the earth, free of all ties. She watched life with curious eyes. She seemed bold, impudent, loose-lipped, humorous. What could be done for women like that? Richard did not know.
Richard Dalloway walked on, carrying his flowers. He held them close to his body, like a weapon. He came near the poor woman in the park. He meant to think about her, and he did. He passed her with purpose. Still, there was a small chance of a moment between them. The poor woman laughed when she saw him with that huge bunch. Richard smiled back, in a friendly way, They would never speak. He knew that. But for a second, they saw each other. He kept thinking about her. What can one do for a woman like that? He asked himself. But he did not stop. He went on. He told himself again, I will tell Clarissa that I love her. I will say it in plain words. Once, long ago, he had been jealous of Peter Walsh. He had been jealous of Peter and Clarissa together. But Clarissa had often said to him that she had been right not to marry Peter Walsh. Richard believed it. He knew Clarissa. It was true. Clarissa wanted support. Not because she was weak. She was not weak, but she wanted support. Richard walked on and saw Buckingham Palace. He thought of it as an old singer in white, standing in front of an audience. You cannot deny it has a kind of dignity, he thought, and you cannot despise it completely, because to millions of people it stands for something. It is a symbol, even if it is absurd. A small crowd waited at the gate. They wanted to see the king drive out. Still, Richard thought, a child with a box of bricks could have built something better. He looked at the memorial to Queen Victoria. He could remember her, long ago, in her horn spectacles, driving through Kensington. The memorial was white, like a mound, like a big, soft mother shape. He thought of its billowing motherliness. And yet, Richard liked being ruled by the descendant of Horsa, as he put it to himself. He liked continuity. He liked the feeling of handing on old traditions. He felt it was a great age to have lived in. His own life, he told himself, was a miracle. He must not forget that. Here he was, in the best part of life, walking to his house in Westminster to tell Clarissa that he loved her. Happiness is this, he thought. It is this, he said to himself as he entered Dean's Yard. Then Big Ben began to strike. First came the warning. It was musical. Then came the hour. It was final. It could not be changed. Lunch parties waste the whole afternoon, he thought as he came near his door. At the same time, the sound of Big Ben flooded Clarissa's drawing room. Clarissa sat at her writing table. She was annoyed. She was worried. She was annoyed with people. She was annoyed with herself. It was true, she told herself, that she had not asked Ellie Henderson to her party. It was true, and she had done it on purpose. Now Mrs. Marsham had written to her. Mrs. Marsham had said that she had told Ellie Henderson she would ask Clarissa. Ellie wanted so much to come. But why should Clarissa invite all the dull women in London to her parties? Why? Why should Mrs. Marsham interfere? Clarissa was angry, and then there was Elizabeth. Elizabeth was shut up upstairs with Doris Kilman, at this hour. Anything more disgusting, Clarissa thought, she could not imagine. Prayer at this time, with that woman. The bell sound filled the room like a sad wave. It rose and fell. Then Clarissa heard, in a distracting way, a sound at the door. Something fumbling, something scratching. Who could be coming at this hour? 3, good heavens, 3 already! The clock struck 3 with great force and dignity. Clarissa heard nothing else for a moment. Then the door handle turned, the door opened, and in came Richard. Clarissa started. What a surprise. He came in holding out flowers, roses, red and white roses. Clarissa remembered suddenly something long ago. She had failed him once at Constantinople. And Lady Bruton, whose lunch parties were said to be very amusing, had not asked Clarissa today. That stung her too. Now Richard stood there with roses. He wanted to say, "I love you," in plain words. He wanted to say it. But he could not bring himself to say it, not in so many words. "How lovely," Clarissa said, taking the flowers. She understood him. She understood without words. Her Clarissa, his Clarissa. She saw what he meant, even if he could not say it. She put the roses in vases on the mantelpiece. "How lovely they look," she said. Then she began at once with questions, quick questions, as she always did. Was Lady Bruton's lunch amusing? Had Lady Bruton asked after her? Peter Walsh was back. Mrs. Marsham had written, "Must she ask Ellie Henderson? That woman Kilman was upstairs." "But let us sit down for 5 minutes," Richard said. He looked around. The room looked empty. All the chairs were pushed against the wall. What had they been doing? Clarissa said it was for the party. The chairs were against the wall because of the party. Yes, he remembered the party. He had not forgotten. Peter Walsh was back, Clarissa said again. She had seen him. Peter was going to get a divorce. He was in love with some woman in India. He had not changed at all. Clarissa was mending her dress. "Thinking of Borton," she said. Hugh was at lunch, Richard said. Clarissa had met Hugh too. Hugh was becoming intolerable, Richard said. Hugh was buying necklaces for Evelyn. Hugh was fatter than ever. Hugh was an intolerable fool. "And it came over me. I might have married you," Clarissa said. She spoke of Peter. She remembered Peter sitting there with his little bow tie. She remembered his knife. He opened it. He shut it. He opened it. He shut it. "Just as he always was," she said. They had been talking about Peter at lunch, Richard said. Richard wanted to tell her, "I love you." He could not do it. But he held her hand. Happiness is this, he thought. Happiness is this. They had been writing a letter to the Times for Millicent Bruton, he said. Hugh had helped write it. That was about all Hugh was good for, Richard thought. "And our dear Miss Kilman?" Richard asked. Clarissa looked at the roses again. First they were close together, bunched. Now they were already opening, separating, as if by themselves. "Kilman arrives just as we've done lunch," Clarissa said. "Elizabeth turns pink. They shut themselves up. I suppose they're praying." Richard did not like it. He did not like Kilman. But these things pass over, he thought, if you let them pass. "In a mackintosh, with an umbrella," Clarissa added. She said it with dislike. Richard still had not said, "I love you," but he held her hand again. Happiness is this, he thought. This. "But why should I ask all the dull women in London to my parties?" Clarissa said again. "If Mrs. Marsham gives a party, does she invite my guests?" "Poor Ellie Henderson," Richard said. He thought it was strange how much Clarissa minded about parties. Richard did not understand rooms as Clarissa did. He did not understand party talk. Still, he tried to think what to say. What was he going to say now? If Clarissa worried so much about parties, he thought, he would not let her give them. If it was bad for her heart, why do it? Did she wish she had married Peter? Richard wondered. But he must go. He had work. "I must be off," he said, getting up. But he stood for a moment, as if he might say something else. Clarissa watched him. She wondered, what will he say? Why is he standing like that? The roses were there on the mantelpiece, red and white. "Some committee?" Clarissa asked as he opened the door. "Armenians," Richard said, or perhaps it was Albanians. Even he was not sure in that moment. Clarissa watched him go. She thought of dignity. There is a dignity in people, she thought. There is a solitude. Even between husband and wife there is a gap, a gulf. One must respect it. She would not give up her own solitude. She would not take his from him, against his will. If she did, she would lose her independence, her self-respect, something priceless. Then Richard came back. He returned with a pillow and a quilt. "An hour's complete rest after luncheon," he said. He put the pillow and quilt on the sofa for her. He settled her down, as if he were a doctor. Then he went. How like him, Clarissa thought. He would say, "An hour's complete rest after luncheon," to the end of time, because a doctor had ordered it once. That was part of him. He took doctors' words literally. It was part of his sweet simplicity. His divine simplicity, Clarissa thought, a little bitterly and a little lovingly too. He went and did the thing. He did not argue. He did not waste time. While she and Peter had wasted time long ago, bickering and talking, Richard had done things. Now he was already halfway to the House of Commons, to his Armenians or his Albanians. People would say, "Clarissa Dalloway is spoilt." Clarissa looked at the roses. She thought, "I care more for these roses than for Armenians or Albanians." She had heard Richard talk about them over and over. People hunted out of life, people maimed, people frozen, victims of cruelty and injustice. But Clarissa felt nothing for them now. Nothing. She did not even know which it was. Albanians or Armenians. She loved her roses. The roses were the only flowers she could bear to see cut. And then she tried to excuse herself. Doesn't that help in some way, she wondered? Doesn't loving roses help the world? She did not know. Richard had gone to his committee. He thought he had settled all her problems, but he had not. He did not see the reasons against asking Ellie Henderson. He did not understand her party troubles. Clarissa knew that. She would ask Ellie, of course. She would do it because Richard would want her to do it. Since he had brought the pillow and quilt, she would lie down, as he ordered. So she lay on the sofa. But suddenly she felt desperately unhappy. Why? She asked herself. There was no clear reason. She searched through her mind as if she had dropped a pearl into grass and now parted the tall blades carefully, looking and looking. Was it Sally Seaton's old remark? Sally had once said that Richard would never be in the cabinet because he had a second-class brain. That memory came back. No, Clarissa thought, I do not mind that. Was it Elizabeth and Doris Kilman? No. Those were facts. That was not the feeling. It was something earlier. Something unpleasant. Something Peter had said, maybe. Or something she had felt alone in her bedroom, taking off her hat. A kind of depression. Then something Richard had said had added to it. But what had he said? She searched again. There were his roses. There were her parties. Her parties. That was it. Both of them criticised her for her parties. Both of them laughed at her parties. They were unfair. They were unjust. That was it. That was it. Now that she found the cause, she felt better. She felt almost happy again, because she could defend herself now. They thought, or Peter at least thought, that she gave parties because she liked to impose herself. He thought she liked having famous people around her, great names. He thought she was a snob. Well, Clarissa thought, Peter may think that. Richard did not think that. Richard only thought she was foolish. He thought she liked excitement, even though it was bad for her heart. He thought it was childish, but both were wrong. What she liked was simply life. That's what I do it for, she said aloud, as if speaking to life itself. She lay there on the sofa. She felt shut away from the world for a moment. She felt safe, like in a quiet room in a convent. She felt the street outside as sound and warmth. Sound came in like soft robes. Sunlight was there. Hot breath from outside whispered and moved the blinds. Now she imagined Peter saying, "Yes, yes, but your parties. What is the sense of your parties?" What could she say? All she could say was, "They are an offering." But that sounded vague. It sounded silly. Nobody would understand. And who was Peter, Clarissa thought, to act as if life was simple? Peter was always in love with the wrong woman. "What is your love?" she might ask him, and she knew what he would answer. He would say love is the most important thing in the world. He would say no woman could understand it. Very well, Clarissa thought. But could any man understand what she meant by life? Could Peter understand? Could Richard understand? She could not imagine Peter or Richard taking the trouble to give a party for no reason at all. Then she went deeper in her mind, under what people said. People's judgments are so shallow, she thought, so broken, so small. What did this thing she called life mean to her? It was strange. It was queer. Here was somebody in South Kensington. Here was someone in Bayswater. Here was someone in Mayfair. and she felt all the time that they existed. She felt their lives moving, and she felt what a waste it was that they were all separate. She felt what a pity. If only they could be brought together, she thought. So she did it. She brought people together. It was an offering, to combine, to create. But to whom? She asked herself. Perhaps it was an offering for the sake of offering. Perhaps there was no person to receive it. Still, it was her gift. She had nothing else that mattered. She could not think like scholars. She could not write books. She could not even play the piano well. She mixed up Armenians and Turks. She loved success. She hated discomfort. She wanted to be liked. She talked lots of nonsense. And if you asked her what the equator was, she still did not know. And yet, she thought, it was enough. That one day follows another. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. That you wake in the morning and see the sky. That you walk in the park and meet Hugh Whitbread. Then suddenly Peter comes back. Then these roses arrive. It was enough. After that, death seemed unbelievable. It must end. And yet it was impossible to believe it must end. No one in the whole world would know how she had loved it all. How she had loved every instant. The door opened. Elizabeth came in very quietly. She knew her mother was resting. She stood still for a moment and looked at her mother. Clarissa looked at Elizabeth. Elizabeth was not like the other Dalloways. The Dalloways were usually fair-haired, blue-eyed. Elizabeth was dark. She had Chinese eyes in a pale face. Clarissa thought she had an Oriental mystery. Elizabeth was gentle. She was considerate. She was still. As a child, Elizabeth had had a perfect sense of humour. But now, at 17, Clarissa could not understand it. Elizabeth had become very serious. Clarissa thought of a hyacinth wrapped in glossy green, buds just tinted, a hyacinth with no sun. Elizabeth stood still. The door was not fully closed. It was a little open. Clarissa knew who was outside. Miss Kilman was outside. Miss Kilman in her mackintosh, listening. Yes, Miss Kilman stood on the landing. She wore a mackintosh. She had reasons. First, it was cheap. Second, she was over 40 and did not dress to please. She was poor. Poor in a humiliating way. Otherwise, she would not be taking work from people like the Dalloways, rich people who like to seem kind. Mr. Dalloway, Miss Kilman admitted, had been kind. Mrs. Dalloway had not. Mrs. Dalloway had been polite in a cold way, condescending. Miss Kilman thought Mrs. Dalloway came from the worst class of all, the rich with a little culture. They had expensive things everywhere. Pictures, carpets, servants. Miss Kilman thought she had a right to anything the Dalloways did for her. Miss Kilman felt cheated. She said to herself the word was true. Cheated. Surely a girl has a right to some happiness, she thought. But she had never been happy. She was clumsy. She was poor. And then, when she might have had a chance at Miss Dolby's school, the war came. And she had never been able to tell lies. She could not pretend. Miss Dolby thought she would be happier with people who hated the Germans. Miss Kilman would not say the Germans were all evil. She had German friends. The only happy days of her life had been in Germany. They turned her out. Her family was of German origin. The name had been spelled Kielman long ago. But her brother had been killed. Still they turned her out. She had had to take whatever work she could get. Mr. Dalloway had found her working for the Friends. He had allowed her to teach Elizabeth history. That was generous, Miss Kilman admitted. She also gave a few lectures, small work, extension work. Then, Miss Kilman thought, the Lord had come to her. She always bowed her head when she thought that. She had seen the light 2 years and 3 months ago. Now she did not envy women like Clarissa Dalloway. She pitied them. She pitied them and despised them, standing there on the soft carpet. She looked at an old engraving of a little girl with a muff. She thought, with all this luxury, what hope is there for a better world? Instead of lying on a sofa, she thought, Mrs. Dalloway should be in a factory, behind a counter, like other women. Mrs. Dalloway and all fine ladies. 2 years and 3 months ago, bitter and burning, Miss Kilman had gone into a church. She had heard the Reverend Edward Whittaker preach. She had heard boys sing. She had seen solemn lights. She did not know what it was, music or voices, but the hot feelings inside her had calmed as she sat there. She had wept a lot. Then she had gone to Mr. Whittaker's private house in Kensington. He told her it was the hand of God. The Lord had shown her the way. So now, whenever her painful feelings rose, whenever hatred of Mrs. Dalloway and anger at the world boiled up, she thought of God. She thought of Mr. Whittaker. Then rage became calm. A sweet feeling filled her. Her lips parted. Standing there on the landing, strong and frightening in her mackintosh, she looked with a steady calm at Mrs. Dalloway when Mrs. Dalloway came out with Elizabeth. Elizabeth said, "I forgot my gloves." That was because her mother and Miss Kilman hated each other. Elizabeth could not bear to see them together. Elizabeth ran upstairs to find her gloves, but Miss Kilman told herself she did not hate Mrs. Dalloway. She did not call it hate. She called it something else. She looked at Clarissa. She saw Clarissa's small pink face, her delicate body, her look of freshness and fashion. Miss Kilman thought, "Fool, simpleton. You have known neither sorrow nor real pleasure. You have wasted your life." And then a strong desire rose in her. She wanted to overcome Clarissa. She wanted to unmask her. If she could hit her, she thought, it would ease her. But it was not Clarissa's body she wanted to defeat. It was Clarissa's soul, her smiling mockery. If only she could make Clarissa weep. If only she could humiliate her, bring her to her knees, crying, "You are right." But Miss Kilman told herself, "This is God's will, not mine. It must be a religious victory." So she glared. She frowned. She looked hard and dark. Clarissa was shocked. This was a Christian? This woman? This woman had taken her daughter from her. This woman spoke of invisible presences. This heavy, ugly, ordinary woman claimed to know the meaning of life. "You are taking Elizabeth to the stores," Clarissa said. Miss Kilman said she was. They stood there. Miss Kilman was not going to be pleasant. She had always earned her living. Her knowledge of modern history was very thorough. From her small income, she gave money to causes she believed in. Clarissa, Miss Kilman thought, did nothing, believed nothing. Then Elizabeth came back, a little out of breath. Elizabeth was beautiful, so they were going to the stores. And then something strange happened to Clarissa's view. Second by second, Miss Kilman seemed to shrink. The big monster in Clarissa's mind became smaller. The hatred crumbled. Miss Kilman became just Miss Kilman in a mackintosh, a poor woman. Clarissa felt, for a moment, that she might have liked to help her. At this shrinking, Clarissa laughed. When she said goodbye, she laughed. Off they went together. Miss Kilman and Elizabeth went downstairs. Clarissa suddenly felt a sharp pain. "This woman is taking my daughter from me," she thought. She leaned over the banisters and cried out, "Remember the party! Remember our party tonight!" But Elizabeth had already opened the front door. A van was passing. She did not answer. Clarissa went back into the drawing room, tingling all over. Love and religion, she thought. How hateful they are. How hateful. Now that Miss Kilman's body was gone, the idea of her overwhelmed Clarissa. Love and religion, Clarissa thought, are the cruelest things in the world. Clumsy, hot, ruling, hypocritical, listening, jealous, cruel, without limits, dressed in a mackintosh on the landing. Had Clarissa ever tried to convert anyone? No. She wanted people to be themselves. She looked out of the window. She watched the old lady opposite. The old lady climbed upstairs. Clarissa had watched her many times. The old lady would reach her bedroom, part the curtains, and then disappear back into the room. Clarissa respected that. That old woman looking out of the window not knowing she was watched. There was something solemn in it. Love and religion would destroy that, Clarissa thought. They would destroy the privacy of the soul. The odious Kilman would destroy it. And yet, Clarissa felt like crying. Love destroys too, Clarissa thought. It destroys what is fine. It destroys what is true. Peter Walsh was a man with charm, with cleverness, with ideas about everything. If you wanted to talk about writers or history or nonsense, Peter knew more than anyone. Peter had helped her. Peter had lent her books. But look at the women Peter loved, Clarissa thought. Vulgar, trivial, ordinary. And Peter in love was horrible. He had come after all these years. What did he talk about? Himself. Horrible passion, Clarissa thought. Degrading passion. She thought of Miss Kilman and Elizabeth walking to the Army and Navy stores. Big Ben struck the half hour. Clarissa looked again at the old lady opposite. How strange it was, and touching, to see the old lady move away from the window, as if the bell sound pulled her by a string. The sound was huge, but Clarissa felt it had something to do with that old lady. The bell finger, so to speak, dropped down into ordinary life and made the moment solemn. Clarissa tried to follow her with her eyes. The old lady turned and disappeared. Clarissa could still see a white cap moving at the back of the bedroom. She was still there, moving at the far end of the room. Why creeds and prayers and macintoshes? Clarissa thought. That is the mystery, she thought. That old lady going from chest of drawers to dressing table, that is the miracle. Kilman would say she solved it. Peter would say he solved it. Clarissa did not believe either of them had any idea. The mystery was simple. Here is one room, there is another room. Did religion solve that? Did love solve that? Then the other clock struck. The small clock that always struck 2 minutes after Big Ben. It came in like a busy person with arms full of small things. It dumped them down as if Big Ben's great law was all very well, but she must remember little things too. Mrs. Marsham, Ellie Henderson, glasses for ices. All the small tasks came flooding in behind the solemn stroke, like little waves after a big wave. She must telephone now, Clarissa thought. At once. Now we go with Miss Kilman and Elizabeth. Outside, the street was loud. The later clock sounded in Clarissa's mind, full of trifles. The city battered everything. Carriages, vans, hard men, showy women, office domes, hospital spires. All this broke like spray over Miss Kilman standing in the street. Miss Kilman stood still for a moment and muttered, "It is the flesh." It was the flesh, she told herself, that she must control. Clarissa Dalloway had insulted her. Miss Kilman expected that. But she had not triumphed. She had not mastered the flesh. Clarissa had laughed at her ugliness. That had revived Miss Kilman's body shame. She hated looking as she did beside Clarissa. She hated her own voice too. She could not speak as Clarissa did. But why should she want to resemble Clarissa, she asked herself. Why? She despised Clarissa, she told herself. Clarissa was not serious. Clarissa was not good. Clarissa's life was vanity and deceit. And yet Miss Kilman had almost cried when Clarissa laughed. She had almost burst into tears. "It is the flesh. It is the flesh," she muttered aloud as she walked down Victoria Street. It was her habit to talk aloud. She prayed to God. She could not help being ugly, she thought. She could not afford pretty clothes. Clarissa had laughed. Miss Kilman tried to force her mind onto something else. She thought of Russia. She would think of Russia until she reached the pillar box. How nice it must be in the country, she thought. But she struggled with a violent anger against the world. The world had scorned her, sneered at her, cast her out. It began with her body, she thought. Her unlovable body, which people could not bear to look at. She did her hair as best she could, but her forehead stayed bald and white, like an egg. No clothes suited her. She might buy anything, she told herself, and still she would look wrong. And for a woman, she thought, that meant never being first with anyone, never coming first, never being chosen. Lately, she thought, except for Elizabeth, food was almost all she lived for: dinner, tea, comforts, her hot water bottle at night. But one must fight, she told herself. One must win. One must have faith. Mr. Whittaker had said she was here for a purpose. God had a purpose. But no one knew the agony, she thought. Mr. Whittaker had pointed to the crucifix and said God knew. Why must she suffer while other women like Clarissa escaped? Knowledge comes through suffering, Mr. Whittaker had said. Elizabeth had already turned into the tobacco department of the Army and Navy stores. It was cool and brown there with a smell of tobacco. Miss Kilman was still muttering about suffering and the flesh. The flesh, she said again. What do you want? Elizabeth asked, interrupting her. Petticoats, Miss Kilman said sharply. She marched to the lift. Up they went. Elizabeth guided her because Miss Kilman was lost in her thoughts. Elizabeth guided her like a grown person guiding a large child, or like guiding a heavy ship. They reached the petticoats. There were petticoats in many kinds: brown, proper, striped, light, solid, thin. Miss Kilman chose one with great seriousness, without looking much. The shop girl thought she was mad. When they wrapped the parcel, Elizabeth wondered what Miss Kilman was thinking. Now we must have tea, Miss Kilman said, collecting herself. So they had tea. Elizabeth wondered if Miss Kilman could truly be hungry, but Miss Kilman ate with great intensity. She ate as if it mattered more than anything. Miss Kilman kept looking at a plate of small cakes on the next table, cakes covered with sugar. Then a lady and a child sat down at that table. The child took a cake. Miss Kilman minded it. Yes, she minded it. She had wanted that cake. The pink one. The pleasure of eating, she thought, was almost the only pure pleasure left, and even that pleasure was taken away. When people are happy, Miss Kilman had told Elizabeth, they have a reserve inside them. They can draw on it. But she, Miss Kilman, was like a wheel without a tire. Every small stone hurt her. Miss Kilman liked metaphors like that. Sometimes she stayed after the lesson, standing by the fireplace with her bag of books. She called it her satchel. She talked about the war. She talked about other views. She said not everyone thought England was always right. There were books. There were meetings. There were other points of view. Would Elizabeth like to come with her to hear a speaker? Sometimes the speaker was a strange-looking old man. Then Miss Kilman took Elizabeth to a church in Kensington. Then they had tea with a clergyman. Miss Kilman lent Elizabeth books. Law, medicine, politics, she said. All professions are open to women of your age. But for herself, she said, her career was ruined, and it was not her fault. Elizabeth always said, no, of course not. Sometimes Clarissa came calling to offer flowers from Bourton. Clarissa was very, very polite to Miss Kilman, but Miss Kilman crushed the flowers into a bunch. She did not talk small talk. What interested Miss Kilman bored Clarissa. They were terrible together. Miss Kilman, beside Clarissa, swelled up and looked plainer. That was what Elizabeth felt. But Miss Kilman was very clever. Elizabeth had never thought much about the poor before. At home, they had everything. Clarissa had breakfast in bed every day. Lucy brought it up. Clarissa liked old women because they were duchesses, because they came from some lord. Then Miss Kilman had once said, my grandfather kept an oil and colour shop in Kensington. That made Elizabeth feel small. Miss Kilman took another cup of tea. Elizabeth sat upright. She did not want more. She looked for her gloves, her white gloves. They were under the table. Then Miss Kilman felt panic. Elizabeth must not go, she thought. She could not let her go. This youth, so beautiful. This girl, whom she truly loved. Miss Kilman's large hand opened and shut on the table. But Elizabeth felt something in the air. It felt flat. It felt heavy. She wanted to go. Miss Kilman said, "I've not quite finished yet." So Elizabeth waited. "It is rather stuffy in here," Elizabeth thought. "Are you going to the party tonight?" Miss Kilman asked. Elizabeth supposed she would go. Her mother wanted her to go. "Do not let parties take over your life," Miss Kilman said. She touched the last part of a chocolate eclair. "I do not much like parties," Elizabeth said. Miss Kilman opened her mouth a little. She pushed out her chin. She swallowed the last part of the eclair. Then she wiped her fingers. She moved tea around in her cup. Inside, she felt she was about to split apart. The pain was terrible. If she could grasp Elizabeth, if she could hold her, if she could make her hers forever and then die, that was all she wanted. But she sat there, unable to think of what to say. She saw Elizabeth turning away from her. To be repulsive even to Elizabeth was too much. Miss Kilman's thick fingers curled inward. "I never go to parties," Miss Kilman said quickly, just to stop Elizabeth from going. "People do not ask me." As she said it, she knew it was her weakness. Mr. Whittaker had warned her about her self-centered talk, but she could not stop. She had suffered too much. "Why should they ask me?" she said. "I'm plain. I'm unhappy." She knew it sounded foolish, but she felt people passing by with parcels were judging her, and it made her say it. Then she tried to gather herself again. "I am Doris Kilman," she told herself. "I have my degree. I have made my way. My modern history is more than respectable. I do not pity myself," she said. "I pity—" She meant to say, "your mother," but she could not say that to Elizabeth. "I pity other people," she said. "More." Elizabeth sat silent. She felt like an animal held at a gate, not knowing what will happen, longing to run. Was Miss Kilman going to say more? "Don't quite forget me," Miss Kilman said. Her voice shook. At that, Elizabeth felt fear. She wanted to run. The waitress came. "One had to pay at the desk," Elizabeth said. Elizabeth went away. As Elizabeth crossed the room, Miss Kilman felt as if Elizabeth pulled out her insides, as if her body was stretched and twisted. Elizabeth bowed her head politely, then left. She had gone. Miss Kilman sat at the marble table among cakes. Suffering hit her again and again. She had gone. Mrs. Dalloway had won, Miss Kilman thought. Beauty had gone. Youth had gone. Elizabeth had gone. Miss Kilman sat, then got up. She blundered among the little tables. She rocked a little from side to side. Someone came after her with the parcel, the petticoat. Miss Kilman had forgotten it. She lost her way in the store. She was blocked by trunks made for India. She went into another area by mistake. She went among baby things and medical sets for birth and baby linen. She lurched past many goods of the world, goods that last and goods that spoil. Hams, drugs, flowers, paper, all kinds of SMA. Mr. Fletcher stood up to go. He looked around the Abbey first. He saw white stone, grey window glass, and many old things kept there. He was proud of the Abbey. Then he looked at Miss Kilman. She sat with her knees moving a little from time to time. She was large and strong. She had power. She was trying hard to reach her God. It was hard for her. Her wants were hard and strong too. This strength impressed him. It had impressed Mrs. Dalloway earlier that day. Mrs. Dalloway could not stop thinking about her. It had impressed the Reverend Edward Whittaker too. And it had impressed Elizabeth. Elizabeth waited outside in Victoria Street for a bus. It was nice to be outside. The air felt good. She thought, maybe I do not need to go home yet. So she would get on a bus. She would ride a little. Even as she stood there, something was beginning. People were beginning to praise her. They were beginning to say she was like poplar trees, like early morning, like hyacinths, like a young deer, like running water, like garden lilies. This praise made her life feel heavy. She liked being left alone. She liked doing what she wanted in the country. She liked being alone with her father and the dogs. London felt dull to her, but people compared her to lilies, and she had to go to parties. Buses came and went. They came fast, then stopped, then went again. They were bright, with red and yellow paint. Elizabeth wondered, which bus should I take? She did not care much. She had no special choice. She would not push in front of people. She often waited and let others go first. She was quiet. She needed some way to show what she felt, but she did not show it easily. Her eyes were fine and dark. Her mother called them Chinese, Oriental. Elizabeth had nice shoulders. She held herself straight. She was always pleasant to look at. Lately in the evening, when she listened and cared, she looked almost beautiful. She looked calm and tall and still. She never looked excited. People wondered what she was thinking. Men fell in love with her, and she was bored by it. The praise was beginning, and Clarissa could see it. Clarissa sometimes worried because Elizabeth did not care much about clothes. But perhaps it was good, Clarissa thought. Elizabeth was busy with puppies and guinea pigs and their sickness. It gave her a special charm. And now there was this strange friendship with Miss Kilman. Later, about 3 a.m, Clarissa lay awake and read Baron Marbot because she could not sleep. She thought, this friendship shows Elizabeth has a heart. Suddenly, Elizabeth stepped forward. She got on the bus quickly and well, in front of everyone. She went up to the top seat. The bus moved at once. It sprang away. Elizabeth had to hold the rail so she would not fall. To her, the bus felt like a pirate ship. It felt wild and bold. It rushed forward. It took passengers when it wanted. It left others behind. It pushed into small spaces between other cars. It went up Whitehall fast and proudly, as if all its sails were open. Did Elizabeth think of Miss Kilman, who loved her so much? Did she think of her as a fawn in the open or a moon in a quiet place? No. Elizabeth felt only freedom. She was glad to be free. The air felt delicious. The stores had been hot and stuffy. Now it felt like riding a horse, rushing up Whitehall. Her body moved with the bus, easily and freely, like a rider. The wind moved her hair a little. The heat made her cheeks pale, like white painted wood. Her eyes had no eyes to meet. She looked ahead, bright and blank, with the simple, strange look of a statue. Elizabeth thought, Miss Kilman is hard because she always talks about her own pain. Is she right? If helping the poor means being on committees and giving up hours every day, then her father did that. He hardly ever was in London, but he did that kind of work. Maybe that was what Miss Kilman meant by being a Christian. But it was hard to say. Elizabeth wanted to go farther. Another penny would take her to the Strand. She gave another penny. She would go up the Strand. She liked people who were ill. Miss Kilman had said, every job is open to women of your age. So Elizabeth might be a doctor, or she might be a farmer. Animals are often ill. A farmer must help them. She might own 1,000 acres. She might have people working for her. She could visit them in their small houses. The bus passed Somerset House. Elizabeth saw the big grey building. It looked splendid and serious. It made her think of work. It made her like the feeling of people working. She liked that. She liked the churches along the Strand too. They looked like grey shapes pushing into the busy street. This place felt different from Westminster. Here it felt serious. It felt busy. She got off at Chancery Lane. She thought, this place is full of work and purpose. She began to think, I want a job. I want a profession. I could be a doctor. I could be a farmer. I could even go into Parliament if I felt I must. And she felt this partly because of the Strand. She walked and saw busy people. Their feet went quickly, their hands worked, their minds were full, not of small talk, not of silly praise, but of ships, business, law, government work. It all felt serious and grand. She was now in the Temple. It felt gay too because the river was near. It felt holy too because a church was near. All this made her feel sure. Whatever her mother said, she would become a farmer or a doctor, but she was also a little lazy. It felt better not to speak about it. It sounded silly to say it out loud. It was the kind of thing that happens when you are alone. Big buildings with no names of architects and crowds of people coming back from the city could wake something inside her. They could wake her more than a single clergyman in Kensington could. They could wake her more than books could. Something inside her, which was sleepy and shy, rose up for a moment, like a child stretching its arms. It was like a sigh, like a stretch, like a sudden push of feeling, like a sudden clear thought. It would change her, maybe forever. Then it would sink back down again. She must go home. She must dress for dinner. But what time was it? Where was a clock? She looked up Fleet Street. She walked a little way toward St. Paul's. She walked shyly, as if she was in a strange house at night, holding a candle. She did not want to open the wrong door. She did not want to go into odd, narrow streets. She did not dare to wander into side streets, the way you do not dare open unknown doors in a strange house. No Dalloways walked here every day. She was like a new explorer. She was alone here. She was trusting the street. In many ways, her mother felt, Elizabeth was still like a child. She still loved dolls and old slippers. She was a baby in some ways, and that was charming. But in the Dalloway family, there was also a tradition of public service. Women in the family had been leaders in women's work. They were not brilliant, but they were steady and important. Elizabeth walked a little further towards St. Paul's. She liked the friendly feeling of the noise here. She liked the sense of people together, like sisterhood and brotherhood. The noise was loud. Suddenly there were trumpets blaring. The unemployed were playing. There was also military music. It sounded as if people were marching. Elizabeth thought, if someone had been dying in a room above Fleet Street and a watcher opened a window, this loud music would rise up. It would come up as if it did not care. It would also feel strange and comforting at the same time. The street did not know any one person's fate. It did not know this person is rich, that person is poor, this person is dying, that person is happy. And because it did not know, it could comfort those who watched the dying. People's forgetfulness can hurt, their lack of thanks can eat at you. But this great voice of the city went on and on, year after year. It would take anything into itself, a promise, a van, a life, a crowd. It would wrap them all together and carry them on, like ice carrying small things in a hard-moving stream. But it was later than Elizabeth thought. Her mother would not like her to wander alone like this. So she turned back down the Strand. A puff of wind came. Even though it was hot, there was wind. A thin black veil of cloud passed over the sun and over the Strand. Faces looked dull for a moment. The buses lost their glow. The clouds were huge and white, like mountains. They looked strong and settled, like homes in the sky. They looked as if gods had come together above the world. But the clouds were always moving. They changed shape. One peak grew smaller. A great block moved forward. One cloud seemed to lead the rest to a new place. They looked fixed, but they could change at once. Their bright white or gold surface could turn into dark shade. In one moment they sent light down. In the next moment they sent darkness. Calmly and surely, Elizabeth got on the Westminster bus again. Light and shadow moved over the street. Now a wall looked grey. Now bananas in a shop looked bright yellow. Now the Strand looked grey. Now buses looked bright yellow again. Far away from Elizabeth, Septimus Warren Smith lay on a sofa in his sitting room. He watched the light change. He watched watery gold light glow and fade on the roses and on the wallpaper. He saw it with the sharp feeling of a live thing. Outside, trees moved their leaves in the air like nets. There was a sound of water in the room. Through the sound he heard birds singing. He felt as if every power of nature poured gifts on his head. His hand lay on the back of the sofa. He remembered his hand when he was bathing, floating on the water. Far away, he heard dogs barking on the shore. Fear no more, his heart seemed to say inside his body. Fear no more. He was not afraid. At every moment, nature gave him signs. A little gold spot ran round the wall, and nature seemed to point. There, there, there. Nature seemed to shake her hair, throw her cloak, show her feathers, always beautiful. Nature stood close and seemed to breathe Shakespeare's words into his ears. Nature seemed to tell him her meaning. Retsia sat at the table, twisting a hat in her hands. She watched him. She saw him smiling. He was happy then, but she could not bear to see him smiling like that. It was not marriage, she thought. It was not normal for a husband to look strange, to start and laugh, then sit silent for hours, or suddenly hold her and tell her to write. The drawer in the table was full of papers. He had written about war. He had written about Shakespeare. He had written about great discoveries. He had written that there is no death. Lately, he had often become excited for no reason. Dr. Holmes and Sir William Bradshaw had both said excitement was the worst thing for him, but he still waved his hands and cried, "I know the truth. I know everything." He said Evans, his friend who was killed, had come back. He said Evans was singing behind the screen. Retsia wrote down his words as he spoke. Some lines were very beautiful. Other lines were only nonsense. He often stopped in the middle. He changed his mind. He wanted to add something. He listened with his hand up, as if he heard something new, But Retsia heard nothing. Once they found the girl who cleaned the room reading one of his papers and laughing. That was terrible. Then Septimus cried out about human cruelty. "They tear each other to pieces," he said. "They tear the fallen to pieces." He often said, "Holmes is on us." He made stories about Holmes. Holmes eating porridge. Holmes reading Shakespeare. Septimus laughed or raged about it. Dr. Holmes stood for something horrible to him. He called Holmes human nature. Then came the visions. Septimus said he was drowned. He said he lay on a cliff with gulls screaming above him. He looked over the edge of the sofa as if into the sea. Or he said he heard music. Often it was only a barrel organ, or a man crying in the street. But Septimus cried, "Lovely!" Tears ran down his cheeks. That was the worst thing for Retsia. Septimus had fought in the war. He was brave. And now he cried. He lay listening until suddenly he cried that he was falling down, down into flames. It felt so real that Retsia looked for flames, but there were none. They were alone. It was a dream. She told him so, to calm him. Sometimes she was frightened too. She sighed while she sewed. Her sigh sounded gentle, like wind outside a wood in the evening. She moved a little. She put down scissors. She took something from the table. Small sounds grew on the table, a little stirring, a little tapping, a little crinkling. Through his half-closed eyes, Septimus could see her shape, blurred. He could see her little dark body, her face and hands. He could see her turn as she took up a reel or searched for silk. She often lost things. She was making a hat for Mrs. Filmer's married daughter. "What is the name of Mrs. Filmer's married daughter?" he asked. "Mrs. Peters," said Retsia. She held the hat up. She feared it was too small. "Mrs. Peters was a big woman," Retsia said. Retsia did not like her. She was only doing this because Mrs. Filmer had been kind to them. "She gave me grapes this morning," Retsia said. She wanted to show thanks. Retsia remembered something. The other evening she came in and found Mrs. Peters playing the gramophone. Mrs. Peters thought they were out. "Was it true?" Septimus asked. "She was playing the gramophone?" "Yes," Retsia said. She had told him before. Yes, Mrs. Peters had played it. Septimus began to open his eyes, slowly, carefully. Real things could excite him too much. He must be careful. He did not want to go mad. First he looked at fashion papers on a shelf. Then he looked at the gramophone with its green trumpet. It was there, exact, real. Then he looked at the sideboard. He looked at a plate of bananas. He looked at an engraving of Queen Victoria and Prince Albert. He looked at the mantelpiece with a jar of roses. Nothing moved. Everything was still. Everything was real. "She is a woman with a spiteful tongue," said Retzia. "What does Mr. Peters do?" Septimus asked. Retzia tried to remember. She thought he travelled for a company. "Just now he is in Hull," she said. "Just now." She said it with her Italian accent. Septimus shaded his eyes. He looked at her face little by little. First he looked at her chin, then her nose, then her forehead. He was afraid he might see a terrible mark. But no. She was there, natural, in daylight, sewing. Her lips were pursed the way women's lips are when they sew. She looked set and sad, as people do when sewing. There was nothing terrible in her face. He looked again and again. Mrs. Peters had a spiteful tongue. Mr. Peters was in Hull. So why had he raged and cried? Why had he spoken like a prophet? Why had he felt outcast and alone? Why had the clouds made him tremble? Why had he sought messages when Retzia sat sewing and Mr. Peters was in Hull? Those miracles and agonies, those visions of falling through the sea, those flames, all seemed to burn away. As he watched Retzia trim the straw hat, he felt as if flowers covered him like a warm quilt. "It's too small for Mrs. Peters," Septimus said. Retzia stared. For days he had not spoken like this. It sounded like his old self. "Yes, of course," Retzia said. "It's absurdly small." But Mrs. Peters had chosen it. Septimus took the hat from her hands. He said it looked like a monkey's hat, like a hat for an organ grinder's monkey. Retzia laughed. It filled her with joy. For weeks they had not laughed together like this. This was the old private fun of husband and wife. If Mrs. Filmer or Mrs. Peters came in, they would not understand why they laughed. Retzia pinned a rose to one side of the hat. "There," she said. She had never felt so happy, she thought. Never in her life. But now Septimus said it looked even more silly. He said the woman would look like a pig at a fair. Nobody made Retzia laugh as he did. Retzia opened her workbox. She had ribbons, beads, tassels, false flowers. She poured them on the table. Septimus began to put colours together. He could not use his fingers well. He could not even tie a parcel. But he had a wonderful eye. Often he was right. Sometimes he was foolish, but sometimes he was wonderfully right. "She shall have a beautiful hat," he murmured. Retzia knelt beside him and looked over his shoulder. Then the design was finished. Retzia still had to sew it together. Septimus told her to be very careful. She must keep it just as he made it. So Retzia sewed. When she sewed, Septimus thought she made a sound like a kettle on the fire, always busy, always murmuring. Her small, strong, pointed fingers pinched and pushed. Her needle flashed straight. The sun went in and out. It fell on tassels. It fell on the wallpaper. Septimus stretched out his feet. He looked at his sock with rings. He waited in the warm, still air. It felt like a warm pocket at the edge of a wood in the evening, where the ground dips and warmth stays. "There it is," said Retzia. She twirled the hat on her fingertips. "That will do for the moment. Later?" Her voice bubbled away, drip, 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 like a tap left running. Septimus felt proud. He had done something real, something solid. Mrs. Peters' hat. "Just look at it," he said. Retzia thought that hat would always make her happy. Septimus had laughed. He had been himself. They had been alone together. Happy, Septimus told her to try it on. "But I must look so strange," Retzia cried. She ran to the mirror. She looked from side to side. Then she snatched the hat off. There was a tap at the door. Retzia feared, could it be Sir William Bradshaw already? No, it was only the little girl who brought the evening paper. Then what always happened, happened again. The little girl stood sucking her thumb. Retzia went down on her knees. Retzia kissed her and spoke sweetly. Retzia took a bag of sweets from the drawer and gave them to the child. This happened every night. First one thing, then another. Retzia built their life in small steps. First one thing, then another. They danced and skipped round the room, making a little game. Septimus took the paper. He read, "Surrey is all out." He read, "There is a heat wave." Retzia repeated it with her accent, making it part of the game. "Surrey is all out. There is a heat wave," she said, laughing with the child.
Septimus felt tired and happy. He would sleep. He shut his eyes. But when he saw nothing, the sounds of the game grew faint and strange. They sounded like people crying out, seeking, and not finding. They sounded farther and farther away. They had lost him. Septimus started up in fear. What did he see? The plate of bananas on the sideboard. Nobody was there. Retzia had taken the child back to its mother. It was bedtime. Then Septimus felt the old doom, to be alone forever. He remembered Milan. He remembered walking into the room and seeing the Italian girls cutting buckram shapes with scissors. He had felt the same doom then. Alone forever. Now he was alone with the sideboard and the bananas. He felt exposed, as if on a high, cold place. But he was not on a hill. He was not on a cliff. He was on Mrs. Filmer's sofa. Where were the visions now? Where were the voices of the dead? Where was the beauty? In front of him was only a screen, with black rushes and blue swallows. Where he once saw mountains, now there was only a screen. "Evans!" he cried. No answer came. A mouse squeaked or a curtain moved. That was all. Those were the voices of the dead now. The screen stayed. The coal box stayed. The sideboard stayed. Let him face them, he thought. Let him face the screen, the coal box, the sideboard. But then Retzia burst into the room, chattering. A letter had come. Plans had changed. Mrs. Filmer could not go to Brighton after all. There was no time to tell Mrs. Williams. Retzia said it was very annoying. Then she saw the hat. She thought she might make a little change, perhaps. Her voice faded into a content tune. "Ah, damn!" she cried. It was one of their jokes, her swearing. The needle had broken. Hat, child, Brighton, needle. Retzia built it up again. First one thing, then another. She sat sewing. She asked Septimus if moving the rows made the hat better. She sat on the end of the sofa. Then she put the hat down suddenly and said, "We are perfectly happy now." Now she could say anything to him. She could say whatever came into her head. She remembered the first night she saw him in the cafe in Italy. He came in with English friends. He looked around shyly. His hat fell when he hung it up. She remembered that. She knew he was English, but not like the big Englishman her sister admired. Septimus was always thin, but he had fresh color. His big nose, bright eyes, and his way of sitting a little bent made her think of a young hawk. She had told him that many times. A young hawk, she said, the first evening she saw him playing dominoes. But with her, he was always gentle. She had never seen him wild or drunk. She had only seen him suffer after the war. Even then, when she came into the room, he tried to put it away and be gentle. Anything in the world, any small trouble with her work, anything she wanted to say, she could tell him. He understood at once. Her own family was not like that. He was older and cleverer. He wanted her to read Shakespeare before she could even read a child's story in English. He was serious. He was more experienced. He could help her. And she could help him too. But now it was getting late, and there was Sir William Bradshaw. Redzia held her hands to her head. She waited for Septimus to say if he liked the hat. As she waited, looking down, Septimus could feel her mind moving like a bird, hopping from branch to branch, always landing in the right place. He could follow her thoughts. She sat in a loose, easy pose that came naturally to her. If he spoke, she smiled at once, like a bird landing with its claws firm on a branch. But then Septimus remembered Bradshaw's words. Bradshaw had said, "The people we love most are not good for us when we are ill." Bradshaw had said, "Septimus must be taught to rest." Bradshaw had said they must be separated. Must. Septimus thought. Why must? What right had Bradshaw to say must? What right has Bradshaw to say must to me? He demanded. It is because you talked of killing yourself, Redzia said. She could say anything to him now. That was mercy. So Septimus felt trapped. They had power over him. Holmes and Bradshaw were on him. The brute with red nostrils was sniffing into every secret place. It could say, must. Where were his papers? The things he had written? Redzia brought them. She brought all his papers and also the pages she had written for him. She poured them on the sofa. They looked at them together. There were diagrams and designs. There were little men and women with stick arms. Some had wings. There were circles drawn around coins, like suns and stars. There were zigzag cliffs with climbers tied together, like knives and forks. There were sea pictures with small, laughing faces that could be waves. It looked like a map of the world. "Burn them!" Septimus cried. Then he cried for the writings, the messages. He spoke of the dead singing behind bushes. He spoke of odes to time. He spoke of talks with Shakespeare. Evans, 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 he wrote again and again. He wrote, "Do not cut down trees. Tell the Prime Minister. Universal love. The meaning of the world." "Burn them!" he cried. But Redzia put her hands on them. Some are very beautiful, she thought. She said she would tie them up. She had no envelope, so she would use a piece of silk. "Even if they take you," she said, "I will go with you." She said they could not separate them if they did not want it. She made the edges neat. She tied the parcel without even looking much. Septimus watched her. He felt as if petals, like flower petals, were around her. She looked like a flowering tree. Through her branches, he saw a face like a lawgiver, strong and safe. She had reached a place where she feared no one, not Holmes, not Bradshaw. He saw her climb the awful stairs, carrying the weight of Holmes and Bradshaw in her mind. Those men were heavy, never less than 11 stone 6. They sent their wives to court. They made 10,000 a year. They talked of proportion. Holmes said one thing, Bradshaw another, but both were judges. They mixed the vision and the sideboard. They saw nothing clear, yet they ruled and punished. "Must," they said. Above them, Redzia triumphed. "There," she said. The papers were tied. No one would get them. She would put them away. She said again, nothing would separate them. She sat beside him and called him by the name she used for him, like a hawk or crow, a bird that is sharp and mischievous, a bird that can destroy crops. It was her joking name for him. No one could separate them, she said. Then she got up to go pack their things, but she heard voices downstairs. She feared Dr. Holmes had come. She ran down to stop him from coming up. Septimus heard her talking to Holmes on the stairs. "My dear lady, I have come as a friend," Holmes said. "No," Redzia said. "I will not let you see my husband." Septimus could see her in his mind like a small hen, wings spread, blocking the way. But Holmes kept going. "My dear lady, allow me," Holmes said. Holmes was a strong man. He pushed her aside. Holmes was coming upstairs. Holmes would burst open the door. Holmes would say, "In a funk, eh?" Holmes would get him. Not Holmes, Septimus thought. Not Bradshaw. He got up, unsteady. He hopped from foot to foot. He saw Mrs. Filmer's clean bread knife. Bread was carved on the handle. But he must not spoil that good knife. The gas fire? But it was too late. Holmes was coming. He could have used razors, but Retzia had packed them, as she always did. Only the window was left. The big window of the Bloomsbury lodging house. It was a tiresome, troublesome, and melodramatic thing to open a window and throw yourself out. That was their idea of tragedy, he thought. Not his, not Redzia's, because she was with him. Holmes and Bradshaw liked such tragedy. He sat on the sill, but he would wait to the last moment. He did not want to die. Life was good. The sun was hot. Only human beings, he thought. What did they want? Across the way, on the stairs opposite, an old man stopped and stared at him. Holmes was at the door. "I'll give it you," Septimus cried. And he threw himself out, hard and strong, down onto Mrs. Filmer's iron railings below. "The coward!" cried Dr. Holmes, as he burst the door open. Retzia ran to the window. She saw. She understood. Holmes and Mrs. Filmer bumped into each other. Mrs. Filmer flapped her apron. She went into the bedroom and covered her eyes. People ran up and down stairs. There was noise. Dr. Holmes came in again, white as paper, shaking, holding a glass. "Retzia must drink something sweet," he said. "She must be brave." Her husband was horribly broken. He would not wake again. She must not see him. She must be spared as much as possible. There would be an inquest. Poor young woman. Who could have known? Holmes said. A sudden impulse. No one was to blame, he told Mrs. Filmer. And why he did it, Holmes said, he could not understand. Retzia drank the sweet drink. It felt as if she opened long windows and stepped into some garden. But where? The clock struck. 1, 2, 3. The sound was clear and sensible, she thought, like Septimus himself, compared with all the whispering and thumping. She felt sleepy. The clock went on striking. 4, 5, 6. Mrs. Filmer, waving her apron, seemed part of the garden, like a flag. Retzia remembered a flag in Venice, slowly moving on a mast. She had seen it when she stayed with her aunt. Men killed in war were greeted like that, she thought. And Septimus had been through the war. Most of her memories were happy. She put on her hat, in her dream, and ran through cornfields. Where was it? Near the sea, because there were ships and gulls and butterflies. She and Septimus sat on a cliff. In London, too, she felt they sat like that. Half dreaming, she heard rain through the bedroom door. She heard whispering like dry corn moving. She felt the sea, as if it held her in its shell and murmured to her. She felt strewn on shore, like flowers thrown over a grave. "He is dead," she said. She smiled at the poor old woman who watched her with honest, light blue eyes fixed on the door. Retzia thought, "They won't bring his body in here, will they?" Mrs. Filmer said, "No, no. They were carrying him away now." Mrs. Filmer thought married people should be together. She thought Retzia should be told, should see him, but they must do what the doctor said. "Let her sleep," said Dr. Holmes, taking Retzia's pulse. Retzia saw the big dark shape of his body against the window, so that was Dr. Holmes. Far away, Peter Walsh stood in the street. He heard the high, clear bell of the ambulance. He thought, This is one of the triumphs of civilization. Swift and clean, the ambulance went to the hospital. It had picked up some poor person at once, quickly and kindly. Someone hit on the head, struck down by illness, knocked over at a crossing, as could happen to anyone. That is civilization, Peter thought. It had struck him when he came back from the East, the efficiency of London, the organization, the spirit of people together. Every cart and carriage moved aside by itself to let the ambulance pass. Peter wondered if his thoughts were too dark, but he also felt it was touching. Busy men were hurrying home, yet when the ambulance passed, they thought of a wife, or thought, it could have been me, lying inside, with a doctor and a nurse. Then Peter warned himself. Thinking like that can become sick and too emotional. When you start to picture doctors and dead bodies, you can feel a strange little pleasure in the picture, and that is dangerous. He felt it. It told him to stop. It is bad for art, he thought. It is bad for friendship, too. And yet, the bell kept sounding. The ambulance turned a corner, but the bell could still be heard down the next street. It rang as it crossed Tottenham Court Road. Peter stood by a pillar box and thought, loneliness has one privilege. In private, you may do what you want. You may cry if no one sees. This soft feeling in him, this quick hurt in him, had been his ruin in Anglo-Indian society. He did not cry at the right time. He did not laugh at the right time either. I have that in me, he thought. I could cry now. Why? He thought. Heaven knows. Maybe it was a kind of beauty. Maybe it was also the heavy feeling of the day. The day began when he went to see Clarissa. After that, the day tired him out. It was hot. It was strong. It gave him one feeling after another, drop by drop, like water dripping down into a deep cellar. Those feelings stayed inside him, deep and dark, and no one would ever know them. And because they were secret, fully secret, he felt life was like a garden he did not know. It had many turns and corners. It could surprise you. Yes, some moments could take your breath away. One moment came to him by the post box near the British Museum. In that moment, many things joined together, an ambulance and life and death. It was as if a strong wave of feeling lifted him up to a very high roof, and the rest of him was left behind, like a white beach with shells, left bare. This strong way of feeling had hurt him before, in Anglo-Indian society. He felt too much. Once, long ago, Clarissa went with him on top of a bus. They went somewhere in London. Clarissa, at least on the surface, was easy to move. One minute she could be sad. The next minute she could be full of joy. In those days, she was alive and shaking with feeling, and she was very good company. From the top of the bus, she saw small, strange scenes. She noticed names and people. They used to explore London like that. They came back with bags full of small treasures from the Caledonian market. In those days, Clarissa had a theory. They had many theories. Young people often do. This theory tried to explain a feeling they had. A feeling of being unhappy and not satisfied. They did not really know people. They were not really known. How could they know each other? You met someone every day and then you did not meet them for 6 months or for years. It felt bad. They agreed that you knew very little about people. But Clarissa said something else. She said it while sitting on the bus going up Shaftesbury Avenue. She said she did not feel only here, here, here. She tapped the back of the seat when she said here. She said she felt herself everywhere. She waved her hand as the bus went up Shaftesbury Avenue. She felt she was all of that, all around. So, she said, to know her, or to know anyone, you must look for the people who complete them. Even the places complete them. Clarissa felt strange links with people she had never spoken to. Maybe a woman in the street. maybe a man behind a shop counter, even trees or barns. Her idea grew into a very strange, high theory. Clarissa was afraid of death. Yet this theory let her believe, or at least say she believed, even though she was often doubtful, that something might go on after death. She thought about how the part of us people see is only there for a short time, compared with the unseen part of us, the part that spreads wide. She thought the unseen part might live on. She thought it might be found again, somehow, tied to this person or that person. Or it might stay in certain places like a ghost after death. Perhaps. Perhaps. Now, looking back over their long friendship, almost 30 years, her theory seemed true in one way. Their real meetings were short and broken. Often they were painful. He was away a lot. Many things stopped them. Even this morning, for example, Elizabeth came in. She was like a long-legged young animal. She was pretty. She was quiet. She came in just when he was starting to talk to Clarissa. Even so, the effect of Clarissa on his life was huge. It could not be measured. There was a mystery in it. When he met her, it was like getting one sharp grain of sand. The real meeting could feel sharp and uncomfortable. Often it was painful. Yet later, when she was absent, in strange places, the memory could open up like a flower. It could open and give a smell. It could let him touch it, taste it, look around in it, and understand it after years of being lost inside him. So Clarissa came to him in his mind, on a ship, in the Himalayas, and because of the strangest things. Sally Seton, that kind and excited, silly girl, once thought of him when she saw blue hydrangeas. Clarissa had shaped him more than anyone he had ever known, and she always came like this, in front of him, without him asking for it. Sometimes she looked cool, like a lady, and sharp and critical. Sometimes she looked lovely and romantic, like a field or an English harvest. He saw her most often in the country, not in London. One scene after another at Bourton. He had now reached his hotel. He crossed the hall. There were many red chairs and sofas piled up. There were plants with hard, pointed leaves. They looked dry and old. He took his key from the hook. A young woman at the desk gave him some letters. He went upstairs. He still saw Clarissa most often at Bourton in late summer when he stayed there for a week, or even for 2 weeks, as people did then. First, she would stand on top of a hill. Her hands would be up to her hair. Her cloak would blow out. She would point and cry out to them. She said she could see the Severn below, or he saw her in a wood, trying to make a kettle boil. She was not good with her fingers. The smoke would bend and blow into their faces. Her small pink face would show through the smoke. Or she would beg water from an old woman at a cottage. The old woman would come to the door and watch them leave. They always walked. The others went in a carriage. Clarissa was bored sitting and writing. She did not like animals, except one dog. They walked miles on roads. Sometimes she would stop to find their way. She would lead him back across country. All the time they argued and talked. They talked about poems. They talked about people. They talked about politics. She was a radical then. They did not notice much around them, except when she stopped and cried out at a view or a tree, and made him look too. Then they walked again, through fields with cut stubble. Clarissa walked ahead. She picked a flower for her aunt. She never seemed tired of walking, even though she looked so fine and delicate. They would come back to Bourton at dusk. After dinner, old Breitkopf would open the piano. He would sing, though he did not really have a voice. They would sink into armchairs. They tried not to laugh, but they always broke down and laughed and laughed and laughed for no reason. Breitkopf was supposed not to see. Then, in the morning, Clarissa would move about in front of the house, light and quick like a small bird. Now he looked at the letters again. One was from her. He knew it at once. It was a blue envelope. The handwriting was hers. He would have to read it. Here was another meeting with her, and it would be painful. Reading her letter took a hard effort. He opened it. It said that it was wonderful, heavenly, to see him. She had to tell him that. That was all. But it shook him. It annoyed him. He wished she had not written. Coming on top of his thoughts, it felt like a small push in the ribs. Why could she not let him alone? After all, she had married Dalloway. She had lived with him, and she seemed happy all these years. These hotels did not comfort him. Not at all. Many people had hung their hats on the pegs. Even the flies, if you thought about it, had sat on other people's noses. The clean feeling that hit him was not real warmth or care. It was more like bare cold order. It had to be like that. Some dry older woman, like a manager, went around at dawn. She sniffed and looked and checked. She made blue-nosed maids scrub and scrub. It was as if the next visitor was not a person, but a piece of meat to be served on a very clean plate. For sleep there was one bed. For sitting there was one armchair. For teeth and shaving there was one glass and one mirror. Books, letters, and a dressing gown lay around on the hard furniture like strange, rude things that did not belong. And it was Clarissa's letter that made him notice all this. Heavenly to see you. I must say so. He folded the paper and pushed it away. Nothing would make him read it again. And yet it stayed in his mind. To get that letter to him by 6 o'clock, she must have written it at once, the moment he left her. She must have stamped it and sent someone to post it. That was very like her. She was upset by his visit. She had felt a lot. For a moment, when she kissed his hand, she had regretted something. Maybe she envied him. Maybe she remembered something he had said long ago. He had once said they could change the world if she married him, perhaps. But now it was not that. Now it was middle age. Now it was an ordinary life. Then, with her strong life force, she forced herself to put those thoughts away. There was in her a thread of life, tough and strong, able to go over and around problems and carry her forward. He had never known anyone like that. Yes, but he could see it. Right after he left the room, she would react. She would feel very sorry for him. She would think what she could do to give him pleasure, always short of the one thing he wanted. He could see her with tears on her cheeks. He could see her go to her writing table and quickly write that one line for him to find later. Heavenly to see you. And she meant it. Now Peter Walsh unlaced his boots. But still, he thought, their marriage would not have worked. The other thing, after all, came much more easily. It was odd, but it was true, and many people felt it. Peter Walsh had done fairly well in life. He held the usual jobs and did them well enough. People liked him, but they thought he was a little strange. Sometimes he acted proud. Still, it was odd that he, especially now with gray hair, had a calm look, a look as if he had something in reserve. That made him attractive to some women. Some women liked the feeling that he was not fully hard and manly. There was something different about him, or something behind him. Maybe it was because he loved books. He never came to see you without picking up the book on your table. Even now he was reading as his bootlaces lay on the floor. Or maybe it was because he was a gentleman. You could see it in small ways. You could see it in how he tapped the ashes out of his pipe. You could see it in his manners to women. It was charming and also silly, how easily some young girl with no sense at all could twist him around her finger. But she did it at her own risk. Because even if he seemed easy, and even if his good humor and good manners made him lovely to be with, it was only up to a point. A girl might say something, and he would see through it. No, no, he would not accept that. No, no. Then, with men, he could laugh loud, rock back and forth, and hold his sides at some joke. He was the best judge of cooking in India. He was a man, but he was not the kind of man you had to respect. That was almost a relief. He was not like Major Simmons, for example. Not like that at all, Daisy thought, when she compared them, even though she had 2 small children. Peter pulled off his boots. He emptied his pockets. With his knife, he took out a small photo. It was a snapshot of Daisy on a veranda. Daisy wore white. A small dog, a fox terrier, sat on her knee. She looked very pretty, very dark. It was the best picture he had ever seen of her. And yes, Daisy felt natural to him. More natural than Clarissa. With Daisy, there was no fuss, no trouble, no careful small worry. It was simple and smooth. And he could almost hear the dark, pretty girl in the picture. Of course, she would give him everything, she cried. She had no sense to hide her feelings. Everything he wanted, she cried, running to meet him, even if other people watched. And she was only 24, and she had 2 children. Well indeed, he had made a mess of his life at his age. He felt it strongly when he woke at night. Suppose they did marry. For him, maybe it would be fine. But what about her? Mrs. Burgess, a good woman, quiet and not a gossip, was someone he had talked to. She thought his time away in England, said to be for lawyers, might make Daisy think again. It was about Daisy's position, Mrs. Burgess said. It was about a social wall. It was about giving up her children. Mrs. Burgess warned him. Daisy could become a widow with a past. She could end up in the suburbs, dragged down. Or, Mrs. Burgess said, more likely she could become careless and wild, with too much paint on her face, like some women do. But Peter laughed at that. He did not plan to die yet. Anyway, Daisy must decide for herself, he thought. She must judge for herself. He walked around the room in his socks. He smoothed his dress shirt. He thought of his evening. He might go to Clarissa's party, or he might go to the halls, or he might stay in and read a very good book by a man he knew at Oxford. And if he ever retired, that is what he would do, he thought. He would write books. He would go to Oxford and look around in the Bodleian Library. In his mind, the dark, pretty girl ran to the end of the terrace. She waved. She cried. She did not care what people said. But he saw himself too. There he was, the man she loved, the perfect gentleman, the fascinating man, the distinguished man. His age did not matter to her at all. Yet there he was, walking around a hotel room in Bloomsbury. He shaved, he washed, he picked up cans, he put down razors, and all the time, even while doing these small things, he wanted to go to the Bodleian and look for truth about a few small matters that interested him. He would talk to people. He would begin to care less about exact lunch hours. He would miss meetings. And when Daisy asked him, as she would, for a kiss, for a scene, he might not be able to answer well enough, even though he truly loved her. In short, as Mrs. Burgess said, maybe it would be happier if Daisy forgot him or remembered him only as he was in August 1922, like a figure standing at a crossing at dusk. The cart rolls away. The figure grows smaller and smaller. Daisy sits safe in the back seat, tied in. Still, she stretches out her arms and cries she would do anything in the world, anything, anything, anything. Peter never knew what people thought. It became harder for him to focus. He became caught in his own life. Now he was gloomy, now cheerful. He depended on women. He forgot things. He changed moods. He felt less and less able, as he shaved, to understand why Clarissa could not simply find them a place to live and be kind to Daisy and introduce her. And then what would he do? Just hover near them? Just move around them? Just taste life and fly away? He wanted to be alone, too. He wanted to be enough for himself. Yet no one was more dependent on other people than he was. That had been his ruin. He could not stay away from smoking rooms. He liked kernels, he liked golf, he liked bridge, and above all, he liked women's company. He liked their fine friendship, and their faithfulness, and their bold love. It had problems, yes, but still it seemed to him wonderful, like a strong flower on the top edge of human life. Yet he often failed. He could not do what was needed. He was always able to see around things. Clarissa had damaged something in him for good. He tired easily of quiet, loyal love. He wanted variety. But if Daisy loved anyone else, he would be furious. He was jealous by nature, jealous without control. He suffered. He felt like he was in pain. Now he looked for his things. Where was his knife? His watch? His seals? His note case? Clarissa's letter, which he would not read again but still liked to think about? Daisy's photograph? And now it was time for dinner. They were eating. People sat at small tables around vases. Some were dressed up, some not. Shawls and bags lay beside them. Their faces showed a false calm. They were not used to so many dinner courses. Yet they also had confidence because they could pay for it. They also showed strain because they had been running around London all day, shopping and seeing sights. And they were curious. They looked around and looked up as the nice-looking gentleman with horn-rimmed glasses came in. They were good-natured, too. They would have been happy to help with small things, like lending a timetable or giving useful facts. And under all that, there was a quiet wish in them, pulling like a hidden rope to make some link with others, even if it was only the same birthplace, like Liverpool, or friends with the same name. They gave quick, secret looks. Then they went quiet. Then they pulled back into family jokes and family walls. There they sat, eating dinner, when Mr. Walsh came in and sat at a small table by the curtain. It was not that he talked much. Sitting alone, he could only speak to the waiter. But his way of doing things won their respect. He looked at the menu in a serious way. He pointed with one finger at a certain wine. He pulled himself close to the table. He ate dinner with care, not like a greedy man. That made them respect him. They could not say their respect out loud during the meal, but later it flared up at the table where the Morrises sat. They heard Mr. Walsh say at the end of the meal, "Bartlett pears?" He said it calmly but firmly, like a man who had the right to ask, like a strict but fair leader. No one at the Morris table knew why those words sounded so strong. Young Charles Morris did not know. Old Charles did not know. Miss Elaine did not know. Mrs. Morris did not know. But when he said Bartlett peers sitting alone, they felt he trusted them to support a fair request. They felt he stood for something right, and they wanted to stand with him. Their eyes met his eyes with feeling. And when they all reached the smoking room at the same time, some small talk between them could not be stopped. The talk was not deep. They said London was crowded. They said it had changed in 30 years. Mr. Morris said he liked Liverpool better. Mrs. Morris said she had been to the Westminster Flower Show. They said they had all seen the Prince of Wales. That was all. Yet Peter Walsh thought, no family in the world is like the Morrises. None. Their ties to each other are perfect. They do not care about the upper classes. They like what they like. Elaine trains for the family business. The boy has won a scholarship at Leeds. The old lady, about Peter's age, has 3 more children at home. They have 2 motor cars, but Mr. Morris still mends boots on Sunday. It is superb. It is truly superb, Peter thought. He stood among the red hairy chairs and ashtrays, holding a small glass of sweet drink. He swayed a little. He felt pleased with himself, because the Morrises liked him. Yes, they liked a man who said, Bartlett Peers. They liked him. He felt it. He would go to Clarissa's party. The Morrises moved away, but they would meet again. He would go to Clarissa's party because he wanted to ask Richard what they were doing in India, those conservative old men. And he also wanted to know what play was on, and what music, and of course gossip. Because this, he thought, is the truth about our soul, ourself. It is like a fish living deep in the sea. It moves in dark water, between big plants, over bright spaces, and then into cold, dark again. Suddenly it shoots up to the surface and plays on the waves. That is, it has a real need to brush against life, to scrape, to spark by gossiping. What did the government mean to do about India? Richard Dalloway would know. It was a very hot night. Newsboys walked by with signs saying in huge red letters that there was a heat wave. Wicker chairs were put on the hotel steps. Men sat there, sipping and smoking, apart and calm. Peter Walsh sat there too. Someone could imagine that the London day was just beginning. It was like a woman who took off her work dress and apron and put on blue clothes and pearls. The day changed too. It put off heavy stuff and put on thin evening air. With the same sigh of joy a woman makes when she throws her clothes on the floor, the day also seemed to throw off dust, heat, and harsh color. The traffic grew less. Motor cars making small, bright sounds moved fast after the slow, heavy vans. And here and there, among the thick leaves of the squares, a strong light hung. "I resign," the evening seemed to say, as it paled above the hard shapes of hotel roofs and shop blocks. "I fade. I disappear." But London would not let it go. London pushed light up into the sky and held the evening there, forcing it to share in its play. Much had changed since Peter Walsh last came to England. Mr. Willett's summertime had brought a big change. The long evening was new to Peter. It felt fresh. It felt like it gave him spirit. Young people walked by with their work boxes. They were glad to be free. They were proud, in a quiet way, to step on this famous pavement. Their joy was not grand. It could be cheap and showy, but it was still joy. It made their faces warm. They dressed well, too. Pink stockings, pretty shoes. They now had 2 hours to go to the pictures. The yellow-blue evening light made them look sharper and finer. On the leaves in the square, a strange, hard shine lay, like seawater on a drowned city. Peter was surprised by the beauty. It gave him hope, too. He knew many returned Anglo-Indians. They sat, as they should, at the Oriental Club, sick and bitter, adding up the ruin of the world. But here he was instead, feeling young again. He envied the young people and their long evening. And he also felt, from small things, from a girl's words, from a maid's laugh, things you could not grab, that something in society had shifted, even if only a little. In his youth, the whole social shape had felt fixed, like a heavy pyramid that could not move. It had pressed down on them. It had pressed down on women most of all. It was like the way Clarissa's Aunt Helena used to press flowers between gray blotting paper, putting a heavy dictionary on top, sitting under the lamp after dinner. Aunt Helena was dead now. He had heard about her from Clarissa. She had lost the sight of one eye. It seemed fitting, he thought, that old Miss Perry should turn into something hard like glass. She would die like a bird in frost, gripping its branch. She belonged to another age, but because she was so whole, she would always stand on the horizon in his mind, white and clear, like a lighthouse marking an old stage of a long trip, a very long trip, this endless life. He felt for a coin to buy a paper. He had done that millions of times. Surrey was out again once more. Cricket was not just a game. Cricket mattered. He could never stop himself from reading about cricket. He read the scores first. Then he read that it was a hot day. Then he read about a murder case. Doing something millions of times gave it more meaning, though some people might say it rubbed the surface away. The past gave richness. Experience gave richness too. Caring for one or two people gave him a power the young did not have. The power to cut things short, to do what you want, not to care what people say, and to come and go without big hopes. He left his paper on the table and moved off. Yet that was not fully true of him tonight. Because tonight he was going to a party at his age with a feeling that he was going to have an experience. But what experience? Beauty, anyway. Not only the simple beauty you see with your eyes, it was not beauty alone. Bedford Place going into Russell Square was straight and empty. Yes, it had the neat shape of a corridor, but it also had lit windows. It had a piano and a gramophone playing. It had a hidden feeling of people making pleasure, hidden, but sometimes showing itself. Sometimes, through an open window with no curtain, you saw a party. You saw people sitting at tables. You saw young people slowly moving in a circle. You saw men and women talking. You saw maids looking out when work was done. Their look felt like a strange comment. You saw stockings drying on a ledge. You saw a parrot. You saw a few plants. This life felt absorbing and mysterious and very rich. In the big square, where cabs shot and swerved fast, there were couples standing around. They delayed. They held each other. They were hidden under the rain of leaves from a tree. It moved him. They were silent and deep in themselves. When you passed them, you passed quietly and shyly, like you were near a holy thing, and it would be wrong to break it. That was interesting too. And then on again into the bright glare. His light coat blew open as he walked. He had a strange way of walking. He leaned forward a little. He almost tripped. He kept his hands behind his back. His eyes still looked sharp like a bird of prey. He moved through London toward Westminster, watching. Was everyone going out to dinner? Doors opened here. A footman opened a door, and an old lady came out, stepping high, wearing buckled shoes, with 3 purple feathers in her hair. Doors opened for women wrapped in shawls like mummies, with bright flowers on them. Doors opened for women with bare heads. In good streets with white pillars, behind small front gardens, women came out. Some had combs in their hair because they had run upstairs to see the children. Men waited for them. Their coats blew open. Then the motor started. Everyone was going out. With doors opening, people coming down, motors starting. It felt to him as if all London was getting into little boats tied to the bank, rocking on water, as if the whole city was floating away in a festival. Whitehall looked like silver. People slid over it like small spiders. Around the street lamps, there were little insects in the air. It was so hot that people stood around and talked. Here in Westminster, a retired judge, maybe, sat solid and square at his door, dressed all in white. An Anglo-Indian, maybe. And here were loud women fighting, drunk women. And here was only a policeman and tall shadowy houses, domes, churches, parliament, and the sound of a steamer on the river, a hollow cry in the mist. But now he was on her street. Clarissa's street. Cabs rushed around the corner like water around bridge supports. They seemed pulled together because they carried people going to her party. Clarissa's party. Now, the cold stream of things he saw began to fail him. It was as if the eye was a cup that was too full, and the rest spilled down the sides and was not saved. Now his brain had to wake. Now his body had to draw in, because he was going into the house, the bright house, with the open door, with motor cars outside, with bright women stepping down. Now his soul had to make itself brave, to endure. He opened the big blade of his pocket knife. Now Hugh stood on tiptoe. He danced forward. He bowed and scraped as the Prime Minister and Lady Bruton came out. Hugh showed everyone that he was allowed to say something private to Lady Bruton. She stopped. She wagged her fine old head. She was thanking him, Peter guessed, for some small service. Lady Bruton had her followers, little officials in offices who did small jobs for her. She gave them lunch in return. Yet Peter thought Lady Bruton came from an older time. She was all right. Now Clarissa led the Prime Minister down the room. Clarissa seemed to prance and sparkle. Her gray hair gave her a kind of greatness. She wore earrings. She wore a silver-green dress like a mermaid's dress. She seemed to float like a sea creature in her own sea. She had that gift still, the gift to be there, to exist, to fill the moment as she passed. She turned. Her scarf caught on another woman's dress. She freed it. She laughed. She did it all with ease, like a creature in water. But age had touched her too. It was as if a mermaid looked in a mirror and saw the sun going down. Peter felt a tenderness in Clarissa now. Her hard side, her strict side, her wooden side felt warmed through. When she said goodbye to the thick man in gold lace, who was trying hard to look important, she had an inexpressible dignity. She had a fine kindness. It was as if she wished the whole world well, and it was as if she must now take her leave, being close to the edge of life. That is what she made Peter think. But he was not in love. Clarissa herself felt the Prime Minister had been good to come. As she walked down the room with him, she saw Sally there, and Peter there, and Richard looking pleased. She saw people perhaps a little jealous. Clarissa felt drunk with the moment. She felt her heart nerves widen and quiver. She felt lifted up. Yet she knew other people felt that too, and though she loved the feeling and it stung and tingled, still these triumphs felt hollow. They were at arm's length. They were not in the heart. Maybe she was growing old. These things did not satisfy her now like they used to. Then suddenly, as she saw the Prime Minister go down the stairs, the gold edge of a picture frame made her think of Miss Kilman. Kilman came back in her mind like a wave. Kilman was her enemy. That, Clarissa felt, was real. That was solid. Ah, how she hated her. Hot, false, corrupt, and with power. Elizabeth's hunter, the woman who had crept in to steal and dirty things. Richard would say, "What nonsense!" But Clarissa hated her. Clarissa also, in a strange way, loved her. It was enemies one wanted, not friends. Not Mrs. Durrant and Clara. Not Sir William and Lady Bradshaw. Not Miss Trulock and Eleanor Gibson, whom she saw coming upstairs. They must find her if they wanted her. She was for the party. Then she saw her old friend, Sir Harry. "Dear Sir Harry," she said, going up to the fine old fellow. Sir Harry had painted more bad pictures than any other two men in that whole art place. His pictures were always of cattle. The cattle stood in sunset pools. They stood there soaking up water. Sometimes one cow lifted one leg or tossed its horns as if to say, "A stranger is coming." Sir Harry's whole life, his dinners out, his races, seemed to be built on those cattle in those sunset pools. Clarissa saw Sir Harry laughing with Willie Titcomb and Herbert Ainsty. "What are you laughing at?" she asked. But Sir Harry could not tell her his music hall stories, though he liked her. He thought her perfect of her type. He even threatened to paint her. He teased her about her party. He said he missed his brandy. He said these circles were above him. But he liked her. He respected her, even though her refined, upper-class way made it impossible to joke with her freely. Then old Mrs. Hilbery came, wandering like a weak light. She stretched her hands toward the blaze of laughter. The laughter, heard across the room, seemed to calm her on a thought that sometimes bothered her when she woke early in the morning and did not like to call her maid for tea. The thought was this: how certain it is that we must die. "They won't tell us their stories," said Clarissa. "Dear Clarissa," said Mrs. Hilbery. "Tonight," she said. Clarissa looked so like her mother as Mrs. Hilbery first saw her, walking in a garden in a gray hat. Clarissa's eyes filled with tears. Her mother, walking in a garden. But she had to go. She saw Professor Brierly, who lectured on Milton. He was talking to little Jim Hutton. Jim Hutton could not manage both tie and waistcoat, even for a party. He could not make his hair lie flat. Even from far away, Clarissa could see they were quarreling. Professor Brierly was a strange fish. He had many degrees and honors. He had lectures and titles. Yet he suspected the air around him at once. He felt it was not kind to his strange mix. Huge learning and fear, cold charm without warmth, innocence mixed with snobbery. He shook if he noticed a lady's messy hair or a young man's boots. It reminded him of another world, a world of rebels and eager young people and would-be geniuses. He would toss his head and sniff, as if to say, "Humph," and speak of moderation and of needing some training in the old classics to enjoy Milton. Clarissa could see Professor Brierly was not getting on with Jim Hutton, who wore red socks because his black socks were at the laundry. Clarissa stepped in. She said she loved Bach. Hutton said he did too. That became their link. Hutton was a very bad poet. But he always felt Mrs. Dalloway was the best of the great ladies who cared about art. Clarissa was strict. About music, she was impersonal. She could be a prig. But she was charming to look at. She made her house nice, Hutton thought, except for her professors. Clarissa almost wanted to grab Hutton and set him at the piano in the back room, because he played wonderfully. "But the noise," Clarissa said. "The noise." "The sign of a successful party," said the professor, nodding politely, and he stepped away with care. "He knows everything in the world about Milton," said Clarissa. "Does he indeed?" said Hutton. Later he would imitate the professor for his friends, the professor on Milton, the professor on moderation, the professor stepping away. Clarissa told herself she must speak to Lord Gayton and Nancy Blow. They did not add much to the noise. They were not really talking as they stood by the yellow curtains. They would soon go off elsewhere together. They never had much to say. They looked. That was all. That was enough. They looked clean and strong. Nancy had an apricot bloom of powder and paint. Lord Gayton looked scrubbed and rinsed. His eyes were like a bird's eyes. No ball could pass him. No play could surprise him. He struck. He leapt. He was exact. Ponies' mouths trembled at the end of his reins. He had honors at home. He had old family stones and banners in the church. He had duties and tenants, a mother and sisters. He had been at Lord's all day. That was what they were talking about. Cricket, cousins, the movies, when Clarissa came up. Lord Gayton liked Clarissa very much. Miss Blow liked her too. Clarissa had charming manners. "It is angelic. It is delicious of you to come," Clarissa said. She said she loved Lord's. She said she loved youth. Nancy wore clothes made at huge cost, made by great people in Paris. Nancy stood there as if her body had grown a green frill by itself. "I had meant to have dancing," Clarissa said. The young people could not talk much, and why should they? They could shout, hug, swing, wake at dawn, feed pony sugar, kiss the noses of sweet dogs, then plunge and swim. But the great power of English words, the power to share feelings, was not for them. Clarissa thought, at their age, Peter and I would have argued all evening. These young people would become solid young. They would be very good to people on the estate, but alone they might be dull. "What a pity," Clarissa said. "I had hoped to have dancing." It was so nice of them to come. But dancing, the rooms were packed. Clarissa saw old Aunt Helena in her shawl. Alas, She had to leave Lord Gayton and Nancy Blow. There was old Miss Perry, her aunt. Miss Helena Perry was not dead. Miss Perry was alive. She was past 80. She climbed stairs slowly with a stick. Richard had made sure she was placed in a chair. People who had known Burma in the 70s were led up to her. Where had Peter got to? Clarissa thought. They used to be such friends. Miss Perry's eyes, when someone said India or even Ceylon, would change. One eye was glass. The other eye slowly deepened and turned blue. She did not see people then. She had no soft memories of rulers and generals. She saw orchids. She saw mountain passes. She saw herself carried on the backs of workers in the 60s over lonely peaks. She saw herself going down to pull up orchids, strange flowers never seen before. She painted them in watercolor. She was an unbreakable Englishwoman. Even when the war dropped a bomb near her door, it only pulled her a little from her deep thoughts of orchids and of her own travel long ago in India. But now, here was Peter. "Come and talk to Aunt Helena about Burma," said Clarissa. Yet Peter had not had a word with Clarissa all evening. "We will talk later," said Clarissa. She led him up to Aunt Helena in her white shawl, holding her stick. "Peter Walsh," said Clarissa. To Aunt Helena, that name meant nothing at first. Clarissa had asked her to come. It was tiring. It was noisy. But Clarissa had asked her. So she had come. Aunt Helena thought it was a pity Richard and Clarissa lived in London. For Clarissa's health, it would be better in the country. But Clarissa had always liked society. "He has been in Burma," said Clarissa. "Ah." Miss Perry could not resist recalling what Charles Darwin had once said about her small book on orchids in Burma. Clarissa told herself she must speak to Lady Bruton. Miss Perry said her book was forgotten now, but it had gone into 3 editions before 1870. She told Peter that. Then she remembered him. He had been at Bourton. Peter remembered too. He had left Miss Perry without a word in the drawing room that night when Clarissa had asked him to come boating. "Richard so much enjoyed his lunch party," said Clarissa to Lady Bruton. "Richard was the greatest help," Lady Bruton said. "He helped me write a letter. And how are you?" "Oh, perfectly well," said Clarissa. Lady Bruton hated illness in politicians' wives. "And there's Peter Walsh," Lady Bruton said. She could never think of anything to say to Clarissa, though she liked her. Clarissa had many fine qualities, but they had nothing in common. Lady Bruton even thought Richard might have done better to marry a woman with less charm, a woman who would help him more in his work. Lady Bruton thought Richard had lost his chance of the cabinet. "There's Peter Walsh," she said again. She shook hands with Peter, that pleasant sinner, that able man who should have made a name but had not. He was always in trouble with women. And there was old Miss Perry too. Wonderful old lady. Lady Bruton stood by Miss Perry's chair like a tall soldier ghost in black. She invited Peter to lunch. She was warm, but she did not do small talk. She remembered nothing about plants or animals in India. She had been there, of course. She had stayed with 3 viceroys. She thought some Indian civil men were very fine fellows. But, she said, what a tragedy, the state of India. The Prime Minister had just been telling her so. Old Miss Perry, huddled in her shawl, did not care what the Prime Minister had been saying. Lady Bruton wanted Peter's opinion. He was fresh from the centre. She would get Sir Sampson to meet him. It kept her awake at night, she said, the foolishness, the wickedness of it. She was a soldier's daughter. She was old now, not good for much, but her house, her servants, her friend Millie Brush, all were there, ready to be used if they could help. Lady Bruton never spoke of England by name, but England was in her blood. She could not bear the thought of not being English even in death. No, impossible, she thought. Sally Seton watched all this too. She asked herself, is that Lady Bruton, whom I used to know? Is that Peter Walsh, grey now? Sally was Lady Rossiter now. She saw old Miss Perry for sure. Miss Perry used to be so cross at Bourton. Sally never forgot running along the passage naked and being sent for by Miss Perry and Clarissa. Oh, Clarissa! Sally caught Clarissa by the arm. Clarissa stopped beside them. But I can't stay, Clarissa said. I shall come later. Wait. She looked at Peter and Sally. They must wait, she meant, until all these people had gone. I shall come back, she said, looking at her old friends. Peter and Sally were shaking hands. Sally was laughing, remembering the past, no doubt. But Sally's voice was not as rich as it used to be. Her eyes were not bright like before, when she smoked cigars, when she ran down the passage to fetch her sponge bag with no clothes on, and Ellen Atkins cried, "What if the gentleman had met you?" Yet everyone forgave Sally. She stole a chicken from the food room because she was hungry at night. She smoked cigars in her bedroom. She left a priceless book in the boat. But everybody adored her, except perhaps Clarissa's father. It was Sally's warmth. It was her life force. She would paint. She would write. Old women in the village never forgot your friend in the red cloak who seemed so bright. Sally once accused Hugh Whitbread, of all people, of kissing her in the smoking room. She said he did it to punish her because she said women should have votes. Vulgar men do that, Sally said. Clarissa remembered having to beg Sally not to denounce him during family prayers. Sally was daring. Sally was reckless. She loved to be the center. She loved to make scenes. Clarissa used to think it must end in a terrible tragedy, in Sally's death, in martyrdom. Instead, Sally had married suddenly a bald man with a large buttonhole. He owned, people said, cotton mills in Manchester, and Sally had 5 boys. Sally and Peter had settled down together in a corner. They were talking. It felt familiar that they should be talking. They would talk about the past. With those two, even more than with Richard, Clarissa shared her past. The garden, the trees, old Joseph Breitkopf singing Brahms without a voice, the drawing room wallpaper, the smell of the mats. A part of Sally would always be there. A part of Peter would always be there. But Clarissa had to leave them. The Bradshaws were there, and she disliked them. Clarissa had to go to Lady Bradshaw. Lady Bradshaw wore gray and silver. She stood and balanced, like a big sea animal at the edge of a pool. She seemed to bark for invitations and for duchesses. She was the usual wife of a successful man. Clarissa had to go to her and say something, but Lady Bradshaw spoke first. "We are terribly late, dear Mrs. Dalloway. We hardly dared to come in," she said. Sir William stood with her. He looked very important. His hair was gray. His eyes were blue. He said yes. They had not been able to resist coming. He was talking to Richard. Clarissa guessed it was about that bill, the bill they wanted to pass in the Commons. But why did Clarissa feel sick when she saw Sir William talking to Richard? Sir William looked like what he was, a great doctor. He was at the top of his work. He was powerful. He looked a little tired. For Clarissa thought what people came to him. People in deep misery, people near madness, husbands and wives. He had to decide terrible questions. And yet, what Clarissa felt was this. She would not like Sir William to see her unhappy. No, not that man. Clarissa asked Lady Bradshaw, "How is your son at Eton?" "He has just missed his exam," Lady Bradshaw said, "because he has the mumps." "His father was even more upset than the boy," she said. "He is nothing but a big boy himself," she added, smiling a little. Clarissa looked at Sir William again. He did not look like a boy at all, not even a little. Once, Clarissa had gone with someone to ask his advice. He had been right. He had been sensible. But still, She remembered the relief of getting back out into the street. In the waiting room, she remembered some poor person was crying. She did not know why. She did not know exactly what she disliked about Sir William. Only Richard agreed with her. Richard said he did not like Sir William's taste and did not like his smell. Still, Sir William was very able. Sir William and Richard were still speaking about the bill. Sir William mentioned a case, and he lowered his voice. It connected with what he was saying about shell shock and how it can come later. There had to be some rule about it in the bill. Lady Bradshaw lowered her own voice, too. She drew Clarissa close, as if they were in the same safe place as women, proud of their husbands, and also sorry that husbands work too much. Lady Bradshaw was a poor, silly woman, Clarissa thought, but one did not hate her. Lady Bradshaw murmured, "Just as we were starting, my husband was called on the telephone. It was a very sad case. A young man," she said, "had killed himself. He had been in the army." "Oh," Clarissa thought, "in the middle of my party, here is death." Clarissa walked away. She went into the small room where the Prime Minister had been with Lady Bruton. Perhaps someone was there, but no one was there. It was empty. The chairs still held the shape of their bodies, as if they had just sat there. Clarissa could almost see the Prime Minister sitting stiff and square, like a ruler, and Lady Bruton near him. They had been talking about India. Now there was nobody. All the shine of the party seemed to fall down. It felt strange to walk into that room alone, wearing her fine dress. Why did the Bradshaws talk about death at her party? A young man had killed himself, and they talked about it here. The Bradshaws brought death into her party. He had killed himself. But how? Clarissa always felt it in her body first when she heard of a sudden accident. It was as if her dress caught fire. It was as if her body burned. He had jumped from a window. Clarissa saw it in her mind. The ground flashed up. He fell. There were rusty iron spikes. They went through him. He hit with a heavy sound. She heard thud, thud, thud inside his head. Then she saw blackness, like choking. That is how she saw it. But why had he done it? And the Bradshaws spoke of it at her party. Clarissa had once thrown a small coin into the Serpentine. She had never done more than that. But this young man had thrown his whole life away. People went on living. Clarissa would have to go back to the rooms. The party was still full. People were still coming. All day, Clarissa had been thinking of Borton, of Peter, of Sally. They would all grow old. And yet, there was something that mattered, Clarissa thought. There was some true thing. But in her own life, it was wrapped in talk. It was covered. It was spoiled by daily lies and daily chatter. This young man had kept that true thing safe. Death was defiance. Death was a way to say something. People feel they cannot reach the center of life, the deep center that escapes them. People come close, and then they fall apart. Joy fades. One is alone. In death, there is a kind of embrace, Clarissa thought. This young man who killed himself, did he jump holding his treasure? Clarissa remembered a line she had once said to herself, coming down the stairs in white. If it were now to die, it were now to be most happy. Or perhaps he was like poets and thinkers. Suppose he had a strong passion. Suppose he went to Sir William Bradshaw, the great doctor. Yet to Clarissa, Sir William seemed secretly evil. He seemed without sex, without desire. He was very polite to women, but Clarissa felt he could do something terrible. He could force your soul. That was it. He could press his power on you. If this young man had gone to Sir William, and Sir William had used that power, then perhaps the young man felt, life is unbearable. Men like that make life unbearable. Then Clarissa thought of fear. She had felt it only this morning. There is the terror, she thought, the huge feeling that you cannot do it. Your parents give you this life and put it into your hands, and you must live it to the end. You must walk through it calmly. But in the deep place of her heart, Clarissa had an awful fear. Even now, if Richard had not been there sometimes, reading the Times, she could not have endured. She could crouch near him like a bird and slowly come back to life. She could make delight rise in her again, like rubbing two sticks to make fire. If she could not do that, she felt she might have died inside. But this young man had killed himself. Somehow it felt like her own disaster, her own shame. It felt like her punishment to see people sink and disappear, a man here, a woman there, into deep darkness, while she must stand in her evening dress at a party. She had planned things. She had taken small things. She was never perfect. She wanted success. She wanted Lady Bexborough and all that kind of thing. And once she had walked on the terrace at Bourton, and yet, she thought, it was because of Richard that she had been happy. She had never been so happy. Nothing could be slow enough. Nothing could last too long. No pleasure could equal, she thought, small acts in her house, straightening chairs, pushing one book into place on a shelf. The triumphs of youth were over. She had lost herself in the work of living. Then she found herself again, with a shock of joy, when the sun rose, or when the day sank. Many times at Bourton, when everyone was talking, she had gone out to look at the sky, or she had seen it at dinner, between people's shoulders. She had seen it in London, too, when she could not sleep. Now she walked to the window. It was a foolish idea, but the sky held something of her own, she felt. This country sky, this sky above Westminster. She pulled the curtains apart. She looked out. Oh, how surprising. In the room opposite, an old lady stared straight at her. The old lady was going to bed, and the sky. Clarissa had thought it would be solemn, dark, soft, turning its cheek in beauty. But it was not like that. It was pale, like ash. Big clouds ran fast across it, long and thin. It felt new to Clarissa. The wind must have risen. The old lady in the room opposite was still going to bed. It was strange and interesting to watch her move. She crossed her room. She came to her window. Could she see Clarissa? Clarissa wondered. It was fascinating to watch that old woman, so quiet, getting ready for bed, while in Clarissa's drawing room, people were still laughing and shouting. Now the old lady pulled down her blind. The clock began to strike. The young man had killed himself. But Clarissa did not pity him. With the clock striking, 1, 2, 3, Clarissa did not pity him. There, the old lady had put out her light. The whole house opposite was dark now. With all this going on, Clarissa said again to herself words that came into her mind. Fear no more the heat of the sun. She had to go back to her guests. What an extraordinary night, she thought. She felt somehow very like the young man who had killed himself. She felt glad that he had done it, glad that he had thrown it away. The clock was striking. The heavy circles of sound seemed to melt in the air. That young man made her feel beauty, Clarissa thought. He made her feel the fun, too. Yet she had to go back. She had to gather herself. She had to find Sally and Peter, so she came in from the small room. But where is Clarissa? Peter asked. He was sitting on a sofa with Sally. After all these years, he could not call her Lady Rossiter. Where has the woman gone? He asked. Where is Clarissa? Sally thought. And Peter thought, too, that Clarissa had to be nice to important people. Politicians, people they did not know, except from pictures and papers. Clarissa had to talk to them. She was with them. Yet Richard Dalloway was not in the cabinet. Sally wondered if Richard had not been a success. Sally herself hardly read the papers. Sometimes she saw his name, but she lived a lonely life, far away, in the wilds, Clarissa would say. Sally lived among big merchants and big makers, men who did things, and Sally had done things too. I have 5 sons, she told Peter. Lord, Lord, Peter thought. What a change in her. Motherhood had made her soft. It had also made her more about herself. The last time Peter had seen Sally, he remembered. It had been among cauliflowers in moonlight. Sally had said the leaves looked like rough bronze because she liked literary words. She had picked a rose. That awful night after the scene by the fountain, she had marched him up and down. He had to catch the midnight train. Heavens, he had cried. Peter opened his pocket knife again. Sally noticed it. That was his old habit, she thought. He always opened and shut his knife when he got excited. They had been very close, she and Peter, when he was in love with Clarissa. There had been that dreadful, silly scene at lunch about Richard Dalloway. Sally had called Richard Wickham. Why not call him that, she thought. Clarissa had flared up. After that, Sally and Clarissa hardly met, maybe only a few times in 10 years. Peter had gone to India. Sally had heard, not clearly, that he had made an unhappy marriage. She did not know if he had children. She could not ask. He had changed. He looked smaller and more dried, but kinder too. Sally felt real affection for him. He was linked to her youth. She still had a small Emily Bronte book he had given her. He was supposed to write books, surely. In those days, he was going to write. "Have you written?" Sally asked. She spread her firm hand on her knee in a way Peter remembered. "Not a word," said Peter. Sally laughed. Sally was still attractive. She was still someone important in a room. But who was this Rossiter she had married? Peter only knew one thing. On his wedding day, Rossiter wore 2 camellias. Clarissa had written that Sally had many servants and miles of glass houses for plants. Sally owned it with loud laughter. "Yes, I have 10,000 a year," Sally said. She did not remember if that was before tax or after. Her husband, whom you must meet, she said, whom you would like, did all the money things for her. And Sally used to be in rags. She had once pawned her grandmother's ring, a ring Marie Antoinette had given her great-grandfather just to come to Bourton. Sally remembered the ring now. Yes, she still had it. It was a ruby ring. Marie Antoinette had given it to her great-grandfather. In those days, Sally never had a penny. Going to Bourton always meant some terrible struggle. But going to Bourton meant everything to her. It kept her sane, she believed. She had been so unhappy at home. But that was all in the past now, she said. Mr. Perry was dead, and Miss Perry was still alive. Peter said he had never had such a shock. He had been sure she was dead. Sally asked if the marriage had been a success. She supposed it had. And that young woman over there by the curtains, in red, was Elizabeth. Very handsome, very calm. Elizabeth, in her own mind, thought of her dog. She could almost hear it howling. She would rather be in the country doing what she liked. Peter said Elizabeth was not like Clarissa. Not at all. "Oh, Clarissa," said Sally. Sally felt one simple thing. She owed Clarissa a great deal. They had been friends, not just people who knew each other. Sally still saw Clarissa in white, walking around the house with flowers in her hands. Even now, tobacco plants made Sally think of Bourton. But Sally felt Clarissa lacked something. What did she lack? Sally did not know. Clarissa had charm, huge charm. But Sally wanted to be frank. She felt Peter was an old friend. Did absence matter? Did distance matter? Sally had often wanted to write to Peter, but she tore the letters up. Still, she felt he understood. People understand without words, she thought, when one grows old. And old she was. That afternoon, she had gone to see her sons at Eton, where they had the mumps. So Sally said, "Honestly, how could Clarissa have done it? How could she have married Richard Dalloway? Richard was a sportsman. He cared about dogs. When he came into a room, he smelled of stables. And then all these parties, Sally said, waving her hand. Hugh Whitbread walked past in his white waistcoat, dim and fat. He looked blind to everything except comfort and his own pride. "He is not going to recognize us," said Sally, and truly she did not have the courage to go up. So that was Hugh, the admirable Hugh. "What does he do?" Sally asked Peter. "He blacks the king's boots," Peter said, "or he counts bottles at Windsor." Peter still had his sharp tongue. Sally laughed. Peter said Sally must be frank. Peter brought up that kiss. Hugh's kiss. "On the lips," Sally said, "in the smoking room one evening. She said she went to Clarissa in anger. Clarissa said Hugh did not do such things." "The admirable Hugh," Clarissa said. Clarissa said Hugh's socks were always the most beautiful socks she had ever seen. And look at Hugh's evening clothes now. Perfect. "Does he have children?" Sally asked. "Everyone in this room has 6 sons at Eton," Peter said, "except me." He said, thank God he had none. No sons, no daughters, no wife. "Well," Sally said, "you don't seem to mind." She thought he looked younger than any of them. Peter said it had been a silly thing to do, in many ways, to marry as he had. "She was a perfect goose," he said. But he also said, "We had a splendid time." Sally wondered what he meant. How could that be? And it was strange to know him and yet know almost nothing of his life. Maybe he spoke from pride. It must hurt him, Sally thought, to have no home at his age, nowhere to go to. Yet he must stay with them for weeks. Of course he would. He would love it. And now it came out. All these years, the Dalloways had never visited them once. Again and again, Sally and her husband had invited them. Clarissa would not come. Clarissa was the reason. Sally said, "Clarissa is a snob. One has to admit it." Sally believed that was what stood between them. Clarissa thought Sally had married beneath her, Sally believed. Sally was proud of her husband. He was a miner's son. Every penny they had, he had earned. As a little boy, Sally said, her voice shaking, he carried heavy sacks. Peter thought, yes, Sally would talk like this for hours. The miner's son. People said she married beneath her 5 sons. And then plants, hydrangeas, syringas, rare flowers, very rare, flowers that do not grow north of the Suez Canal. Yet Sally had beds of them, beds with only one gardener in a suburb near Manchester. Clarissa had escaped all that, Clarissa who was not motherly, Peter thought. Was Clarissa a snob? Yes, Peter thought, in many ways. Where was Clarissa now, all this time? It was getting late. Yet, Sally said, when I heard Clarissa was giving a party, I felt I had to come. I had to see her again, and I am staying in Victoria Street, almost next door. So I came without an invitation. Then she whispered, "Tell me, who is this?" It was Mrs. Hilbery. Mrs. Hilbery was looking for the door. It was so late, she said. As the night got later, people left, and one found old friends, she said. One also found quiet corners and lovely views. Did they know, she asked, that they were surrounded by an enchanted garden? Lights and trees and shining lakes and sky? In the back garden, there were only a few little lamps, Clarissa had said. Fairy lamps. But Clarissa was a magician, Mrs. Hilbery said. It was like a park. Mrs. Hilbery did not know their names, but she said she knew they were friends. Friends without names, songs without words. Those are the best, she said. But there were so many doors and strange places. She could not find her way. Old Mrs. Hilbery, said Peter. Then Peter asked about a lady who had stood by the curtain all evening without speaking. He knew her face. He connected her with Borton. She used to cut up underclothes at a big table by the window, he thought. Was her name Davidson? Oh, that is Ellie Henderson, said Sally. Sally said Clarissa was hard on Ellie. Ellie was a cousin and very poor. Clarissa was hard on people. She is, Peter said. Yet Sally, in her emotional way, burst out with a warm feeling Peter used to love in her, and also fear a little, because she could become too excited and too sweet. Sally said Clarissa was generous to her friends. It was rare, Sally said. Such friendship. Sometimes at night or at Christmas, when Sally counted her blessings, she put friendship first. They were young then, Sally said. Clarissa was pure-hearted then. Peter would call her sentimental. She was. For Sally had come to feel this. The only thing worth saying is what one feels. Cleverness is silly. One must say simply what one feels. But I do not know, said Peter, what I feel. Poor Peter, Sally thought. Why did Clarissa not come and speak to them? That was what Peter wanted. Sally knew it. All the time he was thinking only of Clarissa. He was still playing with his knife. Peter said he had not found life simple. His tie with Clarissa had not been simple. It spoiled my life, he said. He and Sally had been close too, very close, and it felt silly not to say it. Peter said, one cannot love twice. What could Sally say? She thought still, it is better to have loved. But Peter would call her sentimental, and he used to be so sharp. Sally said he must come and stay with them in Manchester. Peter said, yes, that is true, all very true. He said he would love to come as soon as he finished what he had to do in London. Sally said Clarissa had cared for Peter more than she had ever cared for Richard. Sally was sure of it. No, 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 said Peter. Sally should not have said that. She went too far. Peter looked across the room. There was Richard at the far end, talking as usual, the same as ever. Dear old Richard. Who is he talking to? Sally asked. The man looked very important. Sally lived far away, and she was hungry to know who people were. Peter said he did not know. He did not like the man's face. Probably a cabinet minister, he said. Peter said that of them all, Richard seemed the best, the most fair, the most without selfish aims. But what has he done? Sally asked. Public work, she guessed. And are they happy? Sally asked. Sally herself was very happy. She admitted she knew nothing about them. She only guessed, as people do. For what can one know, even about people one lives with every day? Are we not all like prisoners? She asked. Sally said she had read a play about a man scratching on the wall of his cell. That felt like life to her, she said. One scratches on the wall. People are hard. Love between people is hard. So she often went into her garden. Her flowers gave her peace that men and women did not give her. Peter said no. He did not like cabbages. He preferred human beings. The young are beautiful, Sally said. She watched Elizabeth cross the room. How unlike Clarissa at that age. Can you understand Elizabeth? Sally asked. Not much, Peter said. Not yet. She is like a lily, Sally said. A lily by a pool. Peter did not agree that we know nothing. We know everything, he said. At least I do. Then Sally whispered about two people coming near, a very important-looking man and his rather plain-looking wife. They had been talking to Richard. What can one know about people like that? Sally asked. That they are terrible humbugs, said Peter, looking at them in a careless way. Sally laughed. But Sir William Bradshaw stopped by a picture. He looked for the engraver's name in the corner. His wife looked too. Sir William was very interested in art. Peter said, when one is young, one is too excited to know people well. Now, he said, he was older. He said he was 52, to be exact. Sally said she was 55 in body, but her heart was like a girl of 20. Now that one is mature, Peter said, one can watch and understand, and one does not lose feeling. No, Sally said, that is true. She felt more deeply every year. It grew. Peter said yes, it grew in his life too. It increased, he said, and perhaps that was sad, but one should be glad too. Peter said there was someone in India. He wanted to tell Sally about her. He wanted Sally to know her. The woman was married, he said. She had 2 small children. Sally said they must all come to Manchester. Peter must promise before they left. Peter pointed to Elizabeth. She does not feel half what we feel, he said. Not yet. But Sally watched Elizabeth go to her father. Sally said you could see that Elizabeth and her father loved each other. You could feel it from the way she walked to him. Richard had been looking at Elizabeth while he talked to the Bradshaws. Richard had thought, who is that lovely girl? Then suddenly he knew. It was Elizabeth, his Elizabeth. He had not recognized her. She looked so lovely in her pink dress. Elizabeth had felt him looking at her while she talked to Willie Titcomb. So she went to her father. Now Richard and Elizabeth stood together. The party was almost over. They watched people leave. The rooms got emptier and emptier. Things lay on the floor. Even Ellie Henderson was leaving, almost last. No one had talked to her, but she had wanted to see everything so she could tell Edith. Richard and Elizabeth were glad it was over, but Richard was proud of his daughter. He had not meant to tell her, but he could not stop himself. He told her he had looked at her and wondered who that lovely girl was, and then he knew it was his daughter. That made Elizabeth happy. But her poor dog was still howling in her mind. Richard has improved, said Sally. You are right. She said she would go and talk to him. She would say good night. What does the brain matter? Said Lady Rossiter as she stood up. Compared with the heart? I will come, said Peter, but he sat for a moment longer. What is this terror? He thought. What is this joy? What is it that fills me with such strong excitement? It is Clarissa, he said. For there she was. The end.